Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here, please make sure you like and subscribe to this channel. Hit the likes so that the message can reach the people. Because you see, this story that I'm about to touch on today, I shouldn't even call it a story, a topic. This is a topic that, for some reason, happened not even that too long ago, right? But many of you, me, and many people, about the Jewish Holocaust. You're very much aware of it. And they said what? Hitler killed 6 million Jews? Well, prior to that, I want to highlight a story that happened to Black Africans in the Congo when one man's greed of power and wealth drove him to colonize a faraway land and declared himself the king of that land. Where was this at? This is the Congo. You have to remember one thing. There was a time when Europeans, which I know some of them probably still do think this way, they declared themselves as superior to Black Africans. And I'm going to highlight that here today for you to see. What lessons are you going to learn about the Congo? Because you see, the problem that I'm going to highlight, which has something to do with King Leopold, it's not just a story that happened and then it just faded away. It still lingers up till today. The conflict that you see in the Congo, the poverty, the carnage, that all stemmed from that. But before I enter that, I'll give you a brief history about this particular place called the Congo. See, the Portuguese arrived there. Diego Cao arrived in the Congo back in, I want to say, 1445. Diego Cao. They met the Congo people, that's what they used to call their king. So people like to talk about, Alfonso, because people hear brief history about who the king was there, but they don't know the real story. You see, Alfonso was in the one that first came in contact with Diego Cao. This was before Alfonso. But eventually, when Alfonso's reign came in, mind you, this time when the Portuguese came, they were trading with the Congolese people that were there. Congo is a vast land, it's huge. But they were trading in slaves, ivory, and, other wild animals. They were trading in this. This went on. This is before the United States that we live in today was discovered. Because, they said Columbus didn't come around till 1492. So the Portuguese Diego Cao was in the Congo prior to that. And the Portuguese were there, they erected the plaque to show that they are present there. They were dealing in slaves with the Congolese people. So the story of Afonso that you hear, the Congolese king who accepted Christianity, who gave slaves to the Portuguese as gifts, eventually wrote a letter to a Portuguese king. The reason why I'm telling you this, I want you to understand where this story began. The mindset of one group of people versus the mindset of another group of people. Because I've seen people say so many different things. People have given different analogies. But there's one point that nobody ever wants to touch, which is, like people have said, oh, the Africans were not smart. They said the Africans were not smart. Is that the question here? Is that true? Let's find out. Or maybe the Africans that were in the Congo were operating by one set of rule, which is, okay, you came, we're friendly to you. This is how they interacted with strangers, with other people. And slavery was part of the culture. So I would assume that's why they gave slaves as gifts. Mind you, people, I'm not speaking of today's mindset. I'm speaking of what already happened, what the culture was. So we cannot really say, try to, pin them in terms of today's mindset, because these people didn't think like you and I. So we're speaking in hindsight, what we know now, because this is already played out. But now, when that happened, the Portuguese themselves, when they discovered, quote unquote, Brazil, Mexico was opened up, because mind you, this is trade, the United States, because slaves didn't arrive here since till like 1619, the first recorded one in the United States. But mind you, Mexico, they started bringing slaves there after 1522, when Cortez conquered Mexico, quote unquote. He conquered Mexico. They started bringing slaves to Cuba, Brazil. So these slaves were coming from, guess where? The Congo. Big business. The Portuguese would leave Portugal to go to the Congo and say they are there as Christian missionaries. And they see how lucrative, being selling humans was. They would become slave traders themselves. There was a time they shipped so many Congolese to a point the place got depopulated. Afonso, their king, who accepted Christianity, wrote to the king of the Portuguese to tell him that you are depopulating my territory. You are corrupting my people with European goods. Because you see, those people were operating in traditional Congolese African way, their culture there. They were not exposed to the European goods. But once the European goods were introduced, they became corrupted. Different factions started popping up because, like some chief is somewhere, because some chief has his own village. He could just go and raid other people and sell them to the Portuguese and get European goods. So eventually that's what happened. The Portuguese king replied to Afonso and said, "You're telling me there isn't that many people there. But my people are telling me there's tons of people in that territory. People, there's a reason why I'm telling you this story, because this story keeps playing about the Congo. It keeps playing. We fast forward, right? They dealt with the Portuguese first. Remember this. Majority of slaves they brought, they are from those territories. The place they call Congo is a vast land. You know, um, back then it even includes places like Angola was part of this territory. So we fast forward, we come towards 1884. But prior to this, Belgium is a small, tiny European country. See, this is the thing, people. I want to specify the names of the countries and we look at the timeline because that would prove, what should happen afterwards, because we would have to establish if these countries we are about to mention, if these countries should owe the Congo and other African countries, other African people. We look at what happened, if it's fair, if it's an act of war, act of bloodshed, where you look at a group of people and declare them as inferior. You see what they have and you say, I am high and mighty. This belongs to me. You don't know what to do with this. This is what happened, ladies and gentlemen. This is what happened in the Congo. This is the story that was swept under the rug. They don't want you to know about this story. One man, the king of the Belgians, King Leopold II, the man we're going to discuss today. King Leopold is from a tiny little country, Belgium, like I said. Belgium had just acquired their independence back in 1833. It was a country that was once colonized by the Germans and then French. But there's three groups in Belgium. They speak three languages: French, German, and Flemish. They have the Flemish people there. So there's a class system. You have the Germans and the French are above, and the Flemish are the lower class people. But long story short, Belgium was demoralized. Small little country, they needed a king. So King Leopold was eventually declared the king of the Belgians. King Leopold is related to the Queen of England, even the royal family. He's from the royals and German, because the royals are also there. They have German background. They're related to that. So this would bring everything to play, make the connection for you to understand why this story was swept under the rug. This is not just some ancient story. The people who are related to the individual we're discussing are still in power today, ladies and gentlemen, are still in power. So King Leopold, he becomes the king of Belgium, and he came a little bit too late because kings didn't have much power when he became king. Kings didn't have much power. They were moving towards parliamentary, where the parliament would have power. But colonialism was coming into play. The British had colonies, the French had colonies, even the Spanish. So back in those times in Europe, not that long ago, the explorers that you hear about, Diego Cao, Henry Motley Stanley, David Livingstone, Mungo Park, those explorers that you hear about, they were the celebrities. So to go and exploit unsuspecting people, because the world wasn't as vast. So you're just chilling in your territory, right? Some Europeans show up and say, we discovered this place. They say, we discovered this place. Or they say, we're here to look for the source of the Nile. the source of the River Niger. Mind you, because you see, the River Niger already had its name. The Mandinka speaking people call it Bafing. That's what the name was. But they gave it the name River Niger. So the Europeans wanted to find the source of the Niger. But Congo also, they wanted to find the source of the Congo River. So since being explorers were celebrities back in those days, exploring was a big deal. So David Livingstone left on a voyage to go explore Africa, East Africa to be specific. But he disappeared. Back then, especially West Africa, was called the white man's graveyard. The white man could not survive the malaria, the malaria there, the animals. So it wasn't easy, but they needed people Europeans who were able to go deep into Africa and see the source of these rivers, because that would mean they would be able to travel with their ships to enter Africa and establish a market. Mind you, before it was only what was brought to the coast, which is, slaves, gold, ivory, hide, wax, exotic animals. They were shipping these things to Europe. Okay, but the discovery of America, the New World, now the trade shifted to human beings. After that, now they needed lands to hold on to. So instead of shipping the people, they want to discover and see what the people have, what they have. So an explorer called Henry Stanley Morton, who was born in England. So this guy, he had a hard life. He was somebody that fought in the American Civil War. He's a rare species. He's a rare person. He fought on both sides of the war. He fought in the Union side and on the Confederate side. So this guy was just a hustler back then. Young men would jump ship from England, from several ports to come to America. I'm speaking of, this is around, the 1860s, mid 1860s. But this fella eventually, like, he jumped ship as a teenager from England to America. He fought in the war, gained some experience. Now he wants to explore, because they wrote in the newspaper who is going to go look for David Livingstone. But at this time, another man was interested in acquiring his own colony. Who's that man? King Leopold. King Leopold wanted to buy his own colony. Why am I telling all of you this story? Because you see, it was other governments, Britain, France, the Spanish, who would colonize these places. But now, this guy, he is a late comer in the game, and his country is a tiny little country. They are not that powerful. What place can they conquer? They cannot. He looked for territories to buy. The British were not selling. The French were not selling. He looked towards several different places to buy. He wanted to buy. Think about this, people. Are there people today, white people, who have enough money to be able to buy some of these African countries? Yes, indeed. And it's always existed that way. So as long as they agree with the deals, they don't even have to talk to the Africans. This is what you have to think about. So now it would look like, okay, you are being friendly to somebody and you don't even know this person. Okay, you've never met the person, and they've declared, hey, you're fair game, whatever you got belong to them. All, you are no longer a worry for them. You are not the person that they're worried about. But now they are only worried about the other people that they deal with who don't even talk to you. So as long as those people agree that your house, let me give you an example, your house belongs to those people, guess what? Now that's his house. He has to figure out a way to take over your house. And you are not even going to get anything out of it. That's what happened in the Congo. They sent Henry Motley Stanley, who, when he said he's looking for David Livingstone, and he to look for the Congo River, he found the place, but he never found Livingstone. This man, when he went back to Europe, passed through Europe to America, he became a celebrity, very well known. So King Leopold, in his desperation to look for a territory, wherever he looks, there's nowhere to be found. But now he knows one man whose story he read in a paper. This is this Henry Motley Stanley, who have been to the Congo. So now he reached out to the Portuguese because, mind you, I told you, 200 years prior, the Portuguese were already in there, but they abandoned the Congo. Okay, they abandoned the place. So there's no ties, but the Portuguese are still laying claim to it. So, long story short, this explorer eventually they've became acquainted with the king, who's Leopold. He sponsored his other expedition. At this time, they wrote out documents. They wrote out these documents, meaning these Congolese chiefs and kings on the coast are relinquishing ownership of the Congo territory to these people. But these chiefs don't even know how to read. So mind you, you're a Congolese king or chief back in those days. This idea of complete strangers being, just because they brought you some paper, they are taking your territory, it's not even a reality. So I want people to understand this. I know most might want to think in terms of today, but that, that concept, it wasn't a thing to the people they are going to meet. Anyways, King Leopold drafted this document. They took this document, went to the Congo, and they had this kings sign. Like they put X's. They are giving, gifts. So the Congolese people, the royalty, those people, they are thinking that they are just signing a treaty. It was normal for different kingdoms to, have treaties, and these Europeans, they brought European goods and alcohol, whole 9 yards. But mind you, at this time, the Congolese, they saw the Europeans as gods. Mind you, they thought these people were from God's people. Because the first ships that came, they came in contact with the Congolese people. The Congolese people started shooting bow and arrows at them. And the Europeans fired back, with their cannons. The Congolese used to call that, the the machine, that makes thunder. They believe these people were from God. They call them Vumbi. They believe these were the people that used to occupy this land, and they've returned to get it back. Because you know how people believe that ghosts are white, right? So the Congolese people back then, you gotta remember, the world was tiny, so the Europeans were a little bit more advanced. They had ships, they were manufacturing things. It was they thought it was magic. Because when they fired their bow and arrows at the Europeans, and they fired one cannon, it was so loud, their soldiers just scattered and ran away. They've never encountered anything like that. Okay? This is what the truth is. They were not exposed to it. Look, I read in this book where this guy, Henry Motley Stanley, little guy, you guys know there's a device that you can have in your hand, right? Shake someone's hand and they would be, like you can shock them. So the Europeans, in order to maintain that God concept in the minds of the Africans, because they, mind you, this is around the Industrial Revolution, around 1884. So they would bring those devices. You would see a little European shake hand with the African, and like they will shock them. Like the African is huge, but they are not exposed to this technology in the Congo. They will shake his hand and drop to his knees just to show that they are powerful. So because Africans there and even in other parts believe in magic. They believe in magic instead of reality, right? So so they were naive to the reality. So these people sign the X's. That's all Leopold needed, the document. Now he has to convince the United States. And at the time, there was a senator named Tyler Morgan from, from Alabama. This is after the Civil War. So he was one of the people that wanted Black Americans to move to Africa so bad. That's what Tyler Morgan wanted. So he was very open to the Congo idea, because now that would mean Black Americans can be relocated to the Congo. So, mind you, Tyler Morgan gave a speech in the Senate. I want to tell you some quotes how serious this man was. He said, "Do you know what these people can do to our women?" He said, "You give them an inch, they take a mile." He said, "Just look at it. They are barely free. Look at what they are doing. If you give them total freedom in this land, our women are not safe." He was more obsessed with what the Black men can do with the women. You can literally go read this speech. Some of you, this might sound funny to you. Go read this speech. This speech is in existence. But that man, he was a big time Black hater. He wanted, so he was open to the idea of Black people moving to the Congo. So, so Leopold, sensing that, mind you, they have what they call, lobbyists. They've always had these lobbyists. So King Leopold had his lobbyists, and Henry Stanley Morton, the explorer, he himself was passing himself off as American, but he was English. So all this, fake Indian stuff, you guys have heard about $5 Indian. Look, people pretending to be Indian, the blacks that you see doing, they are late. White people have been doing this from memorial. There were white people pretending to be American, right? So to convince the American Senate, to convince them about approving Leopold to be in charge of the Congo, to go there and civilize the savages, bring them to Christianity and trade with them. This is what he sold. He didn't sell that he was going there to enslave them. Slavery was supposed to be over. Remember this, okay? It was illegal to enslave the blacks. That's what they used to say. So this man, King Leopold, convinced this senator and the US president. They approve of Leopold. They gave Leopold the blessing. But it was a trick. Leopold had no interest of allowing Black Americans to come to the Congo. Mind you, the Congo was his investment. So at this time, this is around 1884, many Black Americans knew how to read and write. They had their own newspapers. They had their own journalists. That's where George Washington Williams, you guys remember the man that I referenced yesterday? So Black people in America, there were some who were interested in moving to the Congo. Mind you, now they've sold this idea to them. They are like, okay, fine. We want to send our own journalists, our own people. Mind you, the white people had their explorers. Now the Black people, they have their journalists to go to check it out. But the intentions are different. King Leopold, he wants to exploit the natives of the Congo. The Black Americans, they feel they are relocating back to their native land, one of their native lands. George Washington goes there. He finds out that King Leopold is over there enslaving the people. You see? In fact, he created a slave colony. He's over there abusing the people. Look, you would see 2 Belgian soldiers, people. This is sad. I've read where they would bet, like $5 each with their rifle because they are bored, right? A Congolese would be on the river, doing their thing, moving, paddling, and they would say, I bet you $5 I can hit him from here. This is a human being. They would bet $5 amongst each other and shoot and kill the Congolese just for sport, chop off people's hands. So this was going on there. So George Washington Williams comes. He was the first one to send telegrams. They had telegrams back then. He was the one that wrote about what was happening in the Congo, the Black American. So he had to report to Black people in America about what's going on. But you see, King Leopold had lots of money. He started fighting this man, but he didn't die there. Eventually, King Leopold would be exposed. That's why we're able to talk about him here today. But long story short, the Congo was handed over. African king of the Congos. They signed the document. And in this document, what was written? They said they accept King Leopold as the king of the Congo. They gave away their sovereignty. He tricked them. They used their own gangster law against an innocent people. This is why I believe this story needs to be told over and over. And Belgium owes the Congo because of the atrocities that happened there. So I'm going to show you a nice compilation of a video that someone put together, and it matches what we're talking about here. Just to give you a brief understanding of the picture I'm trying to paint here for you. So I'm about to play this, and this is fair use, and we will come back after this video.
Called the Democratic Republic of the Congo. It is a vast place with lush forests, vigorous rivers, and incredible riches such as gold, timber, uranium, cobalt, diamond, etc. These natural resources have inspired a most unnatural history of greed and violence. For over a century, the Congo has been haunted by the memories of its past. While other African countries have come to terms with the history of exploitation and colonization, the Congo continues to relive the unshakable legacy of one man, King Leopold II of Belgium, whose ventures cost the lives of some 10 million. I'm your host Shirvan and welcome to Caspian Report. Sometimes our videos get blocked because they are deemed hazardous. You can bypass such national firewalls by using NordVPN, which has over 5,000 servers worldwide and applies a no-logs policy. Just go to nordvpn.com/CaspianReport to get 70% off the 3-year plan and use the code CaspianReport to get an extra month free. For centuries, the Congo River Basin served as a borderline separating the regional African powers of Congo, Luba, Lunda, Anziku, and Misri. These indigenous powerhouses acted as patrons to smaller client states, and they frequently traded slaves, spices, and other goods with Arab merchants and Portuguese explorers. It was a balance of power that was ripe for exploitation. In Europe, the wheels of
So you hear about the Arab exploitation, right? So one of the things King Leopold, what he sold to the Europeans was he wants to go there and fight against the Arab enslavement of the people. Because you guys, I'm sure you've heard of Tipo Tip, right? Tipo Tip was a half-breed Arab, he's a half Bantu and half Arab. They have those people around in that Swahili area. Tipo Tip had 35 wives and many other concubines. So he was like king in that area. So Tipo Tip was in, King Leopold appointed him as his representative there in that region, between the Congo, Uganda area, because that's where Tipo Tip used to operate out of. So what he did there was wicked. And I think all of you should know about this.
industry began to turn, and with the Industrial Revolution came a new
See, Kwesi, it wasn't like a all-out war as you're putting it, because yes, they tricked them, because these people came with the plan to wage war on the Congolese, and the Congolese didn't expect it. They didn't see it. One can say they should have, but they didn't. But let's remember, they did not conquer the entire territory, because there were other tribes deep in the Congo, in the rainforest region. Remember, Congo is a vast region, and many other tribes fought against, the evil that entered their land.
demand for materials, including rubber, a strategic resource then monopolized in South America. The post-Napoleonic nationalist fervor that swept across Europe and the economic downturn of the 1870s resulted in the abandonment of free trade for protectionism. The great powers of Europe turned to Africa as a means of balancing their trade deficits.
People, did you hear this? So Europe had to turn to Africa because they need the raw material, as they do today, right? So when I open the line, I want people to give their point of view, why they think that is. Is it because the Europeans' God is mightier than the Africans' God? Maybe that's what one is. Or maybe they can think better than Africans. They have a different agenda than Africans do. Because I've never heard of any Africans who planned to go conquer a European nation. Maybe those European nations don't have anything the African nations need. Some might say it's because, or maybe the Africans were weak. But you have to remember, around 1884, the machine gun was introduced, and the machine gun was king. The people in the Congo, they fought, but they had bows and arrows. So that is their bad for not having the guns. So with the machine gun, they didn't need many Europeans. Only few of them can take a bunch of Congolese down. But that's not where it stopped. They also recruited other Africans, even captured slaves to bring them from other regions to subdue the Congolese. So, yes, it's not like they just laid down. Once they found out, once they caught on to what it was happening, they fought. And that's the war that continues even today.
Around the same time, developments in medicine overcame the tropical diseases that had previously closed off Central Africa.
FB and Nigel, you're absolutely right. People from war cultures will dominate those who are not. Um, but again, these people, though, imagine, mind you, they were slave traders. So to capture slaves, you have to conquer them. You have to conquer these slaves. They're not just gonna say, "Oh, take me." You would have to fight against territories because that's how slaves were acquired in from Africa in many regions. It's not like these people just came and they're like, hey, we're gonna take you into slavery. It's like, here, sir, take me. No, that's not what happened. In most of these places, fierce wars were fought. These people were casualties of wars, prisoners of war. Majority, that's what they were. Even though some were, you know, found guilty of other stuff, but the majority were prisoners of wars. Um, so that was going on in the Congo. Maybe they were not used to European warfare, and that's a fact. And the simple fact, mentally, even seeing the white people as gods, right then and there, they have been defeated. And this is not across the board in Africa. Some people might say, but when they got to the Congo there, yes, they call those people, they thought they were gods that returned. Some call them ghosts, Vumbi, because you see, Congo is not just one tribe. There's several different people. They did not conquer all of them. Let's remember that, because they have the pygmy people, right? So you know how they would chop off people's hands in the Congo. This is the story people know about King Leopold. Mind you, King Leopold himself, he's never stepped foot in the Congo. He's just some European king who's ambitious to get his own colony, and he feels like, hey, I don't want to deal with parliament, because they were introducing parliaments in all over Europe, like what we see today. Even these countries in Africa, you see, they are European creations. But this man was obsessed with power. He wanted to have his own territory, his own place where no one can tell him what to do. And Congo came into play. To you and others, or me, we might see him as an obsessive, sick man, but he was power hungry, and he was gonna get that territory by any means necessary. So when he got the Congo, he declared the Congo and its people, the trees, the birds, the air, everybody there, anything, as his property. That's what he declared. So therefore, he was deemed to do whatever he wanted. But the story that he sold to Europe, because he had money, it wasn't like this era social media where you can take pictures and send things. If you've got the money, you can dictate what the newspaper writes. So in Europe, he was a hero because He was in, quote unquote, in the Congo, civilizing the savages, bringing the Africans into civilization. But now let's find out if Europe during that time, are they guilty of what happened in the Congo? Did they turn a blind eye to it? If there were public displays of other humans putting another humans in the cage and declaring them to be zoo animals, all this has happened. But I'll let the documentary paint the picture for you. Mind you, this happened not that long ago. This wasn't that long ago. Remember that.
Armed with new antidotes, weapons, and insatiable hunger, European explorers rushed to claim the interior of the Congo for king and country. King Leopold II of Belgium, a constitutional monarch and a keen entrepreneur, sought to use the Congo's high natural occurrence of rubber to overturn the South American monopoly. In 1876, the Belgian king launched the International African Association, a rubber and ivory export business operating under the disguise of humanitarianism.
So you guys have heard of Dunlop tires. So Dunlop, when he's the one that discovered the inflatable tube, what they use in cars and bikes today. So when he discovered that rubber can make that happen, and guess what place had plenty of rubber trees? The Congo. And who was in charge of the Congo? King Leopold, the man who declared himself king of Congo and never stepped foot there. Now that made him wealthy and made Belgium wealthy. It pushed him to enslave the people of the Congo. I mean, you will see, this is an era when Africans or black or whatever you want to consider yourself to be, but if you have the pigmentation, you're from Africa, majority were considered, I would say, subhuman. You read this in European books. You hear, Europeans used to write this in their newspapers. Hell, they've put black Africans from the Congo in human zoos. But you have to remember, the newspaper, people like King Leopold, they used the newspaper to shape the thinking of the ordinary citizen because they give credibility to the news. It's not like these people, ordinary people themselves, are like, oh yeah, these people are subhuman to us. No, that's the picture that was painted. So therefore, if you and this person, you live in a different civilization, you don't understand one another. So just because you declared yourself superior, now, since you can't understand what this person is saying, oh, therefore, whatever they're saying is gibberish, they are subhuman. That's what happened when the Europeans and the Africans, especially in the Congo region, came in contact with one another. So now, if you want to steal from somebody and be free of whatever guilt comes with it, you would have to declare yourself as superior over that person, as the rightful owner of what that person possesses. So anybody that's in their way, see, King Leopold needed those people in the Congo to harvest the rubber while selling false stories to Europe and America, we should say. So it was a real genocide that took place there. Before you hear about the Holocaust, the Rwandan genocides, all this, Congo, we're talking millions. We're talking millions. But everywhere you turn, they want to tell you about Germany. Hitler this, Hitler that. That goes to tell you the Europeans, they probably still, they don't consider the Congolese genocide as even genocide. That is, if they consider those people to be humans to begin with. This is something that should be taught, and they should teach this in school and say, hey, you see what a criminal European king did to a black African country that he has nothing to do with? He robbed, stole, killed, and took whatever he wanted from them. He pillaged their wealth. It wasn't a fair trade. He came with a plan to destroy them, destroy their civilization, made them destitute, poor, poverty stricken. Yes, although maybe, yes, their culture wasn't perfect in other people's eyes, but it is their culture. They are not imposing it on anyone else. That brings me to this question: can a nation be wealthy as, let's say, America, Britain, these other countries, without exploiting other countries, like attacking other countries, stealing from other countries? Is that even possible? Look at the history of all the countries that are considered wealthy, even the United States. Where did they get their wealth from? Somebody has to pay a price. And that's what King Leopold did. Because Belgium by itself, what do they have? Think about it. But Belgium became the diamond center of the world. That's where people come to sell their diamonds. Where did they get all that diamond from to start the trade? Look, I get it. It's one thing to say, I went, I was smarter than this person in trade, but it's exchange. They were not smart enough. Fine. You could make that argument. But that's not the argument here. Is somebody coming in, putting you at a gunpoint and robbing everything, everything that they need from you, even your blood, turning your life upside down. That's what happened. Let's just call it what it is. I get it. Sometimes, as some people go, oh, some Europeans said what happened in Congo is bad. You don't think we know? We read the books and we're seeing it. And rightfully so. It was other Europeans who came against King Leopold and put you know, his wicked reign to a stop. But even if that happened, I think it's still important for us Africans, other people, to know about this and to see where the genesis of the war that we see in the Congo today happening. If they need humans for slaves, Congo has to provide the bulk. If they need natural resources, Congo has to provide it. Have you noticed the pattern? Did you guys know a bunch of, during slavery, the area called Congo today, Angola, all those regions, they provided tons and tons of slaves. And today they are providing natural resources. When the inflatable tire was discovered, Congo provided tons and tons of the resource, the rubber that is needed. King Leopold became wealthy because guess what? He was getting his his product for free. For free. All he had to do is send his soldiers over there. Those soldiers go there, kidnap people's families. That's how they force the people to go into the thick jungle to harvest the rubber. So they kidnap someone's wife, right? Or their children. And they say the only way you're going to see your children is if you go and bring this amount of rubber. This is what went on there. So let's not make any mistake. I understand people, even people, think about it. This is coming from a guy who you guys have heard me say some countries in Africa needs to be recolonized. This is coming from a guy who have said that, but is pointing out how foul the Congolese situation was and it still is. Europe wants to turn a blind eye to it. But yet, they've passed laws where you could say certain things about certain group of people and you were considered a hater. Should they have a Congophobic legislature, a rule because of what Europeans did? This should happen because after you hear how many Congolese lost their lives, this is just the people that lost their lives, not the people who imagine they've maimed, chopped off their hands, left in poverty, destitution, destroy their way of life. Hey, these people did not just get up and destroy their own life. That's not what happened. Oh, God in the high heavens or wherever strike them with lightning. It was done by the hands of a white king, white men that went to Africa. Did you guys know it was a thing during this time? Like a white man going through divorce, like they had soldiers from all over Europe, even some from America. Congo was the place to go to become wealthy because every rule goes. The white man was God. They had the shiitake, meaning, they had these whips made out of the hide of hippopotamus. They would lay down grown-up Congolese and whip them, sometimes to death, for not obeying a white man. So when people say certain year, they declare and say slavery was over. Was it? I understand this didn't happen all over Africa, but it sure did happen in the Congo. And we'll look into other places where even in Namibia, they had concentration camps. So sometimes I wonder, I'm like, why are they pushing certain stories? They want you to be sympathetic towards certain stories, but yet when it comes to blacks, Africans, the story shouldn't be something that you should care about. You shouldn't even, it's not a big deal. It was a long time ago. It was a long time ago. That's what they tell you. But you look at the people of the Congo. Do you think it feels like a long time ago? No, because they are still suffering from it. Let's continue.
At the Berlin Conference of 1885, Leopold was awarded the Congo on the condition that the resources be open to international exploitation. The entirety of the Congo, which was 75 times the size of Belgium, became a private possession of the Belgian king and was dubbed the Congo Free State. The territory, however, was anything but free. Leopold's ownership accelerated the process of organizing the trading outposts of the Congo into a corporate state with a private military. Initially formed with officers from the Belgian army, the Force Publique filled its ranks by recruiting African mercenaries as well as by abducting people from nearby villages or by purchasing slaves.
So they didn't just conquer it by themselves. They brought African mercenaries from other places, even as far as, West African countries into the Congo to force them in what they call the First Republic. Because the Congolese people were fighting but also they need outsiders to subdue, the natives there. So sometimes that's why the Pan-Africanism thing is confusing. So you see here, the Europeans understand these are, yes, they're all black, but they're different groups of people. We bring them from different territory to subdue these other people here. And that's what they did in the Congo.
Slaves. The largest provider of slaves was the Sultanate of Zanzibar. Since the arrival of Arab slavers 3 centuries earlier, the Zanzibar Sultanate had expanded its influence throughout the Congo with a series of satellite states.
The Sultan of Zanzibar, they are referring to Tipu Tip. Tipu Tip, the man with 35 wives and several, many other concubines. So I see, like Kwesi said, Tipu Tip was full blown African, but I've also read where they said he's half African, half Arab. But it's possible because in the Swahili area, they had black African slave traders like Tipu Tip. But Tipu Tip was the man. He controlled this region. So, mind you, at this time, slavery was supposed to have been over, but it was still going on in that region where they were trading the Bantu people. Tipu Tip himself is Bantu. Okay? He was interested in slavery. King Leopold had a completely different plan. In Europe, mind you, he's selling to Europeans that he is in Africa to stop the Arab enslavement of the native Africans. So Tipu Tip and his crew, guess what? They don't read that newspaper. They don't know what the Europeans are talking about. So you kill two birds with one stone. While in the meantime, he was working with Tipu Tip. Tipu Tip had no clue about what was being said in Europe. He has no idea. But long story short, the man is in the business of making money. So if someone brings a proposal, guess what? That's what he would go for. He needs he needs money. He needs wealth to take care of his 35 wives and the concubines. He needs that. So if you go that route with 35 wives and concubines, you might need to sell humans to make money too. But let's continue.
At the time of the scramble for Africa, Zanzibar had established significant commercial interests in the eastern Congo. For the Free State, however, Zanzibar was a threat. It didn't take long for the rivalry to turn violent. In 1892, hostilities broke out between Leopold's mercenaries and the Zanzibari Arab slavers, with the former masking the conflict as a humanitarian endeavor to end the slave trade. 2 years into the fighting, the Congo-Arab War resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of Congolese and the permanent expulsion of Zanzibari influence from the contested area. Having secured its borders, the Free State was organized for maximum profit. Company officials created a central crown territory bordered by many smaller districts, each sold to a foreign private export company, such as the Anglo-Belgian India Rubber Company.
Did you guys hear that? So all these companies all you're hearing meaning money, wealth. Okay, people, you've also heard me say, look, when Africans talk about resources, what would they do with it? There's no value to it, if the Europeans did it. I bring these arguments because I want to hear if you've thought about this. It's not that I'm putting you down, because I'm telling you the reason why people want to exploit you and control you is because of those minerals. That's what the war is about. Have you ever thought about what me, could do about it? But you see, I have to be the bad guy and point it out so you can think about it. Not just say, I have it and therefore I'm wealthy. You're not wealthy if you don't have if you can do anything with it. But now, if someone comes, they know what to do with it, cool. I have what you need. I'm going to sell it to you at a fair rate. But just because the use you have for it, I don't have it, that for it, you would have to put a gun to my head and take it for free. That's a no. So even though I'm saying if it wasn't for the Europeans putting value on these minerals, we won't do what they're doing with it. That doesn't mean I'm saying they can take a gun and forcefully take it from us. That's not what I ever advocate for. But this is what happened in the Congo. Forcing people, you know, is pretty much highway robbery. And in the process, you know, doing whatever you want with them. So that's slavery.
To meet the demand of European shareholders, the companies utilized all means available to them, however cruel or inhumane. International buyers such as Dunlop Rubber and Goodyear Tire became indifferent customers of an increasingly ruthless corporate machine. The central government in Boma randomly set rubber quotas for each district, often without taking into account the available workforce or natural yield of the area. Meanwhile, villages were forced to provide workers to the companies as a form of taxation, with a refusal to do so resulting in the village's destruction as well as the mutilation of the residents. Dismembered limbs, bodies, and heads were used as public displays to terrorize the locals into submission.
If you've never seen or read a book called The Heart of Darkness, you should. It was staged like it happened elsewhere, but it's real. It's about the Congo. What happened there? Go check it out. The Heart of Darkness. Um, it's an old time movie, and they have book. You know, they also have a book on it called The Heart of Darkness. So you know how something is so gruesome to a point, you have to become a ghost writer. Some people become ghost writers. Um, the story might sound like it's fictional, but it's real. The person have to become a ghost writer because how can they explain their own participation in things like that? So that's how gruesome it was.
Another routine method to encourage labor was to abduct family members and force the workers to repurchase their loved ones with rubber above the set quotas. In some cases, even where the quotas were met, workers would find that their families had been murdered regardless, while those more fortunate were shipped to Belgium to populate one of Leopold's human.
So you guys see this, right? This is human zoo. Leopold clearly. Look at what he did. He created a human zoo. So back in those days, the Congolese who were lucky were the ones who they didn't chop their hands off or send them into the forest to go harvest rubber. Hey, the lucky ones were the ones that got sent to the human zoos. Can you imagine that, people? Just think about that for a minute. You, a human, full grown human, another human sees that, hey, it's fitting to stick you, as an exhibit in a zoo so people can come and watch you. I know you can't imagine it, right? Well, that's what happened. That's what happened. That's why the story of Odom Banger, that this is from the territory, Congo. They brought him, put him in a zoo in New York, in the New York Zoo. Black people, black people protested about it and got him out of the zoo. But in 1933, he was already depressed. It's 10 years later. He shot himself in the heart. King Leopold is the man who introduced that, putting Africans, Congolese people in a zoo as his exhibit. This man has dark visions. Because if you look at his history, he himself, mind you, the man that his sister was married to, Maximilian, he was a governor in Mexico because they wanted to, conquer Mexico. They had the Mexican rebels they were fighting with, who eventually captured him and, shot him in a firing squad. His wife went crazy, Carlotta, who is King Leopold's sister. So King Leopold came from a very, very, sick, twisted, demented family. Even though they are royalty, his sister went crazy because her husband, he got shot in the war in Mexico because the white people went there, tried to colonize the Mexicans. The Mexicans formed a rebellion and they captured the governor, lined him up, and he said, "Hola, muchachos," and they shot him. He shook everyone's hand prior to shooting him. So the only thing King Leopold had to live for was to do whatever he wants in the Congo. He wants power, and that's what he focused on.
Zeus. To minimize expenses, proper equipment was scarcely provided. Instead,
Amelka pointed something in the picture. Yes, there are black people in that picture here. I'm glad you caught that. Right there. You guys see? So I'm not sure if they are part of. So those are the elite Africans. These are the ones that worked for Leopold. Mind you, they have to bring them to communicate to the zoo animals, quote unquote, the humans. As you can see in the first public, it's not like they are all Europeans. They have Europeans in charge of an all-out African army, and they give them orders on what to do. They brought these people from different territories. Some of them are slave soldiers. They bought them from other regions or captured them and brought them to the Congo, a completely different territory. And they gave them power over other people. But it's interesting. As you can see here in the picture, they have some of the African people here who were brought to the zoo to take care of the quote unquote the people. I don't know, people, just think about how sick this is. Think about this for a minute. You are just walking down the street, downtown, you see a sign, they're talking about, hey, Saturday we have the human exhibit. We got us some new Black Africans all the way from the Congo. We are going to be showing them in the zoo. Like, just imagine that. Exactly. So, even if you're curious, you show up there and you see these Black people here, these Africans, are part of watching the zoo. Or maybe they're the zookeepers to communicate with quote unquote the humans there. This was what the world was like. So Black people, wake up and see reality. Not too long ago, this is what was going on.
Leopold's human Zeus. To minimize expenses, proper equipment was scarcely provided. Instead, at the pain of the whip, the Congolese were often made to harvest rubber with their skin. Those who refused to comply would be subject to, or were to have their families subject to, beatings, torture, rape, or execution. In the company of death, the prized possession of the Free State soon earned the name Red Rubber. Modern weaponry was provided to Leopold's militia only on specific terms. All cartridges were to be accounted for, and for every cartridge expended in execution, the victim's hand was to be provided as proof of execution. Soon enough, severed hands were provided to excuse labor shortages.
Did you guys hear that? So you would see this in many different European areas where they colonized, conquered the areas. So what they would do is they would use those same people, their customs of what they honor as winning a war, or they would just maintain things that are gruesome. So even the pygmies, right? You would think, okay, the pygmies, they are not, for the pygmies in their hierarchy, they are all equal. They do not have like a king who's over them. Everyone is their own leader. So they are relatively peaceful, but that doesn't mean that they cannot be vicious. They do go to war. And for the pygmies to show that you've conquered an individual, it's just like some of the native tribes to bring in America to bring scalping. So with them, you chop off the hand. This was common in the Congo. And you would see in movies where they would show when a king is about to eat or walking, everyone have to bow their head down. The Congolese, they were doing that to themselves. They were sacrificing human beings. This happened in many of these primitive kingdoms. But King Leopold, his military, they used that tactic and maintain it amongst the people and made that the thing for you to prove that you've killed the people or capture them for work. To prove it, you have to bring a severed hand. Imagine you gotta go get someone and chop off their hand. So if they cannot bring people, force people to come to work, they have to provide hands as proof that they've tried. What do you think happened? How many people's hands do you think they chopped off? So now you're put in this situation. Either you provide hands, chopped off hands, or your hand is going to get chopped off, or your head, and you have guns. You're all dispatched. There's no cell phones. There's nobody communicating this. Exactly, that's what happened. So innocent people, children, they were chopping off people's hands like no tomorrow. There was a time in the Congo around this time, chopping people hand chopped off became a style there. Why did I say it became a style? That means you've survived. You've survived your head getting chopped off and being put on a spike. This is why I say read The Heart of Darkness or watch the movie. You will see exactly what I'm telling you.
Or to shorten one's period of forced labor. The demand for dissected hands then inspired a new black market, whereby villages would be raided by local officials for the harvesting of hands. Among the mercenaries of the Force Publique emerged a system of organ trading and cannibalism, cultivated in part by the Free State authorities to inspire terror and obedience.
Did you guys hear that? They even practice cannibalism. So, if you look at it, probably this Force Publique people, these soldiers they brought, these are not the people from the Congo, mind you. They brought these people from other parts of Africa, probably, like Nigeria, West African region. They brought them to terrorize these other people. So that's how they conquered it.
For the millions of Congolese, their homeland had turned into a living nightmare. Entire communities, drained of their most able-bodied workers, ceased to exist. Villages were abandoned and a whole generation of children was left to starve. With no new generations to pass on the knowledge, the traditional systems of farming and trade that had existed for millennia across the Congo collapsed in a mere decade.
Did you guys hear that? You see how the Congolese became more impoverished? So the productive adults of their society were completely destroyed, ravaged. The young ones, who was there to teach them? No one. They lost their ways. What's the next move? Put them in quote unquote European schools. This is what happened in the Congo. Completely destroyed their way of life.
Crop rotation was replaced with a network of rubber monocropping, which degraded the soil and resulted in widespread famine. With millions of refugees going about, diseases ranging from smallpox and sleeping sickness to syphilis and gonorrhea increased across the area. In some districts, dysentery and malnutrition alone would cause the deaths up to 60% of the population. The demographics of the Congo was so radically altered that Lingala, a language previously confined to the mouth of the Irubu River, emerged as a common tongue. Imagine, for instance, how drastically one must alter the demographics of France and Spain for Basque to appear as the primary language. That is essentially what happened to the African interior. Under the jackboots of the Free State, the pursuit of profit had cost the lives of between 10 and 20 million Congolese.
Did you guys hear this? So, in the pursuit of profit, some say 10 million, some say up to 20 million Congolese have perished. Mind you, it's not because they just fell out and died one day. That's not what happened. A complete stranger who isn't even from there, a white man, a European, who saw it fit that he can just go and declare that place as his own territory, and everything and the humans, anything in that territory belonged to him. So the people that fought, those who didn't fight, indifferent, you guys heard, up to 20 million, 10 to 20 million. How come they don't make documentaries about this? But you go on Netflix, go to different places, what do you hear? Oh, what happened in the Holocaust? Is the Holocaust more important than 20 million people? It is sad, right? Look, it's not about, I'm not saying, oh, you hate other people whatsoever. But it is mind blowing to know that not that long ago, in Africa, in the Congo, a complete stranger forced himself on these Africans and murdered up to 20 million. And the world just doesn't care. And prior to that, the other Europeans, what did they do? Capture those same people from those territories, sold them into America, Brazil, different places. And then centuries later, you go back and take their entire territory and the wealth that's in that territory. That's what happened. It's mind blowing, but it did happen, and the carnage continues. Because look at the Congo. Did you see the first the public, the people? It is black faces, right? With the guns. But they were under the command of white Europeans. So today the difference is they're not under the command of the white Europeans, but the people who the white Europeans trained. So the job has been completed, but the carnage continues. Just look at the Congo. Just look at it.
with the consensus being 10 million. The region was mutilated beyond recognition. For the Free State, however, business was booming. Congolese rubber came to dominate a third of the worldwide rubber market. In 1888, during the early years of the Free State, profitability was recorded at 260,000 Belgian francs. By 1905, the wealth had ballooned to 47 million francs. With this newfound wealth, King Leopold, who came to be known as the Builder King, was able to provide for urban renewal throughout Belgium. Not everyone in Europe pretended not to notice the atrocities taking place.
It was black just solely. Yes. In fact, that did happen in several of their regiments, where that's why Congo has so many rebel factions, because some of these people, some of these groups did turn the guns on the Europeans. That was very common there. They used to do that quite a bit. They would turn the guns on the Europeans and desert and form their own rebellion. Um, yes, some of them have done that quite a bit.
In the Congo Free State, but attempts to bring public attention to them were met with a well-armed propaganda machine that slandered activists into public isolation or in some cases suicide. Nonetheless, in 1908, under domestic and
Have you guys see this picture here, right? All the conscripts are Africans and the Europeans are the ones in charge, and they promote like maybe one black person. So now if you look at it, yes, the command is coming from Europeans, few Europeans, but now you got to fight against other Africans. That's what happened. They dispersed these Africans, other African soldiers with the guns to go in and do the dirty deed under the command, just like it happened with the Nazis. See, people, this is why, when evil comes, when evil consumes the land, it can turn brother against brother, sister against sister, child against father, child against mother. That's what happened. Completely got people, devoided humans, completely devoided them of their humanity. But they want to, in Belgium, in fact, I was watching a documentary. I was disgusted by it. I was very disgusted by this documentary. And here's why. I'm watching this documentary. They call it the first the Legion. So these people, they are the veterans. Veterans of where? They are heroes, veterans of war. Because Leopold was considered a hero in Europe because he brought rubber, he's bringing entertainment, all these things that he's stealing from Africa, stealing the blood of the Congolese. He was considered a hero. But up till today, they have the people who are the veterans. I mean, not like I'm sure there are people that praise them. For what? This was soldiers, quote unquote, who are marching every year to celebrate their deeds in the Congo. So after hearing this story today, imagine people who have been given medals, now some people who are old, they are talking about what they did in the Congo to the Congolese people. Mind you, this wasn't a fair war. It wasn't a fair war. It's like sucker punching somebody who didn't know you from anywhere. Creeping up on them with your plan, you show up, bang, bang. And now you calling yourself a hero. And you guys march and celebrate this every year. They are honorable people. It made me realize. I said, it's crazy how This is why don't celebrate everything that is pushed to you, because you could be celebrating your own demise as a holiday. These were men who were young in the Congo, shooting, killing, chopping off Congolese people's hands. I mean, just because they could. And now they are heroes. So, some of these countries that you don't even think about, you're not suspicious of these European countries, like Belgium, if you look at what they've done in other parts of the world, you would be disgusted. And that's what you're seeing here. One little tiny European country. I know some are going to say, oh, but it's their king. But the country is benefiting from it. When they took the colony from him, they were still benefiting from it. They didn't say, oh, you know what? We caused this for these people. We destroyed their way of life, the way they used to farm, the way they fed themselves. It was us, our greed for wealth, that caused this. Imagine, Congo was the hustling ground for many young Europeans who want to be heroes. Because, back then, around 1884, Europe was relatively peaceful. Relatively peaceful. So, to declare themselves as heroes to see action, guess where it is? The Congo. Imagine the best battlegrounds for you to become a hero. The best battleground would be where your opponents can't shoot back at you. Imagine that. Hey, look, everyone is a champ when you're hitting a bag in the gym. Okay? So that's what was happening in the Congo. These people had no weapons. So unemployed Europeans, Americans, as long as you're white, you can sign up, make tons of money to go in the Congo, to go subdue the quote unquote the savages. It's hard. This is crazy to even think about it. But we gotta talk about it, people.
Foreign pressure, Leopold eventually conceded his private colonial hold to the Belgian parliament. The king then spent the last years of his life destroying any evidence of the abuses of the Free State.
Did you guys hear that? He spent his last year, trying to destroy any evidence. And guess who King Leopold is also related to? The Queen of England and other monarchs in Europe. All these people are related. So as long as they're the ones that dictate and tell us what the story should be, we would never ever know stories like this. But this is what happened. They've killed up to 20 million Congolese people. Why aren't they talking about it? Yes, Amilcar, I've seen people destroying Leopold's statue. But what is that going to do? That's not going to change the condition in the Congo. How about they start with, Belgium returning, most of that wealth they acquired from the Congo. That would be a fair start, don't you think? Because it was an act of war declared on an innocent territory. You see, the Congolese didn't ask them to come there, right? They did not ask them to come there. They showed up on their own and declared war on these people. For whatever reason. Oh, they're the darkest, the black people. The black people don't deserve to have their own country. They don't deserve to have this wealth. Therefore, let's destroy what they have here. And then decades later, we can just say, these people are lazy, they are poor, destitute, disease-ridden. We're coming to save them. In the meantime, you've already lied and said you're coming to save these people when they didn't need any saving, but you brought calamity and carnage to them. That's what they're facing today. So therefore, Belgium, I don't know. Do you guys agree with me that Belgium should return what they took from the Congo? I'll open the lines in a little bit. If anyone disagrees with me, let me know. Or if you think it was fair play, King Leopold prevailed as the man, even though he sucker punched the people. You don't believe that, he did anything wrong. Still, your opinion would be welcome. Or if you believe what he did was monstrous, he's a devil, this story should be unearthed and Belgium be held accountable. Or maybe, what did you learn? Understanding that people that look like you and me, not even that long ago, could be put in a zoo. I would want to talk about that as well. So let's continue. You can write down what you want to talk about when you come in.
To a certain degree, it worked. For almost a century after his death, Leopold was remembered not for his brutality, but his great construction works. As for the Congo's rubber, it was eventually phased out when the compound was introduced to South and Southeast Asia. By then, the Congo became an area of irrelevance. So much so that when the country gained independence in 1960, only 30 Congolese had graduated from university nationwide. Moreover,
can you imagine that? Millions of people, a territory that's 10 times larger than the Belgium. So now you brought them, you want them to play your game. But at independence, only 30 people out of millions of people, only 30 people graduated from college. That's crazy, isn't it?
since the Congo had been plundered so thoroughly and its people had lost an entire generation, knowledge of traditional farming and trade was lost. The Congolese had to import most of their basic necessities. As such, the newly independent Democratic Republic of the Congo.
So this is common around Africa. Okay, people, ask yourself, right? Prior to not just the Congo, even other African countries. I mean, for some, coming in contact with white people was a come up. But for places like the Congo, they fed themselves. They did everything on there for themselves. Yes, they had, they sold slaves when slavery was rife, but their land is blessed. They did everything on their own. So today, just like many other African countries, they are handicapped. Their way of life has been destroyed. They cannot produce. They have to rely on imports. So you've seen the history. They've completely destroyed them. How can they revive what they used to be? That's something to think about.
Was burdened with more debt.
The cure, he said, I wonder if anything can be done about Goodyear. I'm glad you raised that up. I'm gonna touch on that. That's something that needs to be highlighted since they benefited quite a bit
Than any other African country. The lack of organization, whether in education, agriculture, or public institutions, as well as the high sum of debt, sealed the fate of the country. The years following independence were chaotic, with one secessionist war to the next. Eventually, in the 1990s, the country returned to its familiar pattern when warlords regained power amidst a series of regional conflicts. What was once red rubber became blood diamonds, and conflict minerals such as timber and cobalt. In a cruel twist of fate, the wealth of natural resources has never allowed the Congo to escape the horror of its nightmare. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian Report.
People, you've heard that, right? I'm going to drop the link here. I want to invite people in to have this discussion. And if this is even your first time hearing an in-depth story about the Congo, by all means, call in and let me know what you think. All thoughts are welcome. So I have the link in the comment section. Hit the link, come in, stick with the topic, and let me know what you think about this Congo situation. We have Dr. K in the house here. Dr. K, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Yeah, welcome. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear. So, Dr. K,
Nice,
from
nice.
what you've heard so far about the Congo, are you familiar with King Leopold?
Yes, I'm very well familiar with this guy.
You're very
Um,
much familiar. So what he did in the Congo, do you think, okay, are you saying, oh, it's survival of the fittest? He can just go in. Oh, this is just Europeans, you know, feeling like, okay, Africans are subhuman. Whatever they got, we're going to go get it. The floor is yours. Like, what do you think about everything?
hmm. Yeah, so this is an interesting one because on one hand, yeah, I do think that Africans need to get to the mindset of the future that the world is survival of the fittest.
Hmm.
We need to stop projecting our own morality from our own cultural philosophy that every life is valued. Because if you look at Africa, we still have many kids. We still see the village raising the child, at least in an abstract way. So we project this to outsiders that they couldn't possibly go to the extent of evil as this. And whenever
Right.
we're presented by evidence, we simply put it under the rug. Then we go back to our white Jesus narrative and say, we love
But you
everyone.
see, but this is prior to the
Hmm,
people being introduced to white Jesus, though.
true.
So first, they brought document that they put the X on to relinquish power to a foreign power. They didn't know this. They thought it was just um they were just signing a treaty, which was common, which was normal. They would
Right.
give gifts to each other, right? From one monarch to another. But the Congolese didn't realize that they are not seen at the same level as these white Europeans. So it was before white Jesus. So if it's before white Jesus, do you what could you attribute this to? Is it the nature of the people, the African himself, or is white Jesus? I'm glad you brought white Jesus. But is
Okay.
it the
That's a
mindset, nature, or because the white Europeans relied on white Jesus and white Jesus prevailed? What is the issue with the Africans?
okay. Very good point. And I'm going to use another example that is the same story but different outcome. So I believe actually in Congo's case, they just didn't have a highly organized government system.
Mhm.
See, the British tried the same thing in again my mom's tribe, the Buganda people, but they couldn't do it because they were highly organized. They understood the systems of government,
No, but
and
the
also
Congolese,
go
the
ahead.
Mani Congo, they were organized though. Yes,
Not
the
in
territory
go ahead.
was too vast, but
Right.
they were organized.
But they didn't understand duplicity. So when the Italians tried the same thing in Ethiopia, right? They said, okay, let's have a treaty. They wrote it in both Amharic and also in the Italian, and they tricked them. So the Ethiopians actually saw that there was a trick happening,
Right.
and they actually managed to not sign the real document the way that they wanted to be signed. So that level of duplicity and nature wasn't in the Congolese. They just sort
The,
of accepted what
they
was
were
in
the
front of them.
Congolese are they are unlettered.
Right.
They are unlettered. So, but then again, right? If you're the ruler of a place, because like someone said, yes, white Jesus was there before Leopold. True, but that tradition died, 200 years prior to King Leopold coming to the Congo. Yes, we know he had like someone like Alfonso who was a Christian and he read the Bible. So you would think the people know that reading something was important, but that wasn't a thing in that culture. So now, do you think that can exonerate, let's say, somebody like King Leopold, which I think he's a criminal? Do you think a criminal that took advantage? Do you think he just look at Africans as subhuman, that he can own them, or he was just driven by mere greed to see that, hey, these people don't know what time it is. I'm gonna take advantage. What do you think it is?
Okay, so I'm gonna give a slightly controversial statement. I don't think it was King Leopold that was in charge of this thing. I think it was the Belgian state. You
But
see, if you
the
look at
Belgian state
the
came later, became in
right,
charge later. But
so let me explain why.
he established this.
So let me explain why. See, you see, the way it's established is conveniently that Belgium doesn't take blame for this, but it's all on the sins of King Leopold. So
Right.
if it was actually set up that way, then the whole government wouldn't take on the blame of what's happening because it was all under this one man as opposed to the state. So I'm actually thinking that this is something a little bit more uh, clever that was actually done by a lot of the statespeople to put the sins on Leopold instead of the Belgian state.
Yeah,
Because right
but
now, if you right, go ahead.
he the okay, I get what
So
you're
it's
saying.
true,
Let's say that's
right?
that's factual, that's true, right? But how can they explain after they found out that King Leopold, this is what he committed in the
Mm.
Congo? In fact, they were gonna try him. There was a writer called Ed Morel who was writing about him. The only reason, quote unquote, he didn't continue is because the First World War came around in 1919. So what if, okay, let's say what you said is true, right?
Mm.
So when they took the Congo from King Leopold because of his atrocities and the Belgians government took over, what was that about? The atrocities and the siphoning of Congolese resources. How can they explain that part?
Yeah. So with that part is, it's like a scapegoat. The concept is there in history
Wait, what do you
because
mean a scapegoat?
okay, so King Leopold is a scapegoat. The government knows he wants to take this place as his own free state. They
Hmm.
know that the money will come back into Belgium, regardless whether it's his pockets or the country's economy. They know that the money will be back to Belgium. They allow it because they know in all Belgium will actually succeed. They don't probably account for the atrocities, which I do believe is on King Leopold and his people, his men, his associates. But I
Okay,
believe, go ahead, yeah,
okay, Africans, right? As far
right.
as what I've laid out, even for King Leopold to insert himself to be the ruler of the Congo, the documents were falsified, and the people he presented it to could not read. They already masterminded and planned it out, right?
Hmm.
So at this point, do you think there's anything any African or Congolese, anyone can trust as far as like what you're saying, like let's say that's what's going on. Should it even matter what the Belgian government would say? Like, does it even matter? Like, who was responsible, who isn't, whether it's King Leopold or Belgium? Do you think this should matter to Congolese or any rational person, for example?
Hmm. um, I think for people to learn a lesson and to make it stick, someone has to take the so-called blame.
But King
So I do think,
Leopold fake he did it through lies. So already we've established that he went to every land to acquire
Right.
the Congo. He lied, he falsified documents. So therefore now we can only look at, because let's remember the Africans in the Congo, they did not, give consent to this. You cannot say they are a fair participant in this. They were tricked and forced. So that deal cannot be honored. Would you agree to that?
No, I disagree with that. The Africans in Congo consented to it by not fighting back and
No,
winning
they
the war.
they, they did.
They didn't win. They lost. So they consented. I'll explain what I mean. I know it sounds crazy,
No,
but
no, no, no. It doesn't. I'm willing to hear, and I'm sure people
yeah.
want to hear.
So unfortunately, there was no such thing as Congo at that point. I mean,
Right.
at least not the Democratic Republic of
But
Congo.
but the Congo was a kingdom, an
Yes,
African kingdom.
that was slightly more to the west.
N-
Sorry,
n-
east.
no, but what
It's
I'm
still
saying,
same region. Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
it was a kingdom, right?
Yes,
So obviously, when the Europeans came, they knew these people had their own courts, they have their own king, they have their own governmental system. They already knew
right.
this,
But
right?
okay, so let me ask you a question. Why is it that they were not organized enough to have an organized several military attacks against this invasion?
They
Because
did.
if you allow,
They did. The part that you said they lost, that is true. Yes, they lost, but they did. In fact, did you hear the part where I said when they first came in contact, they shot bow and arrows at the people, at the Europeans, and the Europeans fired cannons at them. So they were not familiar with this. You see? So are you speaking on the principle of survival of the fittest?
I'm speaking more on the principle of honor. When the Japanese were attacked by the Americans, they fought to the death, to the point where Americans basically had to use a nuclear weapon to win that war. It was a war of attrition. The Japanese never gave up. The
But
Somalis
they all have the
also never
same.
gave up.
They both have the same awareness and capabilities. That was in the
Okay,
case in the Congo.
let's use Somalis as an example. Somalis were attacked by Italians, the British, so many different European tribes. Now they fought to the death. Now they were colonized in the end, that's true, but they never stopped fighting. The issues that I see with a lot of some of these other interior African countries is they just allowed themselves to be subjugated. I don't
Wait,
agree with
wait.
allowing yourself.
Explain. When you say allow, right?
Yes,
Okay. Let me ask you this. So a king has his court, his kingdom,
correct.
right? And another king comes as friends. We're
Mm.
friends, right? So you're not, it's not like you're giving consent. You're coming as friends. This is normal. No war between us. But you've already had a plan to come and attack me and take what belongs to me. So unless you say that is because unless you say that's something, hey, it's okay for them to do, but we cannot, like, either you say that's okay to do, but we can't turn around and say the Congolese kings were weak, or they are similar to the Japanese as you're trying to put it. It's not the same thing. The Japanese
So,
were in a war. They were already in a war
mm,
declared on both sides, right?
right.
There was no war declared between the Belgians and the people of the Congo at the time. They
But
totally
they've
ignored their sovereignty, but they were a sovereign state.
Right, but let me give you the context here why I'm saying this. The Congo, at least the western, eastern, the side which is next to the port, those sides, that side was actually came in. The kings would have had the history of the European missionaries who came in and then pretended to be missionaries and then enslaved people. Because Congo was one of the slave coasts of the transatlantic slave trade. So
You know
if they
what?
knew the history of
you
this, and they
hold on.
still don't learn from this, there's something very wrong with this, with the way they
I
interacted with
understand.
Belgians.
I understand, but it's not. See, it's not a lettered language. Remember when the Portuguese came that time, okay, because the Congo is a vast territory.
Mm.
So in Africa, you would see where some history, a lot of things took place around the coast. The interior are not even aware of it. There's no way of communicating that. So over time, because we're talking after over 150 years, so it would they didn't have a school system to teach what happened when the Portuguese came. I get your point, where that should have traumatized them for them to learn.
But the kings would have needed to have known this because they traded with the Swahilis and some of the other coastal people. So I don't see how the kings wouldn't have known. Okay, these people come from with ships. They are not good news. We need to be careful. Have some ways to protect ourselves. That ignorance or that perpetual ignorance that I keep seeing in Africans up to today. I was in a conversation yesterday in a panel, and do you know what people are saying? They're saying Chinese are not coming to help us. Of course, they're not helping you. They're here for their own needs, for business and capitalism. It's that mindset that I keep seeing in a lot of Africans, whereby they see themselves and others on this equal moral footing, and they don't learn from basic facts of history. And I think that is unfortunately what happened with Congo. But in Ethiopia, it happened differently because the kings there were more educated, perhaps. They understood that these guys are duplicitous, and they studied the way that the war was happening.
But those are
So
lettered societies. Ethiopia, Somalia, I can where things are preserved. The Congo is not like that. But I like your argument, the point that you're raising, because okay, I brought up the fact that okay, they are unlettered, but even after we became lettered, many Africans still don't know about this or operate to avoid situations like this if it's brought up. So your argument can kind of stand. And why do you think that is?
Uh, can you repeat which part do I think
As
is
far
why?
as even today, many
Yes.
Africans, even after reading, understanding, even most Congolese, they don't know about this.
Hmm.
So I'm saying, do you think people are just blocking it out? Or because I'm guessing they never collected the data, the information to be able to be leery about this. So are you trying to argue that the Congolese king must have known about this? Is that
Yes.
so you
I
think
argue
you're arguing that they must have known and they recklessly just signed over their territory?
either recklessly or from their own. They come with gifts. They come with letting you have this small territory there of several thousands of acres of land. Will leave you alone there. it- it's the same age-old story of even modernity today with politicians who are given money in
Mm-hmm.
order to exchange and selling resources for chump change. I don't think it's any different. And of course, what I really do think is happening here is that I believe that the Jews, or the so-called Jews, when they were, turned into gas chambers, they have in their own little religious book that they are the chosen ones, that they will rule over the earth. So that put them in this togetherness. These Africans over here are worshiping some foreign god that looks nothing like them. So all they can do is, oh, we're all the same. In order for them to be somehow religiously stuck together, they can't just say, you know what, some of these guys from the West have this evil nature inside of them. And every time they interact with us, especially when there's resources in the midst, they're going to act with brutality. And that's exactly what's happened today in Congo
So
with
so
they want to be together as opposed to just accepting reality that some of these guys are the devil in in sheep's clothing. They don't want
okay,
to make that assertion,
from what you're saying, right? So do
right?
you think, because I've said that, okay, Belgium, if they want to show that they are sorry, Belgium owes the Congo because they declared a war on a foreign land that didn't know what was going to happen without even writing that there's a war. They just, it's an attack. Do you think Belgium owes the Congo for pillaging?
That's a good question. Um, it depends.
Depends on what?
If the Belgium had reasonable doubt to believe that the Congolese kings knew what was happening as their leaders, then I think that is legal. But if they didn't really
No,
understand the,
no,
go ahead.
but we've already known what had happened, right? So with what been said, and it's proven that King Leopold used deception, cunning games, atrocities, and kill up to 20 million people.
Mm.
It wasn't a trade. It wasn't a fair trade. So with that happen, so if someone comes and steals from you and you become conscious of it, if you want what was taken from you, would it be fair for the person to return it?
Yes. So in this case, if let's say King Belgium was the protectorate of that region of Congo, he did commit crimes by killing his people that serve under him without justification. So under Belgium law, actually, he is guilty of everything there, and yes, they do deserve reparations because yeah, he unjustly enslaved people, and slavery was illegal in Belgium at that time. So he unjustly enslaved people and killed people. So under Belgium law, he has committed a crime, and yes, these people should be having reparations.
So what about on the Congolese law, like the human
I don't think
side
there
of
was Congolese laws at that time that were written, so I don't think that matters.
it?
And
Okay,
today's
I hear
laws
you.
are irrelevant. Yeah.
Okay, all right. We have Olimi. Olimi, welcome to the show. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my
All
God,
right. So
my mic was
Olimi,
on the whole time.
Olimi,
Sorry.
everything you've heard so far,
Mm,
King
yes.
Leopold, um, going to the Congo. I mean, not himself physically, but you know the story, the atrocities that were committed there. With
Mm.
everything said, do you think King Leopold had the right to go there and conquer that territory, enslave the people, take its resources, and Belgium shouldn't be held accountable? Go.
Absolutely not. I mean, look, human beings do fight and conquer, and this is human nature to expand one thing, right?
Mhm.
Um, okay, but the way and what he did was absolutely horror. Right now, I just watched the end of the video, and I do know the history of how he treated the Congolese people. It is it is so it's a nightmare, and of
Mhm.
course these people need to get paid. Belgium has to pay for what they did, and that sad part is Afrodamos, that history repeat itself.
Right.
And I'm afraid that this history is going to repeat itself, and this time it's going to come from the east. And this is what I'm afraid of, because um, look, Africa has not learned from the past, and we're just living and repeating the same mistakes, signing shitty deals, stuff that we have no idea what it is, and we are in a big trouble. And this is my fear for Africa, is that this history is going to repeat itself.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah,
So, but
and
do you think that's possible in this modern day
oh
that
yes,
some
oh
country
yes.
would just sign over like it happened in the Congo in 1885, 86?
Oh yes. Oh yes. You know why I say oh yes? This is
Mm-hmm.
look, we don't know what these people are signing to begin with, right? These
Mm-hmm.
so-called who are like now the leaders. We don't know what they're signing, but what we know is when you are taking and money that you know that you cannot pay, right? We have seen what happened in Uganda, where they just seized the airport, right?
So this airport thing, Ugandan, I think a minister or whoever. That's not the topic, but he
No,
came
it's
out
not.
and denied it. But
No, but
many people have been talking about what you're saying.
mhm,
So if there's smoke, there's fire sometimes, most of the
mhm,
time. So
mhm.
yeah, you're right.
No,
That's a good example to give, where
exactly.
instead of taking the whole country, you take it by portions. Taking
Yes.
important strategic areas, because maybe China is doing it differently. This is why I bring these topics, because I want people to build the connection that these things have happened in the past.
And it will repeat itself if if we don't learn from it, and we seem to not learning from these things, and we are signing deals, and we are just taking money left and right that we cannot pay back. And once the payday is on and you cannot, they will enforce, they will come with force, and this is going to repeat itself. This is what I'm most afraid of, you see, and Afrodamos. And the thing is, our people are here just blaming on each other and complaining. That is not going to help, sitting and complaining. And you know what they're gonna do? The first thing they're gonna do is just to take another African nation and attack you with those African nation.
Yes,
Sadly, it
as
happened
you see in the
before.
Congo. Yes.
hmm
Hmm.
Sadly, it happened before. And you know what? The Second World War, what African people who were fighting for European, like they will do it. That's the problem. That is my fear, is this, that is going to happen again. And of course, the Congolese should get their reparation. And also, here in Germany, they have a museum, and under that museum is full with skulls from Africa, from Namibia,
Oh, really? Yeah.
full of
For
skulls,
the
heads.
concentration camp.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Germans, they were cutting people's heads off and just sending here to research on them. So we have like people, skulls full, like under this museum. There's so many skulls from African people. It's disgusting. Until today, these souls are not resting. They're just under a building. You understand? These people never saw African people as a human beings.
Yes.
You don't do this to a human being, you understand? You
Hmm.
just don't do it. If I don't see you a human being, like, just like I'm slaughtering my sheep. You see, that's exactly what these people saw for the African people. They did not see them as human beings. That's why they could have gone done with whatever they did to the African people, and they all wrote it about it. It's not hidden. They wrote about it, they talked about it, how they did
Yeah.
not saw
It
us
is. It is.
humans.
It is. Yeah. It's.
Yeah, yeah, it's not hidden history, right?
Yeah. Many
And
people are in denial about that. So that's, it's like, it is very
exactly.
well documented. The problem is one thing for the person to see you as one something, but what matters is how you see yourself is going to determine how you're going to respond to that. And
Listen,
Do you
unfortunately,
believe?
that didn't happen in the Congo.
no,
Do
no,
you
no.
believe
Somebody was
Africans are
saying,
human beings?
can you wait a minute?
Hold
What?
on, we will
Excuse me?
come to that. We will come. So
Wait. So
we will
somebody in
come,
the comments,
guys. Dr. K is asking you, do you believe that Africans are human beings?
what is that for a question? That's disgusting question. I'm not even gonna answer that question, to be honest.
No, no. I
But
mean,
listen,
wait,
no, but that's
Kaiser.
horrible. Of course
Hold
they are
on,
human
Kaiser.
beings.
Kaiser, you don't believe that Africans are human beings?
I believe that I know why the white man believes that they're not. It's
Oh,
because you
oh,
see, a sheep or a cow is a dumb animal. You just lead it to the slaughter every day, and even though it saw its mother dying, it still just walks there happily. The African, according to his history, is exactly the same. I see where they're coming from. I'm not saying I agree. I'm just saying I see it.
so you
Yeah.
don't agree that so you believe they are subhuman?
I think that they have issues when it comes to seeing reality, and they project their own ways of seeing things, and they are a little bit dumb, like dumb animals. They just they're led to the slaughter every day, and they don't complain about it. They don't fight ways about it. Yes, I do think Africans in general attribute behaviors that is characteristics more to animals than people who can make free
So
choices that
so
is not
so
repeating.
so do you believe that, like, if the white people want to take Congo again like they did before?
They already
Right?
have. Right now, World Health Organization wrote a list of all the American, French, German companies that are benefiting significantly from Congo today. From all the, you see, the black people in Congo today are acting the same way they acted before. They're
Right.
fighting each other over stupid tribal wars, while these European countries, as well as Rwanda, is literally taking on the mineral resources. Congo is the richest country in the world when it comes to cobalt, coltan, copper, and other minerals that your phone, this whole stream cannot
Mhm.
operate without. If they were
Right.
just simply stable and they simply cut off the rest of the world, and I'm not talking about uranium and other, literally, they could be ruling the world. Instead, they're a bunch of damn animals and they're in the exact same situation that they were in before.
I'll let only me respond to that,
Oh
and then
my
tribal
God.
African will come on it. Go
Yeah.
ahead, only me.
Okay. Oh my God. I am not standing with this guy. This guy is just too.
You- you-
He's just too. What do you say? I don't have a word for you, Mr. Dr. Kaiser. Oh yeah. uh, Listen, I understand where he's coming from, where that people are not fighting and where the people did not give in. Somebody also said, how many hands does he have to be chopped off before people react? Which is a valid question, right? How many people have to die before the nation react? And this was not the whole. I don't think the whole I mean, the whole Belgium went to Congo. This was just few soldiers who went to Congo, right? um but to say that they are animals, whoa, I don't agree with that. That's too harsh. No.
Okay. So, tribal African, the floor is yours. Tribal African, what do you think about King Leopold's deeds in the Congo? And also, do you agree with Dr. Kezo that the people, the Africans, technically you can't even consider them human? Go.
Well, the house truth is that I'll partially agree with Dr. Kenzo. Okay,
Okay.
there's something you call like like supremacy. Every
Mm-hmm.
race of people want to show the rest of the world that they are the great. That is European imperialism.
Mm-hmm.
If they were not doing that, some other people would do
Well,
it.
so it's a
So you said
vacuum that needed to be filled.
yes.
So
If you
so so
sell
so
yourself,
Dr. Kezo is laying it out according to
that is
what
harsh. It's,
is
yeah,
harsh, but is
that
survival of
is
the fetus.
that is the fact. I'll tell you the truth.
Okay.
Today, I believe that Africans are not only enslaved because of the benevolence of good white people. You know, you get
So
that.
so 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 do you
We are
think,
only
what
saved
about the
because of the
Congo? Do you think what happened there? King Leopold, he committed, crimes against humanity. Oh, he
yeah.
had the rights to come there to get the things that he got from there, because the Africans, like you and Kezo are agreeing, they were not going to put these resources to good use, therefore
Even yeah
holding it
if,
from humanity.
yeah, even up to now, what has changed, bro? What has changed up to today? Not only in Congo, in all African countries. I would give you an example. Okay, what Africans, what we eat, like our staples, we've got no like plantations for things like that. The biggest plantation in most African countries are goods they export to European countries. If you look at it, like in Africa, we eat like rice, tubers, cassava, but we don't have any industrialized agriculture for things like that. We've got the biggest plantation for banana, is for export. We've got the biggest plantation for cocoa, is for export. We've got the biggest plantation for cotton, is for export. The biggest plantation in Africa is still for European goods. You understand what I mean? So we have sold ourselves
So
as
so
this
so so do you
really.
think Belgium owes the Congo for what they did in the Congo? Should
Well, it
Belgium
is
be
not.
held accountable for what they did
Well,
in the Congo?
okay. Who can hold Belgium accountable? It's only they
Well,
themselves. It's
well,
only
well,
it's
well,
still
well,
it's still
well
the.
let's hypothetically, let's say, because the discussion starts from a place, right? When they had the
Yeah,
1884-85 partition of Africa, there was in Africans at the table talking about
of
any
course.
of this, right? They
Yeah.
decided all they need is the consent of other Europeans agreeing with each other. So
Yeah.
so now we have the consciousness of how they operate. The world operates in a globalized form, right? So now
Well, that's
we
what
have the
that,
awareness. We have the awareness.
that's
So for
that's
simply
what you
having the
think.
awareness,
Yeah.
okay,
That's what you
let's
think.
look.
What I would
Let's
say is, we have the
wait, wait,
awareness,
wait, wait,
you,
wait,
me, and
wait,
most of these
wait,
panelists,
wait.
because yeah,
So that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay. So you are saying that simply it's only the few that have the awareness and
good,
the majority don't. So
exactly.
therefore, it's not going to
Don't
be enforced.
don't see. I'll tell. Yeah, of course, we have this awareness because most of us we live in Western countries. We see how they operate. You go to Africa right now in these villages. There's still people that can still be enslaved as they did in the 18th century. I swear to God. They're
Okay. So
still
do you
living
agree
in
with
this.
that?
They're still living in this really dumb mindset. To For
Hmm.
each, like, okay, for Europeans to sit down on their table in 1881 1884 and decide, let's go and colonize these people. They have sent their explorers. These people have gone around
Hmm.
Africans and see
And
how they
seeing.
live, and they compare that to themselves, and they say there's no way these people can really be normal. If you look at Europe 1880 something, you look at Africa 1880 something, it is just still like day and night. They've proven that, well, we are better. We can deny it, we can say no, we are better with your dad, but they've proven to be like really, really intelligent and powerful. They
So
went
so
over there, exploit Africa, and said, you know what? These people have all these materials, all these minerals, but they don't need it. If we don't take it and use it for the bet of ourselves and for the world, they're just going to sit on it. Even up to today, it's still the same
oh
because we
man.
don't have values for
Okay.
the things.
Okay.
We don't have values for the things we have. Other
So
people say the
okay.
values.
Okay, that's fine. But okay, like from what you're saying, right? Don't you think it would have been fair for King Leopold, even though he knows, right? Okay, they found value in this to fairly trade with the people like they've traded in other things than rob them and destroy their lives just because the people there are not thinking at what quote unquote higher level as the Europeans. Do you
That's
Well,
like
protecting
no,
power,
no,
isn't it?
no, no one is
huh?
gonna say King Leopold did something good. Okay, no one is gonna say King Leopold was a saint. What he did was horrible. But we can't expect to for people to have pity on us. John,
No, I'm not I'm
we
not
don't
I'm not
expect
looking
people
for
to
the
have
pity.
pity. Oh, please
I actually
don't
like
hurt
this.
us. Come and help us.
Huh.
Do you know what I
We
mean?
have enough of pity on ourselves, though. We always whining about these things. We have already, but Ferdamos, the video, right? The
Mhm.
video you just showed. Did you see how many black men were standing there with weapons?
Yes,
Could they
Of
not
because
course.
just turn that weapon towards these white men standing there and torturing and killing
several
the
of the
people?
troops several of the
Even,
troops have done that, where this is why they had factions from
but
since
in
that back in
you
those
know,
days.
In Asia, right? In Asia, they just stood up
You
and
mean
start
Haiti?
killing
But
the Haiti.
Haiti is a bigger,
You know,
it's a smaller country, and their
yeah, but
condition was the
still, I
same.
don't think the whole continent. I don't think all Europe was there. I think it was just few soldiers who were there. You understand
Yeah,
what
But
I'm saying?
well,
And
they
I
had
think,
superior weapons.
yeah,
and
they had the
no, but
machine gun. It's not the
listen,
Yeah,
same.
yeah. You
no,
can
no. I
fight
mean the
people with got machine
no,
gun
but
with
there was so. Did
spears.
you not see the soldiers standing there with the weapons? There was black soldiers. I don't know now if they were Congolese or
All
foreign
Kikuyus
right.
fought.
soldiers.
Kikuyus
Okay,
fought
let's.
with just the weapons that they had, and they won the war and they freed Kenya. So
No,
if
no.
Kikuyus could do it, if the Somalis could fight and hold off the Italians and British for long enough, why couldn't these guys here who had weapons? I see this animal mentality, unfortunately, where we just stand by
Man,
and we're so
hey,
afraid of
Dr.
death.
K.
Okay, let's
No,
allow
no,
how we are to respond. He just came in, and then we'll have two Nigers here. How we are. So
The-
you've seen the video, and now because it's about whether these people are justified in seeing the Africans as inferior. Where they, because now I'm seeing is so Dr. K believe there's a justification, tribal African also they are, but only me is leaning on a different, differently from it. So you, Howie, H Block,
Yeah.
what do you think about what you're hearing and what happened in the Congo?
For first, man, I want to say congratulations to Cameroon for beating Ethiopia in the African World Cup.
Whoa, yeah, yeah, 4-1, 4-1. Yeah,
For,
yeah,
For
yeah,
one, man.
yeah.
Hey, shout out to
Yeah.
Cameroon,
We're
man.
the
You
we
know,
are the
I'm
big boys. We're the big boys in the house. Yeah.
absolutely as Somali. I'm always rooting for Cameroon, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Against
thank you very
Ethiopia.
much. No. But Somali never goes to African Nations Cup. I don't know what the hell they're doing in their
Hey,
country.
we will one day,
we
right?
by
Just
the
give us
Arab
time,
League.
bro.
We play by the
Ah, you
Arabs.
brought Arab again. Yeah.
Yeah, we play with the
Hey,
Arabs. Yeah,
first, man.
Yeah,
Afridamus,
that's the
those.
easier side to play with.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't know,
absolutely.
but yeah. Anyways,
okay, so Howie, go for it.
Yeah, so Dr. K, Afridamus, you were asking me if the Europeans seen the Africans subhuman. Of course they did.
Yeah.
They wrote books about it.
Hmm.
They had people from Congo displayed like animals in zoos in New York.
Right.
Like
I
they
showed
didn't
that to
think
them.
these people were humans at all. And also they also had skulls that they measured to prove their point, but it was falsified skull. They took cause like usually men's skulls are a little bit bigger than women, so they
Right.
compared white men to black women to make their point, saying we have the bigger brain, which is absolutely ridiculous and false.
So do you
You know?
think King Leopold in Belgium owes,
Yeah,
the Congo for robbing, stealing, enslaving, and just totally pillaging them? Like Dr. K believed that
absolutely.
Leopold won the war. He had the superior weapon. So he believes it was an act of war, but they won. So what do you think? He said it's survival of the fittest, and the Africans
Now,
need to wake up so that this doesn't happen again.
no, see what Dr. K is forgetting is he's comparing to Horn Africans to Africans from the interior. So he's forgetting that Horn Africans had access to advanced weapons. They converted to those religions earlier than other Africans. I
Hmm.
think Somalis were the first one, other than Arabs, to convert to Christianity. So they were provided weapons by the Arabs, by the Ottoman, and the same thing with the Ethiopians. They had advanced weapons to fight the Italians because they they had weapons from the Portuguese. They
They
were
had
allies
contacts with the Europeans.
with the Europeans earlier than the other Africans. So that's not a fair comparison. You can't compare the same situation, the Horn Africans and the interior Africans, because interior Africans, they were ambushed, like they had no idea what was coming.
Right.
And the reason they did it is because, of course, they had advanced weapons, and also they were paying other Africans sugar to make them in their team, like they paying them sugar as money. But what I was gonna
Umbrella
say
as
is like,
well.
yeah, all those stuff. But like your question, going back to your question, do they owe Congo reparation? Absolutely, 100%. What they did Congo, I don't think that happened anywhere else. When we talk
Hmm.
about the Holocaust, there was only 8 million people that are died in the Holocaust, and the King
Some say
Leopold.
six. This is in the King Leopold. He was
Yeah,
tagged with up to 20 million. So it's a
yes, but
significant number. Why do you think they are sweeping that under the rug? They don't want to
because
talk.
they don't want to take responsibility. And even Germany just recently accepted responsibility for what happened in the Holocaust and start paying the Israeli reparation money. So, like, Belgium
Namibia
does not.
somewhere.
Right, absolutely. So Belgium is responsible for what King Leopold did. After all, he was the king of Belgium, and I do believe that they owe the Congolese money. Uh, they owe him
So you don't
apology.
believe, you don't agree that it's survival of the fittest. So it's a
No,
no. Okay, let's
No,
have
no,
Two
no.
Niger also, chime in to this. Two Niger, y- can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Two Niger, you're very much aware of King Leopold's atrocities in the Congo. So I see, like I described it, I said it was an act of war. One king attacking a sovereign nation, a nation who isn't aware of what happened to them. But I said they extended the hand of friendship, but we all know what happened, right? But Dr. K and tribal African believe, Dr. K said, it's survival of the fittest. Africans, they didn't learn from like the previous slavery that happened prior to King Leopold coming. So therefore, the Africans would never learn, even after this. So he sees it as survival of the fittest. Can you touch on that and also what you think if Belgium owes the Congo as well?
Who's the Congo? Um, I think at the base of it, they are right. Obviously, if you fight and try to compete with another group and they defeat you, survival of the fittest, isn't it? That's the name of the game.
So you agree with Dr. K?
On that point,
Okay,
particularly, yes.
okay, okay. Keep going.
So, obviously, the way this whole thing happened is a bit of a shameful episode, but I think it started from the fall of the Songhai and the Mali kingdom. When they fell from the north, it became a free for all for the
But
Europeans.
Tunaya, that was a war. This one wasn't a war. This is an intact kingdom. They came in, they got them to sign this document on the false pretext of a treaty, you know, and they lost their territory. And
See, the thing is, our people. You see, I don't even understand where to do. You see, when people say some of our people, if this is exactly what happened, then they say our people are a little bit gullible. I call it that's ineptitude in terms of being able. They are not very clever when it comes to finding out threats and
It's called
knowing
being a
where.
dumb animal to
Yeah,
Niger.
knowing where they
Don't
are.
give it sweet
See,
words.
see, it's not about this thing because remember the Mali kingdom spotted the threat. No, it's not about that. But the
Yeah, they
others
were not dumb animals. Even the
didn't
Arabs
learn
know about
enough.
the Malis. They
See, you
said
have
that
to
the
see.
blacks
See,
in Mali were educated and they were well learned, but the blacks in the interior
Yeah, because
were not.
it's because of
they were
Timbuktu.
not
Yeah, I
used to
want
talk about
just
threat. They were not used to talk about
Tuna,
threat.
just sorry for cutting you short there. Something I've noticed, like in Africa, I think Islam protected a lot of African nations. Most of these African
What?
nations that were Islam, that were Muslim, they had more like patriotism. They fought like they were more powerful for some reason. That's what I've been. There's this constant thing that's coming
hey,
up. When
Oh
you
my
say
God!
Islamic
I think
countries
I think
in Africa,
only me would attest to that. Only me. So would you agree with tribal African? Because Somalia, during even around those times prior to that, they had a lot of alliance with Islam, which also made them. Do you believe that made them powerful?
Can I finish the
Listen,
point I was
Hold on,
making
wait.
because
Tunaja.
I was saying something when I was
Tunaja, just
interrupted.
1 second. 1 second. I'll let you talk after her. Before
Listen,
we forget this one.
yeah. Listen, there's one thing I have to say when it comes to Christianity and Islam in the Horn of Africa. It has benefited us very much. Why? Because when we introduced these religions, we were introduced to the people in the East who were more civilized, more uh, advanced. Let's say
More
that, right?
sophisticated.
Sophisticated people, and we start in forming alliance with these people, and these people, because of that, I think when you see Ethiopia and Somalia and the Horn of Africa all together, they were more advanced. They had allies. Somalis had allies from Turkey, the Ottoman Empire,
Yeah, you're
and
right. Congo didn't
Ethiopia.
have any allies.
Exactly. And Ethiopia had Portuguese and as allies, right? We have a war that was in between Somalia and Ethiopia. The Somalis had allies from the Muslim nations, and the Ethiopian had allies from the Christian nations. So we had already allies from outside of Africa, and this had benefited us very much. So these
That's the
religions that
point.
we're demonizing, can I please, the religions that we're demonizing, it's all about who introduced to you,
Right.
because Islam was introduced to us by Arabs, and they supported us, and but Muslim all over the world was supporting each other back then. The Ottomans, the Omanis, the Yemeni and Arab, they were all there. Yeah. Anyways,
Okay.
it has been a blessing for us, that we did not. We already had sophisticated weapons. First of all, that we could
Mhm.
fight with the Portuguese. The Portuguese, we kicked them out so many times out of our shores, and the Swahili coast, and because where did we get these sophisticated weapons? From our
From
allies, the Turks, the Ottomans, and the Arabs. That's where we got it from. And Ethiopia, the same thing with the Ethiopian. They were fighting right next to the Portuguese. That's what they were
so
getting their
so you
weapons
guys
from.
were more in you guys were more familiar
We
with
were
this
more
with
familiar, and we had more allies from that side of the world. So
yeah.
that was a blessing in disguise. You understand? But what did the European do? The European did not come to advance the people. The European came to
Oh,
subjugate these
oh
people,
yes. Oh,
give them
most
a
definitely.
Bible,
Mhm.
but then subjugate them. You understand? Also, the Mali Empire. They were Muslims. They were Muslim. They were very advanced. You understand
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
think
saying?
the first university in Africa is Islamic University in
Exactly.
Timbuktu. So
So
Exactly. When
let's
Islam
allow
comes
tonight.
in,
Yeah. Let's allow
people were
tonight.
getting
When you
advanced
people finish
anyways.
talking, you have conversations with yourself,
Go
because
ahead, tonight.
I've not even made one statement. I was
No.
interrupted by two different people, and
So
you allow them
okay,
to carry
guys,
on.
hold on, guys. Can you not interrupt tonight? Go ahead, tonight.
So the Mali Kingdom that you're calling this thing a Muslim nation, they converted to Muslim. Remember, during that time, the Moors went into Europe. They were ruling Europe for a long time. I think 800 years or so. Then after the Moors fell, then this was by and large an African this thing, civilization that went in there. And after they fell, then they retreated down to those this thing, Mauritania, Morocco, and where Senegal is now. Some of the black ones were there, and the Mali kingdom became powerful during that period, and they were the ones holding the fort when it comes to the northern part of Africa. Then the other side is Sudan, and I don't understand how the Somalis, to them, in short, they are like an inside this thing, Trojan horse, whereby they are very very happy to align themselves. While Sudan was
Wait,
there holding the fort and keeping out the Sudanese, they prevented the Arabs from coming down the south for a very very long time, until not the Sudanese, not the Kush kingdom. Then, but when they penetrated, that led to the freezing of the Arab, this is the Islamic expansion in the north there, because by that time when Mali fell and Songhai fell, the Portuguese
but
had all
but
access to
tonight,
Congo,
let's not
and
make
they
this thing
started
but
building
about
tonight,
all those
Islam
things.
or Ethiopia,
tonight. I
Eritrea,
know,
or Somalia
but
argument. We can
No,
start
but
a
you are
tonight,
making it
debate.
sound as if it was a
no,
benevolent
Yes,
thing. Let me
we're
finish my
talking
point.
about
See,
tonight.
King
What about
Belgium
the
and
see,
Congo?
they just keep
white
interrupting. Go
yeah,
ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, tonight. We're talking
See,
about the
the
Congo. I got
we,
you.
we are
yeah,
saying that
yeah,
the this
yeah.
thing was very good for us. Now the Islam was very good. The what led to the fall of Songhai? The Songhai kingdom was thinking that because other Muslim countries were not supposed to attack
No,
other
but
Muslim
tonight,
countries. What
what
happened
they
to
are
them?
trying to say is okay, like Congo, right? Congo was considered, for them to even justify, one of the reasons to take over is because they considered it a godless society also. And when they came, the Congolese themselves, their first encounter with the whites, they considered the white people as gods. Their
Because
first con-
they had more
their,
technology.
yes, that's what I'm saying, because of the technology,
Was it
like
not
because
Africans that went into the Europe to rule Africa too? I just said.
no, but we're talking about, what we can prove here. Like King Leopold, the reason why we're talking about King Leopold, he went to the Congo, a huge land that is 17 times bigger than his own country, ruled it, take all the resources. We have proof of that. So we don't have any proof of any African ever going to a European land,
What you don't
ruling
know
it.
about the Moors?
Look, Tunaya. There's no proof. The Moors were just Arab
There's no proof
slaves.
that most were African, bro. Most were
Yeah,
just
there's no
mix of
proof to that.
everybody,
These are
Arabs
Berbers,
and
in fact. These are
yeah. So
Arabs.
Whom are
The
this
Mo-
Babas?
thing about the
Babas
Moors
are
the,
being black
Arabs.
no,
is
Tunaja,
debunked.
They're not
African,
Arab.
no African has ever ruled
So
a
Babas are
European
now
nation.
Arabs too.
No, Berbers are not Arabs, but they are not,
The Moors may have
They're
had
sub-Saharan.
some
African.
blacks in them, but
Yeah,
they were
just
not
some black. They are
majority.
not black
Yeah, they were
What
not
Africans.
are
like
you talking
black
about?
Africans. I
Okay, you
don't
guys
believe that.
believe whatever you want to believe.
So,
Believe the craziness you want to believe.
okay.
That Moors didn't have black people among them. Black Moors
So,
have mixed
We
people
said they
among them.
had.
no, they had, but they are not like
The point,
Majority
black.
were not.
the
Like
point
for
is that
instance, Tunaja. The point I'm making here is, like, throughout every time we talk, it is European that come and rule African nations. We know this.
no.
The Congo,
But this is I just
the
told you
Congo. Okay,
the
let's
Africans
talk.
went to Europe. Why do you people just
Which
keep
name
insisting that
one?
Africans
Name a
the
king.
Moors just
Name
went
a
to
King
Europe to rule
Leopold.
Europe for 800 years and you
No.
still keep turning the other way around?
Name a
Who was
King
the Moors?
Leopold
Now, when you talk
African.
about the Moors at Tunaja, who were the Moors? Who
Tunaja,
were
the
the
They
Moors?
were
Muslims.
Who were
Africans.
the Moors?
Tunaja, have you heard of
Oh my
Salahidin?
God.
Salahidin?
What is wrong
Salahidin.
with you people?
Saladin is
No, what are you trying
conquered.
to prove? That black people are
Hold on.
inferior to them?
Hold
Is
on.
that your point? That
Hold
is a
on.
stupid point.
Hold on, Tunaja.
It's not
What you're
stupid
saying?
point. It's just facts,
Saladin conquered.
Tunaja.
He conquered. Northern
That's
Spain.
so stupid.
Portugal. All those regions. He is
No,
not black.
it was Tariq. His name was Tariq.
Yeah,
Salahuddin was the one who conquered in Israel. But
Israel.
he was
Yeah.
Tariq. Yeah, Tariq. His name
So
was Tariq. He was a
Tunaja, this
Berber.
But
He
it's
was a
not
Berber.
Saladin. It's not Saladin that went.
Tunaja,
His name is Tariq.
These are
He
not
was a Berber.
Africans. So let's focus
Let's
on
just keep that aside.
this. Yeah, we're talking
It
about.
wasn't Saladin that went to Europe.
Okay.
Why are we
Imagine.
His
mixing
name,
facts?
no, but it
This
doesn't
is
matter.
just
His name, he
stupid
might said
conversation.
wrong, but
The kind of thing I'm hearing is just doesn't even make sense. It doesn't correlate with history. You keep saying Africans have never gone to Europe, but at the same time you say Africans are going to
Tunaja,
Europe.
Tunaja,
do you know
I think
one
they
of the
took Greece
reasons why
and the
Ethiopia
other
was
parts
never
of Europe.
colonized? Do you
Tunaja.
know one of the reasons why Ethiopia never colonized? I
Ethiopia
tell you
was
why.
conquered. Not maybe they were not
No,
colonized, but they were conquered.
You know why? Not because the white people were afraid or anything like that, because they were Christian. The British, they came first to
Oh
Ethiopia,
my God.
and the Christian, and they saw the Ark of Covenant and stuff like that. These were civilized people, and they did not conquer them.
So
Because they
Tunaja.
saw everybody else was infidels, and they were the only nation that was
Wow.
Christian.
So
I mean, just
Tunaja,
saying.
she's right. Tunaja, think about
It
That
this,
is the
may be
right?
right.
Tunaja.
Everybody else was
Mm.
infidels for them, and
Tunaja.
these were
Actually,
the
she's
only
right.
people who were
No,
Christian.
that is not correct.
No, Tunaja,
That
think
is
about
exactly
this.
what it is.
Tunaja, one of King Leopold's letters he wrote, right, to the missionaries was, they are there to pretend to convert, civilize the Africans. There's newspapers about this, calling the Africans savages, because the Africans in the Congo there were not
But they were
awa-
savages.
they were not aware of existence of a powerful God. They saw the white man as God. So therefore, what tribal is saying only me, if we compare them to the other societies that align with societies that are religious, they didn't have these problems.
Yeah, because most of
Oh
like
my
West
God.
Africa and
You
interior
guys,
Africa
I
just
can't
had
believe
this
some educated
Africa
people are even
indigenous
here.
religion.
Well,
That is
well,
what
With
it
this
is.
Tunaja,
guy.
make
Look,
your argument. If don't say you don't
It's
believe me.
exhausting because the
Tunaja,
moment I start talking, everybody jumps in my mouth and stop me from talking, and you think you are having an informed discussion. Go ahead.
No one is stopping you. Go ahead right now. You've said enough. No
So
one's stop. So do you think
Africans went into
Leopold?
Europe
Do
too.
you think
See,
Belgium
more,
owes Congo?
you say go ahead. Are you still talking?
No, sorry, we just interlap. But talk from do Congo owe
Okay, Congo.
no, do Belgium or Congo or King Leopold found a place, weak Africans, they not believe in God, and he conquered it. Go.
If you have more technology, you'll be able to conquer a place that is less technology. In Europe itself, it's not all European countries that had the same advancement. If you go deeper into Europe, you find that some of them were backward too. So the way we keep making it sound as if Africans had people that are backward and the other ones are a bit more forward. That is how continents behave. While
Tunaja, 20
okay,
Tunaja,
million
it's a
and
people
it
fact.
didn't even
died.
Whatever
last
that
for how
we
many
say.
seconds even. Goodness.
Tunaja, 20 million. No, I'm just trying to remind you that 20 million people lost their life. The entire territory was manipulated. taken by very few people just
And it
from.
was not even a war. It was
It
just a
wasn't even a
massacre.
war. It
And
wasn't
it
a
wasn't
war.
even
It's a,
starvation in
yeah,
Niger.
yeah. So that's so to say other places are like that. Name a place that is like a Congo, equivalent of a Congo in Europe. That other place just marched in, the king, they signed the document. It's not even a war. They took over, pillage, kill the people, do whatever they want. Name an equivalent of a
Because
Congo.
when
Name
was this
one.
date? Let me ask you the precise question. When did they sign this agreement with Leopold?
In 1885.
That was after Congo had already fallen several times to the Portuguese.
But Tunaya, like I said, if they had already remembered that, then we would go with what Kaiser said, because when they were with, they're dealing with the Portuguese, they face atrocities, even to a place where their king complained
This
about
is so sad, really. I
the,
can't even
the
believe in
population.
2022 we are having this silly discussion. It's unbelievable. And these are
Because
educated people.
Hold
nothing
on,
has changed to Niger.
Tunaya,
I
what
believe,
is silly here?
look, I believe we should, this is how I think. We should look at our fault and try to amend them. If we keep always rejecting, no, this is not true, this is
But the
not true,
point
this
you are
is not
making
true.
is
And at the
inaccurate.
back,
That's the
wait, and
problem.
at the back of our house, they're still doing us the same shit that they did to ancestors hundreds of years ago. That is not good. These things is not right. That's why we fell into this kind
To
of
Niger,
loop.
let me
So
give you
we
a real
should be able
The,
to
example
see
of.
them and accept. So
the point I
why
was
is this thing
making
still
was that
happening?
there are parts of continents because of their encounter with outsiders that are somewhat behind. Then when you have the ones that are on the edge, like the point I was making before, while UK or European in this England was being colonized and ruled by enslaved by the Romans, the Kush kingdom was signing a peace deal with them in Africa after they conquered Egypt, that's supposed to be like a powerful nation. So when we keep saying these things and make it sound as if we are uniquely different, and it doesn't add. It's not
Hold
real.
on, but Tunaya, wait. We are talking about. Did you not? Are you not aware of what happened in the Congo and still happening?
I'm fully aware of what happened in Congo.
Okay, so what are you talking about then?
What
Like,
I'm talking about is that when you look at what happened in the US too, where they were completely exterminated, are you saying those people that built the pyramids in the US too are dumb too?
oh, geez.
So your logic doesn't hold
But
up. Because
we
some
have to
people are
follow a
completely
pattern.
decimated, even if they have
Listen,
civilization.
Tunisia, you
Tunaya,
have to follow a pattern here. The
Oh,
You
pattern
just
is
bring it,
from
yeah,
north,
bringing
from
different
north.
stuff.
Look, we have to look
because
at
I
the
have
That's
to
why
from the
people
counter the
try
north.
to
evidence you are
interrupt you because
bringing.
you don't
Kush,
follow. You just
Egypt.
picking
Look,
from
Egypt
I
all
don't
and
think
Kush
all
Tunaya.
north.
angles, man.
Look, we have to follow a pattern. When you look at the north of Africa, East Africa, Northeast Africa, that's what you are still talking about. These people were still Kush and Egypt that we are talking about. These people were still trading with the people in the East. So this is a pattern that we're looking at. This Northeast Africa. When you're looking at that pattern, even the East Africa, the Swahili, because these people were trading with the Arabs. So this from the east, they always had a connection to that people, to these people. You understand what we are talking about now? The sub-Saharan Africa, which is cut off by the Sahara.
So Tunaya,
Yes.
what pyramids in the U.S. are you talking about? We don't have no pyramids in the
I'm
U.S.
talking about the one in the Americas.
Are you talking about the Aztecs?
The
What the
Yes,
the
yes, in Mexico. You think that then they recognize
so
that
so
the US.
okay, so Tunaya, are you telling me, like even the natives
They too
that
were
were, wait,
primitive, but
wait,
yet they were wiped
yeah,
out.
so this is way in the 15th, 16th century, way before. This is before the Congolese situation. So these people, when they came in
Should that not
contact,
tell you
wait,
something?
wait, wait, when these people came in contact with the Spanish, they woke up from that. The second time they formed rebellion, when they tried to conquer Mexico, like Maximilian, he got caught and killed around the same year, right? Because King Leopold's sister was married to that guy. So they
Yeah,
woke up from their history, what happened prior. At the same time, Congo, this has happened to them before
by the Portuguese.
by the Portuguese. You see, it's happened before. King
And they
Leopold
survived
came.
it.
King Leopold came and repeated it. Well, today too, we could say they survived it. They survived this one too, but that doesn't mean we don't talk about the patterns here.
Like, see, look at, we
But
can
if you
say
let
what
me
happened
talk,
to the
then you are
Jews.
going to hear the answers. But
We,
even
we,
if
we we
I
can
open
say
my
what
mouth, try to
happened to the
explain it
Jews.
because everybody's in
The
agreement
Jews,
here. So let me talk
the
5
Jews
times
had
more
their
or
own
4 times more than the other
bitter
people.
taste. The Jews had their own bitter taste of history, but they've learned. They've learned so much that they've become powerful, and that's not going to happen to them again. But there's no guarantee, I swear to God, that the same thing that
Right.
happened to Congo cannot still happen to
Right.
most African countries. That's just the point. We can say, oh, they didn't happen. We should look at this trend and learn what happened, what went wrong, and
Tribal
try to
African.
make ourselves better.
You've hit the nail on the head exactly to Niger. You know what? This is what the Ethiopian president also said about Black Americans. I'm not gonna go there, but
Is
for
it
some
is it
reason,
hold on? Is it the statement that he said they compare themselves to Jews?
yes.
Okay.
The truth. Now he said some things which were technically wrong, but the
What
thing
did
I
he
agree
say?
with is this.
I don't. What did he say?
Okay, the long-winded short story is he said that Black Americans and so-called Jews in America had a similar history where they were oppressed,
Wow.
people
Now they
killed.
just keep
However, the
talking to
Jews
themselves in cycles. Good luck with
decided
that
to
one. I don't know
Jews
what's the
decided
point
to
why I'm
Tun-
even here.
Tun-
There's no point. If you want to make your own points
Wait,
and
hold
agree with
on.
yourselves that we
Tunaja,
are doomed
what
and
are
we are
you
useless,
upset
that's
at?
fine. No,
Tunaja,
because
what are you upset at?
it really baffles me that educated people go online to malign their own group. We don't even know exactly who
Okay,
they are.
okay.
No,
They
no.
Allow
malign
the
their own
man.
group
Allow the
for
man
whatever
to
reason that they do.
Tunaja.
I don't know why they do that.
Tunaja, you don't have to like the man's point.
Tunaja,
Just let
lost
him
my
let him let
people.
him talk. And if you have a point against what he's saying, just say it.
But I
Like
was making a point when I was interrupted. They didn't
what
let me finish.
you said you were done.
No, I
Yeah,
wasn't.
it's a point.
Didn't say that. That is entirely opposite. What I said was, if you are saying that the sub-Saharan are this in here, this is inferior, then what happened to the Red Indians and the Indians in America that were wiped out, even if they had pyramids standing right there?
No, they
They
didn't
were
have
Yet,
inferior as
pyramids.
oh my
well.
God,
That's why they
They
oh
were
my
did
wiped
God,
not
out.
get.
you didn't
Are
let me
you
finish.
saying the
You see, this
Mexicans?
is my
no,
point.
the
You won't let
Bro,
me
Aztecs
talk.
to Niger. The Aztecs are still
Oh
alive
my
as
God.
Mexicans
Oh, nice.
today.
The second one joins too. You won't let me talk. And you think I'm the one
All
that have
right, talk,
issues. So
Tunaja.
because
Come
you
on,
don't want
man.
the point to come out, the point I'm making here is that you said the Indians and the Americans they fell earlier, but the Congo was still standing, and they are still standing to today. Most of them in those distant areas they were almost wiped out.
what do you mean they are still standing? The Congo, they were enslaved. The guy.
But they are still the majority in their country.
So to your point, just
As a
because
matter of
you're
fact,
the
they are the fastest growing population
teenager,
on that continent.
if you have an entire country that you can enslave, why would
Oh,
you?
now they
Why
are not
would
so
you?
inferior, are
Wait
they?
a minute.
While
Wait,
the Red Indians
wait.
gone and the Congolese are still
Teenager,
around.
teenager. King Leopold in the Congo had a lucrative business. The people are part of the business. He needed to enslave them to get what he needs. So killing them will not make sense. You're thinking about he needed more numbers so
Yeah.
he can get
Yeah,
workers. But
Oh,
there's
let's
this.
allow
so
let's allow KO.
they didn't need the Australian Aboriginals. They didn't need the New Zealand Aboriginals.
But
They
those
wiped
people
all those
No,
ones.
needed their
But
But
land.
those people
Africans
They
that
needed their
have
land.
advantage.
completely
See,
wiped
Those
them
see,
out.
people
different.
only
needed
me.
their
I'm really
land,
being.
right?
I'm getting a little bit impatient with only me because he has a slant that seems to imply that the other Africans are inferior and they that attach
Look
themselves
at
to
this
the
guy.
Arab
This
world
guy is
Tunaja,
are
always
the
on me.
superior ones.
Tunaja,
For
she
real,
No,
doesn't.
you
I don't
always
want to.
on me. I
I
never
don't
said
That
believe
is
that.
that. I
old
don't want to
narrative
believe
come
Why
that
here.
you
from
I'm
always
not
Tunaja.
on me,
interested in that.
Tunaja?
Hold on,
Back off,
Tunaja.
I'm
Tunaja.
not
You
Tunaja,
interested
never
she
in
said
didn't
people
say
that.
that
that.
want to
Tunaja,
say
I
our
never
people
said it.
are inferior. That's what you are
Tunaja.
I
implying.
never
No,
said it. So be
Tunaja.
quiet.
Nah,
She
Hold on.
never
You
said that.
please
In
be quiet.
offending.
fact, Tunaja, she's the only one here
Wow, I
that
heard that.
opposed. Wait, she's the only one that opposed what Kaiser said, and even tribal African. And Tunaja, it's okay if you disagree with what she said. That's okay. That's what we're here for. We don't have
But
to
No,
all
I
you know
don't
the
agree.
like
problem
But she
here
patronizing
is,
never
statements. I
said
don't like
this.
patronizing
listen,
statements
Look,
because
Afridamos,
we
all
may
sub-Saharan
I'm
be a
here
Africans are
bit
not
for,
on
here
a
to speak for themselves.
disadvantage.
And
Afridamos,
someday, those sub-Saharan Africans, we are going to hear about them. And
Okay,
because they are
Tunaja,
the
hold on,
fastest growing
hold on.
population on the
Afridamos,
continent.
Yeah,
Afridamos, the problem here with me and Tunisia has some sort of a grudge against me and my people. Every time I open my
Because the way you
mouth,
talk,
be
it's not
quiet.
even hidden.
Let me
Tunisia,
speak.
you're
Talk,
Be
cutting her
quiet.
it's
I
off.
had
offensive. You
it
don't know.
before.
Tunisia,
Tunisia,
let her
I had
talk.
it. Be
It's quite
quiet now. Let
offensive
me
the way you
finish.
talk. You don't know, and you call yourself
Seriously.
Tunisia,
African.
Can you
let her
please be
talk.
quiet, Tunaja? Listen, Afrodamus, you were here the whole time, right?
Mhm.
I was protecting the Africans against these people who were
Yes.
saying they
No,
were
you
animals.
don't believe
I
me.
never.
If you are the one
Can you
protecting them,
please?
God help
Tunisia,
us.
Can you please be
Tunisia,
God
quiet?
help
Give
us
me
again.
5 seconds. Give me
go ahead.
5
Go ahead,
seconds.
only me.
Okay, I never said these guys were saying they were animals, they were uncivilized, and I was actually against that. And
Right.
you know what the problem with Tunaja is? He has some sort of a grudge against me and my people. Every time he comes in, he says, "Oh, you don't believe you are this, you better this." Listen. If you think that I feel better than you, then maybe I am better than you.
Well,
Stop this
Tunaja, I don't believe
bullshit.
Somalia is better than my
Seriously,
country. I don't believe that. I
he
don't
but
know if you
but
believe
he
Somalia.
thinks
I
that
don't believe
So,
Somalians are better than me in any way, Tunaja,
he's
first of
always
all.
against me.
but
As
So
soon
I
as I
don't know
open
why
my
you think
mouth,
didn't
this.
you hear how she was like talking about
Well,
how
that's
they
if she
are
thinks
aligned
I
to the
don't
Middle
believe
Eastern people and
Okay.
all
Tunaja.
the rest,
yes,
No.
and they were
yes,
never
yes.
colonized, and they were talking about. See, you don't understand how these people talk. I've seen the way they talk,
Wait a
and
minute,
I've
Tunisia.
seen
Wait
what
a
they say
minute.
about the other
Tunaja,
Wait.
groups
we
of
understand.
Africans.
I
Tunisia.
understand everything. I
Tunisia.
understand
Yeah,
everything.
culturally
But I'll
suffering
tell
Don't
the
with
you,
pretend.
I
reality
don't
bullshit.
believe
I
They
swear to
always
God.
act as if they are
Somalians are
human.
better
Let's
than
not.
me.
I'm not in the interest.
Look.
I'm not interested in people that patronize our people. Don't
Okay,
even
Tunisia.
accept
Wait,
that.
Tunisia.
I'm not here for
Okay, Tunisia.
patronizers.
Relax. Wait a minute. Tunisia. Let's allow the one person who hasn't spoken to talk. KOL. Go ahead. Where are you calling from?
Hello, I'm calling from England.
All right. Thank you for joining us, KOL. KOL, what do you think about what King Leopold did in the Congo? And also, do you believe it's survival of the fittest or not? And does Belgium owe the Congo reparation for what happened there? Go.
Well, first of all, what King Leopold did was an atrocity. He killed, I think he killed 10 million Africans in the Congo.
20
I mean,
million.
20,
I've
something
seen,
20.
I've seen different estimates. Some say 1 million, some say 20 million. I think there's a growing consensus around 10 million, though. But that's besides the point. When people are talking about King Leopold and what he did to the Congo, what people forget that there was a native African force called the Force Publique,
Yes,
and
I highlighted that here.
yeah, they were the ones doing all the killing and the murdering and raising the villages.
Oh
But
God.
what killed the majority of the population in the Congo was actually disease, like swine influenza and African sleeping sickness and smallpox that like Arabs and Europeans and Africans outside of the Congo imported the Congo. So I want to point that out first. And what people forget that King Leopold's Congo, it was his personal property.
Right.
It wasn't a part of the Belgian. Like the Belgian government had nothing to do with the Congo. It
Well,
was one.
eventually they did when they took
Yeah.
it from him.
when
They
they when
took
they took it from
over
him, when they took
and
it from him,
and
they
Well,
ruled
I
it in a
don't.
better way.
and
They
they
ruled it in a better way.
continue to benefit.
Yeah, they ruled it in a more humane state when King took the Congo from King Leopold. But obviously, they still treated the Congolese bad, but it was nowhere near as bad as when King Leopold.
So do you think let's put it in a civilized way, like they say, the white man's brought in, they were there to civilize the Congolese people. Obviously, when they came in contact, the Congolese thought the white people were gods. So that proved that like they were not at the same mental capacity as the white people, because that means they subjugated them easily. Mentally, they conquered them before any shot was fired. So is King Leopold, as far as survival of the fittest go and the awareness of God and the Congolese not having that, did that justify what he did?
No, I don't think I justified what he did at all because the Congolese were not advanced people. I don't want to use the word primitive or savage. I feel that's wrong, but they were not as
No,
advanced
that's
as
what they called them. They
No,
said,
they were primitive. They didn't have any technology or knowledge. That's what the word means.
yeah, that's
Primitive.
to exploit them. That's why it was so easy for the Europeans and the Arabs to exploit the Congo and other parts of Africa because they were
mhm.
less advanced. And
It's called facts, brother. You have to accept facts. They were
Yeah, Doctor,
primitive.
let him finish. I think
Let him
you're
finish, Dr.
interrupting a
Kezo.
lot,
No.
really.
Yeah, let him finish, Dr. Kezo.
yeah, but like you were saying, I do think the Belgian government owes the Congo reparation, but I don't
Okay.
know how they're gonna do it. I'm like, what are they going to give them? I mean, the Congo is, I mean, it's a messed up country, isn't it? It's had
It
so many
is.
civil wars.
Well, they ruined it. And I want to address something real quick. So, like for example, I don't want it to be chaotic, but whatever. To Niger, so you and only me. I think you're picking on her because what you're saying, she didn't say that. Dr. Kaiser said that. So if you want to pick bones with it,
no. I think he means because I said we had allies with the Ottoman
Arab.
and
Oh,
Portuguese
okay. So
because of that.
Tunaja didn't
That's
like
why
that.
he's pissed. But
Okay.
the truth of the matter is, you need to have a bigger and stronger allies. You need to
Yeah,
have
Tunaja,
that.
don't
Was
you
a lot of
agree with
African
that?
people did not have,
Well,
and
you
that's
see, but
Yeah, so you had an advantage.
the
That
thing
makes
she was
sense.
saying was that we had allies with these people, but the other people never did. They didn't have access to the sea in the east. They are not in the east. So why would they have allies with those people? So you can't keep making it sound as if you are being polite to a people, but while sounding patronizing to them. You can't expect Senegal to have allies with Saudi Arabia when they are all in the west of Africa because they are
they
so
did.
far.
Senegal did have allies with the West,
No,
with the
that was
East.
after
Yes, with
Islam
the
spread to
Muslims.
that area and
Yes,
they went through the
and
Sahara
so
Desert.
did Mali Empire. Mali
So
Not
Empire
military
too.
alliance, not military
So
alliance,
so
Tunaja,
trade.
so
Trade
Tunaja,
alliance.
what do you
stated.
think? What do you think Congo's disadvantage was?
Congo's disadvantage was that they were in a region, a power that is stronger than them came in from overseas. They didn't know how to handle it. They were out of their depth from that point of view. So they lost a lot of ground and they
So
paid a heavy price for it.
so you
So
agree with Kaiser then?
no,
You
but it's
guys
not
should.
Yes.
because they were just primitive, like Kaiser is saying. Then
No,
you can say
you
the
agree.
Europeans were primitive when they were
Okay,
conquered too.
okay, wait, Kaiser. Kaiser, we've already talked about this. You know that the Congo, through the might of the machine gun, and European guns, which brought us to the Somalis and the Ethiopians, having allies in the Ottomans and other outside forces, they were familiar with this weaponry and they had them to protect themselves. The Congolese didn't. So from what Tunaja is saying, he's 1 minute, maybe later, Tunaja, you can correct me. You're saying they don't need allies, but another minute they don't have this technology. They are not even familiar with it. So
What?
therefore, Kaiser, like you saying, Tunaja is proving your point of your survival of fittest theory. Because Kaiser is saying King Leopold came, he fought a war and won it. He has
yeah,
the superior
And
weapon.
that's why I agree with the first point. It's a fact. One side was stronger and they defeated the other side. That's where it should stop. But what you
So
are doing now is saying this why inherently they are primitive or something.
no, no, no. You're the one adding.
Kaiser
You're the
sound no.
one
That's
adding.
exactly what Kaiser is saying. What are you telling me? I'm
Kaiser, is
adding.
that what you're saying?
That's what
I
he's
think
saying.
Kaiser said Africans in
okay,
general. I don't think it's pinpointing any
Yeah.
Yeah, but
particular
yeah.
he's
group
saying
of
that we
people.
are primitive. But while he that is saying it, he's calling himself primitive too.
No, 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 no,
But it
no.
sounds more
Tunaja,
No,
like
Tunaja, he's not
Niger,
primitive. He's
I
able
can't.
just because. Wait, Kaiser. Just
is he not
because he's
African? He's calling them primitive, and
not
he said
not
he's not
every
African. Then
hold on, Tunaja. Not every African is primitive. He is able, as an African, he's more qualified to actually observe this. Coming
what?
from yeah, because he's not primitive. He has awareness.
Wow.
He has, no, really, you're gonna compare Kezo to the average African.
This one sounds
No,
like
Tunaja,
it
let's
just
just be
sounds like
real.
those
I know
people
you.
that
I
say
know you
I
might
am
not
black because
like
I had
him.
a burnt face because the sun burnt
Hold
my
on,
face. He sounds
Tunaja.
like one of those
What
people
Wait,
what
that say
happens?
they are
What
Tunaja,
black because
happens is
the sun burned their
Tunaja,
face.
Tunaja. You might not like him, but can you really compare him to the average, African in most countries? You cannot. Let's just be
What do you
real.
mean?
You cannot
He
even
is calling
compare two
Africans.
Niger with an average
Where do
African.
you
Even
think the
Tunaja,
DNA
you
comes
said.
from? Where do you think the
so,
DNA comes
oh,
from?
here we
That
go.
Man,
he's
So you're
using.
gonna hide in
Now
the
here we go.
DNA?
going
Now here
around
we go.
Tycho's DNA again.
What is wrong with you? Do you know that
What are you
the same
upset at?
building block that created Keizo is the same building block that created the people that
But what
he's
are you
saying that
upset
they
at?
are this thing, they are primitive.
What are you
To
upset at?
they weren't
Niger, can
primitive.
I
When you
say
call
No,
something?
something primitive, you are saying that they are inherently primitive. That
No,
you know
that's
Of
not
that
what I
course,
they are
said,
not.
Niger.
But what do you think
to
primitive
Niger,
means? You can say they are
to
not
Niger, I
Niger,
did not
advanced,
say
they are
that.
not developed.
to Niger.
That's a
Let me
different
ask
thing
you a
from saying they are
question, eh?
primitive.
but
Okay,
it's the
Niger, I
same
Tunaja.
never
word.
said
To
anything.
Niger, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you believe that people that are born more intelligent than some other people?
Yes.
Do you believe?
Yes.
Good. That's just the fact.
But that is not what he's
There's
saying.
some people
This is the
that
difference.
have
But
more
you didn't ask him though.
No, he's saying,
intelligence
I
than
heard
some
what he
other
said. He said
people.
they are primitive.
They were
That's my
at the
point.
time.
That language is not
primitive.
accurate. They are less
Primitive,
advanced. That's all they are.
Okay, Tunaja, allow
The
Kejo.
kingdom.
has a problem with the term.
So
Tunaja,
Yeah,
allow
if they had a
Kejo to
kingdom,
talk.
you'll be calling your own older kingdom primitive. If
But
they
they
were
are
primitive, why would they
primitive.
have a
Oh,
kingdom?
some were primitive.
Jesus
Some were
Christ.
primitive.
Do you even know what primitive means?
But Tunaja, the Somalis were not primitive if compared to the
Oh my
Congolese.
God.
We
Because they
introduced
have
No,
conquered
were
other
they?
nations.
we
Well, that
introduced
is a
canon
big
in the
statement,
African
Afrodamos.
soil. You
I
know
don't
that?
I don't
Yeah, they were
Afrodamos.
not. They were not primitive.
The
If
first
they were not.
cannon, the first cannon shot in Africa was introduced by Somali,
You see what I
the
mean? This is
Adel
exactly what I
Empire.
mean by her term. You see what I mean? The way she sounds, the way
No,
she
but
talks.
no, Tunaja, she's
Get out of
speaking
here.
facts.
Get out of here.
Okay,
This is
Tunaja.
exactly what I mean. She sounds so patronizing.
So
Like I've
Tunaja,
not seen canon before.
Tunaja, I suspect you just don't like to hear about the Somali
Tunaja,
achievement.
No,
Tunaja,
because these are the same people that come online to say that they are black because the sun burned their face. Who sounds more pathetic
Tunaja,
than
But
that?
what's that have to
Tunaja,
do
I
with
have
what
the
we're
right.
The sun
discussing?
burned my
Tunaja,
face.
listen,
The sun
I
burned
have
my
the
face.
right
So
to
I'm
be.
black.
Tunaja, I have the right to be
that is
proud
the
of my
past.
people's history.
Tunaja,
You want
that
me to
is
delete
past.
that?
No,
You want me to delete my people's history?
I'm not responsible
I
for
have
what you
all the
choose
right.
to believe in.
Tunaja,
When
that
you go
is
on,
the past.
when you
That
go
is the
online
fact.
and you go on camera to tell people that the sun burnt your face is the reason why you are black,
Tunaja.
you should ask yourself why you need to do that.
Hold on, Tunaja, why are you jealous of the Somalis? I notice every time they're
Did I
No,
say
don't use words
I'm
like that,
jealous? I'm
Afrodamos.
telling
Jealous.
you
I
that
don't think people jealous
that
of
go
No,
on TV
Tunaja
and
is
say that the
because
sun
every
burnt their
time
face,
he
they must
already.
have a reason for saying that.
Jeez.
People that
Okay.
say the sun burnt their
Tunaja,
face,
that
they must
Tunaja,
have a
I
reason
have
for
the
saying
right.
that.
I have the right to be proud
Tunaja,
of my people's history. You cannot
Because
delete that
Tunaja,
from
that is
me.
the
because you are
past.
You
not proud of
understand?
people. You are saying
I'm
the
not gonna
sun
back.
burnt your face. You are
I'm
more
not
like
gonna back down
Arabs.
for you to feel good. I'm not gonna back
No,
down
don't make
for
me
you to
feel
feel
good.
good.
I
that is the
don't need that.
past.
I'm
Like I said,
sorry.
I don't need your this thing. I don't need
Tunaja,
to patronize me. When
Tunaja,
people say
present
the sun
Nigeria
burn their
is
face,
powerful
you
than
should ask
Somalia.
yourself why they say
Tunaja,
that, and yet you say you are proud of
Tunaja,
yourself. No, you are not.
present Nigeria is powerful than present Somalia. That is the fact.
No,
All
of
what she
course,
said is the
what is their
past. That's the
population?
history. She loves her
See,
history.
but they
That
will
is good.
sell
But
Africa
that
out
is the past.
Yeah, but I
within a
kept
blink of an
listen.
eye.
Now, when you said that, did I jump on you? No. Every time I open my mouth, I get to my country. He jumps on me. He
No,
feels some
because
kind
we
of
were
way.
talking
You
about
feel some
something
kind
else.
of
You
way.
made it about your
Tunaja,
canon.
Tunaja,
Who's talking about your canon?
Tunaja, can you let her talk though?
Yeah, let me talk for real. Let me talk to Niger. Listen, this guy said Nigeria is stronger. Did you see me jumping on him?
No.
No, I did not jump on him because I
Because
am
you said it
comfortable in
first.
my skin. Listen, I am comfortable in my skin. Anybody else can be good at what they are, and I'm still comfortable. But you're not comfortable. As soon as I say
No,
something about
I'm
my country,
comfortable in my
can
skin.
you be quiet?
Literally, you
Can you
people are
be
the ones
quiet?
that say your
Tunaja, can
skin
you
was
let her
burned by the
finish?
sun.
Tunaja,
Can I finish?
let
Can
her
I
talk
finish?
though. You
Tunaja.
have your moment.
Literally.
You want me to sit down and back down because you can feel comfortable about yourself, and I'm not gonna do that.
Don't
No, I'm not
patronize me.
gonna
I
do
never
that.
want
Tunaja,
If I
that.
let
talk
her
about my
finish.
country, if I
Oh, so you're
talk
keen on
about my
people finishing now.
listen though,
Afrodimus.
if I'm good at if I say something good about my country, I don't need you to bark on me and come after me. Do you understand? I did not put anybody down. Nobody. I did not say anything
Oh,
bad about anybody.
okay.
What
I
did I
think
say?
Tunaja is mad
Just tell me. Tell me
at
one thing I said
Somali's
bad. Wait,
Somali's
tell me one thing
achievement.
I said bad about somebody else in this panel or any other
You
country.
don't
Tell me,
have to
Tunaja.
because you think you are too smart and you place them in critical
Okay,
points
all right,
and you act as if nobody can
wait,
pick up on it. I can pick
Tunaja,
up on it. And I don't like it.
Okay, Tunaja, you're just going after Somalis, but Dr. K, Dr. K brought up points here that you have justified, and it sounded crazy to some people. They say he doesn't know what he's talking about, but Dr. K raised, a point, and the way he brought the conversation, is really where. Hold on. No, look, Tunaja, just let the man speak, and if you don't like his point, challenge his point, not he himself.
No, I'm not challenging him. I just said his point was wrong.
Okay,
It's
fine.
a fact.
Dr. K.
When you call a people primitive, those people are still standing, while other people that you claim to have been more civilized are not standing. I don't get that. These people founded a kingdom, and you call them primitive.
Yes.
What kind of people
Hold
does
on.
this?
hold on, Tunaja. Let's allow Dr. K. So Dr. K,
Yeah.
Tunaja obviously is triggered by you,
I don't care about being
stating.
triggered. It's just sad
Hold
that
on.
educated
Okay,
people say
Tunaja,
come
I
here
don't
and
want
come
to
and say
have
all
to
these
mute
things.
you. Tunaja, come on.
It's
Come
just
on.
rude.
Come on. I don't want to have to
Disgracing
mute
us
you.
every day. It's just
Can
sad,
you
really.
can you please let the host talk? Are you gonna take the show over? Chill, Tunaja. Okay, Dr. Kwezo,
Are you
as you can see, some people are in denial about how primitive
Mm.
the place was. So if the place wasn't primitive, then what's the problem of these Congolese? Just what did they enjoy playing? Slave? Like what was going on?
I think you raise an even more interesting point. I don't want to even get more people angry at me,
Look,
but
Dr. K,
Everyone is angry at you.
if
Everybody's
you want to
angry at
worry,
me.
they're
So
gonna
talk
get
ahead.
angry at anything. That's why it's
Yeah.
conversation. Not everybody's
right
gonna. Like I said,
now,
I'm here to unite the people with the truth instead of uniting you guys with the lies.
Thank
right,
you.
Yeah.
I'm not
especially
sure
to
the best
Niger.
people
So
to be listening to about this point are people that go online saying that their face are burnt. I really don't think that
okay,
Tunaja,
so
Okay,
forget about
Tunaja,
bone face. I
Obsessed.
don't know what you're
He's
talking
Forget
about.
about
really
that.
obsessed.
yeah, to
Tuna
Niger, it's not relevant.
Tunaja,
Somebody is
let Kaizo
obsessed.
talk. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead,
So
that is
Kaizo.
their
Niger,
lineage.
primitive just means less developed. That's all it means. It does not mean anything to do with survival in the future or anything. It just means they were
Yeah.
Then
less
use that term. Use
developed.
that term because you know that term has a pejorative this in term.
So
Use the
Tunaja,
term that they are less developed. That's why I agree
Tunaja,
that.
Tunaja.
Go
Do you
ahead.
think that if King Leopold did not civilize the Congolese people, would they have been civilized today?
Probably.
No,
What?
No, they wouldn't.
How
they
would you know?
wouldn't.
How
They'll
can
be
you
running around
possibly
in the
know that?
jungle.
I'm asking a
No.
question, Tunaja. What do you think? And then this question goes for all of you.
Mm.
What do you say,
So
Tunaja?
yeah, go ahead,
That
Niger.
that what I, if they will be more advanced today,
If they would be civilized?
if they haven't had
Civilized.
contact. See, the reason why they are going to be civilized has nothing to do with the Congolese. If the what they call them, the Mali Empire was standing on their own as an African kingdom and they
That's
encountered
Mali.
the, let me finish my point.
But
Oh,
make it quick? Did King Leopold civilize the Congolese?
when they encounter, if they encounter the Europeans, they take whatever technology.
No,
Let's say
I'm
the,
talking
oh
about
my God,
not just any European. King Leopold.
King
Did
Leopold.
yeah, did he civilize the Congolese people? That's all I'm asking.
why would, no?
He exploited the Congo.
He
He
didn't.
exploited them.
Okay, good.
Exploited the
Now
Congo.
we have let's have I'm gonna ask Olimi. Olimi, did you believe that King Leopold, civilized the Congolese people? Because
I
obviously when he first came, they were not civilized. Then he civilized them,
Wow,
right? That's what some people said.
wow,
Because now they've woken up to a different reality.
wow.
So one can disguise it and say
yeah,
civilized.
of
Do you
course.
agree with
If
that or not?
to certain extent, yes. If these people did not use any letters, did not read anything, and they could not read or
Mm.
write, and if they came and teach them, yes, that is the first step of being civilized,
Yeah.
to be yeah, literate, right? So if you did
Wow.
that, so yes, this is one step ahead. The world. Um, I mean, in the end, I saw the video. It said like only 30 people was
30
in the
people, yes,
university at the
that
end of
graduate.
Colonial. So I don't know how much he civilized them. If you did they were they wearing normal like Western clothes and then he no normal African clothes and then he put them on the Western clothes? Is that civilized for them? I don't know. But how civilized were these people then if there were only 30 people who was from university out of the end of 60?
Okay, so
Wow.
let's have wait.
Wow.
I'll have you guys respond. Just wait. Tribal African, what's your take on it? And then we'll have Kaizo, then KOL. Go
Well,
ahead.
yeah, I know people not they don't like this word like development civilized, but there's a trend in this word. When they say this nation is civilized, they expect you to have some amenities, some facilities, some way of life. Okay, so those people before the European came or before King Leopold came, they were living very, very primitive life. They had not much to. They were not exposed to the advanced world. I think he brought some elements of the advanced and civilized world to them. I don't know to what extent. But before I said this book is called How Europe Developed Africa. I think if you've got the time, you can get it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, audio book is very powerful. It's going to teach you a lot, and how Europeans, what they did in Africa and things like that. You're going to learn a lot. Yeah, but civilizing them, I think he brought some elements of the more civilized world to their country. So I don't know to what extent.
Dr. Kaiser, what do you think?
So I think King Leopold tried to civilize them, but failed, because after Congolese got independence, they broke down the trains and the amenities that the Belgians built in the country. But in Kenya, right now, where I'm sitting, I can see an old British train that's still running and being maintained. So there's a difference in the way the British civilized Kenyans versus the way the Belgians failed to colonize Congolese people. He tried, but he failed.
He failed? Okay. So we have KOL. KOL, what's your take on it?
Well, I think King Leopold, to an extent, he did try to civilize the Congolese, but I think he did more damage than he did good. He did good because he did exploit the Congo. But I think the Belgian government, when they took over after King Leopold, I think they did a better job at civilizing or developing the Congo. But obviously, you know, when the Belgian government left, you know, the Congo fell into war. So, but the thing is, though, King Leopold, he exploited the Congo too much. Like the Europeans, when they colonized Africa, people forget they colonized Africa in different ways. Like the French, when they colonized Africa, it was different to how the British colonized it and how the Portuguese colonized. They didn't exploit it.
Congo up till today, they receive more secondhand clothing from Europe than any African country. You know who first started shipping that there?
Who?
King Leopold and his people. They were exchanging territories for clothing. No, believe it, for shirts.
Wow.
Like,
well, I would not doubt it. If you can share your brother from him,
because the people, you know, like they were, you know, Henry Stanley Martin, you can read. He said, "This is the best place for secondhand clothing for selling." He started that business first. The explorer.
Well,
that's what he was using
Europeans
to bribe.
do that today.
To bribe the people. This is why.
Ways to Africa still.
Yeah, this is why I'm asking: did he civilize them? Because, you know, like he was able to get them to do so much for just like a shirt, a male shirt. That's what you know. This is not about people having, you know, weird feelings. You know,
we're talking about people that were carrying out Caesarean this session before the Europeans did.
The what?
People that can carry out Caesarean session before the Europeans did. Are the people
the Congolese were doing this. The Congolese were doing this
because you didn't know, did you?
The Congolese were doing this.
I can tell you right now, the location was
but why can't you just
Uganda?
But why can't you just answer the question?
No, in Uganda.
We're talking about Congo.
But they are the same people. Don't be silly. They are the same people that he's referring to.
Who did this? Is this Dr. Buganda?
No, this is Uganda.
No, to Niger. Don't compare my people inUganda to these people in Congo. These are
those are your people. Those are your people in
no.
Uganda.
The Uganda kingdom.
Don't even see. I'm really surprised that this guy comes online and.
So let me ask you this.
How people come online and just try to have a kind of discussion about their own people. If you feel this is the kind of conversation, this guy knows better. He knows better what he's doing. Kenzo knows better what he's doing. You go having a great conversation about your own people. God help you. If that's what helps you sleep at night, good luck.
What he thinks, me physically, I think Somalians are weak and lazy people. No matter what he says, that is his thing. I'm not bothered. I feel so. You can
Did he call us crazy? It's like so crazy. How we lazy will describe everything.
What is like this place?
What he says. So not all Somalians are like Kezo. Not all Somalians are like only me. There are Somalians that are dumb and stupid and primitive in your country. all over the place. So I don't know why you take like offense.
These
If
people
they
have
want to
these people
make
have
this hype
kingdoms.
about your country,
These people
let
are
them do it. Do
associated.
hype
There
about
are
your country.
boats. There
To
are
Niger,
boats that are
if
found in Nigeria that are
to
8,000
Niger,
years old, and these people in
to
the east
Niger,
always have to this term like they talk about civilization like they understand the actual definition
that
because
is their
the white
thing.
man
Let them
defined it
say
for
what
them.
they want to
Wait,
say.
They
let
don't
me
have a
Let
ask.
them
clue.
not
Wait,
I
talk.
don't need anybody patronizing us.
okay, Tunaja, let me ask you this. If you are talking about all this
What did just
advancement,
happen?
where was the advancement when the Congolese people that we're talking about that came in contact with the Europeans, seeing those people as gods and they were being tricked? Do you think in the same era, the same year, the Europeans could have gone to Somalia and tricked them with clothing, giving
See,
them shirts?
all
Do
I
you
can
think
tell
they
you
would? They
is
could.
that
Do you think they could have done that to the Somalis? That's all I'm asking.
see, I don't know because they feel more affinity to the
No, no, no,
Somalis
no,
than
no, no, no,
the
no.
different groups. You
Are
see, if
you?
you don't
No.
like the answer, don't tell me no
Tunaja,
because
are you
I'm
kidding
just giving
me?
you my answer.
Only me. Let's ask only me. Only me. You think with the Europeans pulled up on the shores of Somalia and try to give clothing, or get you guys
No,
as king ruler to sign your
no,
country
no,
away? Do
because
you think in around 1884 they would have done that? Just like
no,
I think
because
there's a reason to.
no,
I think
because
there's a
we
reason for
already
that.
had so I think we already had clothing. So I don't
Mhm.
think there will be any idea to come with the extra clothing. We already had this clothing, our traditional
Yeah.
clothing. So no, I don't think that would happen. No.
Okay.
You
But I
see,
don't think there's a reason why.
no,
Hold on.
let me just analyze what she just did just now.
Oh, no, 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 no. Tunaja,
Okay,
Are
she
you
see,
just said.
analyzing
you
me?
see
What are you
exactly. You see,
analyzing, Tunaja?
let me just
No,
Every time I
this is
open
what I
my
don't
mouth,
like the
he
way she
analyzes
talks.
me.
This is why I don't like the way she talks.
no.
She says they have clothes, they don't need clothes. Like the other
Yes.
side, the reason why they don't wear clothes, you don't ask why.
Elijah, we also had clothes in Buganda Kingdom, right? The
Every time I
Congolese
Wow.
just
open my
didn't
They
wear
are,
mouth,
it.
why do you have to
they
analyze
are
me? He asked
because
me a
you
question, I
sound so
answered him.
patronizing. Those people, their climate is very different from yours.
Oh, jeez. Okay,
Our
let's
climate
allow
is
her
They
we
different.
to
didn't have
talk.
any
Hold
need
on.
for it.
Tunaja. Then why were people running around in 1895 in the Congo with winter jackets on? Like, what is going on here? Come
To
on,
to
Because they
man.
saw white people that are more advanced than them wearing it.
no.
Is that
Let,
is it a
Oh,
big
let
deal?
me just say something before the speaker say, please. Look,
yeah.
to Niger, there's something
Javier,
that
your
is
mic
right.
is
Maybe the
closed.
Somalians or
Your
Yeah,
the
my
mute.
mic's closed.
Ethiopians, they
Hold on,
were
Hawia. One second.
they
One
had
second now.
they had this advantage. They were so close to the Arabs. They were that may be an advantage they have. You must accept that. Maybe because of that they had this advantage. Maybe the Congolese people did not have the advantage like the Arab, like those people closer to the Arabs. Maybe if they had that same opportunity, it would not be the same.
Exactly.
So what she's saying is not wrong. You understand what I mean? It's not
Okay,
necessarily wrong. She just
let me
has to
give
say
you a
where
clear term. Let
maybe
me give
we
you a
were
clear definition of what is
listen,
going on
listen.
here.
Maybe we were like we had the opportunity. We had the advantage because we already knew these people, so they help us. There, we had clothes. They brought us these things, but those people in the West, in the interior, did not know these things. So when they brought this clothes
We
to them, all these goods, they were like, "Wow, what is this?" So they could
we
use
also
that
had clothes
to
in
deceive them.
Uganda, but we had clothes in Uganda as
Okay,
But,
well.
but
Why didn't
Dr.
Congo have
Kezo,
clothes?
Dr.
okay.
Kezo,
Okay, so you're not from Uganda though. You're not from Uganda. You're from Kenya.
Yeah, but
Look, look,
I'm half of the Buganda tribe, so
but I
it's
got a
that
question
region.
for you, Kesa. Like I've been listening, and I mean, the way you talk about other Africans, I just want to know, bro. Like you said, you're from the Mwenge tribe, right? Mwenge, Mwenge Kingdom,
Wanga tribe of the larger tribe
Mwenge
called the
tribe. Yeah,
Buganda.
isn't that part of Kikuyu?
No, but we shared history with like trading, but no.
So, but you dad is Oromo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so you are Oromo, then you're not Mwenge
No,
tribe.
no. I don't go with African whatever naming systems. I'm
No,
mixed. I don't go with
we
African.
Africans. We go by Africans, bro.
I
We
don't go
go
with
by
African
Africans. So
nonsense.
be proud of you.
My genetics is mixed.
Be
None of
be
these
proud of
wait,
your
Africans
wait,
go
Oromo.
with
wait,
that
wait,
tribe.
Like
but
you're always talking down to other Africans. You know what I'm saying? Like okay,
These
two
are the
Niger,
same
you
people
got a
that go and
problem.
talk
First
about
of
their
all,
skins.
you got Dr. K right here. You got Dr. K right here saying that these people were primitive, they were less intelligent, all this type of stuff. But you getting mad at only me. Only me is not even talking about anybody. She's talking about her country, bro. Like the problem you have
Because
is you feel some kind of inferiority to East Africans.
Thank
It's
you.
not what she's
Thank
saying.
you.
It's the way you
Oh
think.
my
You
God.
gotta change your
No,
mindset,
no,
bro.
no.
It's all about your mindset. Change your mindset,
I
bro.
just keep
Change your,
telling you
don't get
about
mad
the
at her.
people that go on TV and say that their face is burnt, coming here to contribute to us in a patronizing way.
But
I
Tunaja,
don't know who
Tunaja,
you
why
let me
do you
say
have
this
a
patronize.
with
problem
one
Why
with
people
second.
that?
have patronized us enough? Why should we have people that are on the
Tunaja,
continent patronizing us? These are people that
Tunaja, listen to
they
this.
have a
Tunaja,
lineage, they have a lineage
Tunaja,
that go
I
on
can
doing these
say,
things and compromising the continent over and over again. And if this new generation do it in a
Wait,
sly way,
Tunaja.
we are bound to call them out
So
because there's no
wait,
point
hold
pretending
on,
as if they are being the same. They are not being. They will
Tunaja.
betray you the next time.
Wait,
The next
Tunaja.
chance
Tunaja.
they betray
Wait,
us again.
hold on,
oh
Tunaja.
God.
Who betrayed the Congo? Was it? Are you saying the Somalis betrayed Congo, or
Where do you think the slave trade from that started from the south of this in the inside
wait?
Africa
Wait a
to
minute.
the Arab world came from?
Wait, are you really? Are you blaming the Somalis for
Yeah,
this?
he's blaming us
Oh,
for that.
shut up!
Swahili
Okay,
was
when
Swahili was selling
Oh
the
my God.
Wait,
Swahili was
wait,
selling
Guys,
their own people. Back off.
wait,
why are
wait.
you
Okay,
laughing? Is it not true? Did they
hold
not
on,
have to
hold
go
on.
through
Wait, Tunaja.
It
Wait,
was?
wait, 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 wait,
There
wait,
was
wait,
there
Why are
was
you
there was
laughing?
no
wait,
Why are you
there was
acting
wait,
as if
no
it's not
slave
true?
coast in Mogadishu.
wait.
Listen, we did not have no slave coast. That's what that was Zanzibar. That was the Bantu people who were selling their own Bantu people. Stop it now.
Wow,
You're
no, no,
there's
being
no.
no slave
Don't
coast.
say
ridiculous.
No,
their own
okay. So
Stop
you
Bantu
it.
mean,
people.
are you trying to tell me throughout the Somali region, the Ethiopian region, the Sudan region,
Why
no
don't you
slaves went
blame
through there?
Nigeria selling African
Oh
American?
my
Why don't you
God.
blame Ghanaians
People
selling
are in
their own
denial
people?
here.
No,
Why
no,
don't
look,
you
look,
blame
look, look.
Bantu selling their own people? Why do you
Jesus
always
Okay,
add the
Christ.
look,
Somalis,
bro.
huh? Why you always at
He
Somalis?
has
Why
a
don't
Oh
you
point.
my
blame
God.
yourself?
They even
Why
have
don't you
higher
blame
numbers of
yourself?
I know
slaves
he's
going in
dropping.
that
Get
direction.
out of
Hold
here.
on, I'm
Wait, wait,
dropping
hang
Why
him.
on,
don't
hang
you
on.
blame yourself
Hold on.
instead of blaming Somalis?
Let's have some
Nigeria was
correction.
selling their
Hold
people
on,
long
I'm
before
dropping.
Somalis ever did. Why don't you blame
Let's have
your own people? Why don't you blame the
yeah.
Bantu
Hold
people
on,
selling their own people?
Funny,
Why always Somalis? You're disgusting. Stop it now.
I'm
Okay,
I
first
know,
saying
of
that
bro.
all,
Like
you
we
he
have
go
to
has a
out
correct his.
he
and you
has a
try to
personal
patronize
problem.
people. I don't buy it. I'm not
Tunaja,
No,
interested
we're
in
not
people
just
Tunaja,
trying to
that like to
patronize. It's the way you
patronize the
thinking.
hold
It's
on,
Bantu
you,
side
bro.
of
Tunaja,
Africa.
It's
If
Tunaja,
you.
you
wait,
don't care about
No one is
Africans or the
patronizing
Bantu side
hold
of
on.
anybody here, bro.
Tunaja, wait, guys, hold on. Tunaja, I get it. I see how you really somehow. I can't believe you said that you're blaming the Somalis for what happened in the Congo. This is crazy.
I'm not
Like,
blaming them. What is
no,
wrong
no,
with
wait
you?
a minute. Tunaja, literally,
I'm
you
not
heard of,
blaming them.
wait, Tunaja, tipu tip,
Oh,
wait,
come on. Just
Tunaja,
childish,
Tunaja, have you
childish.
heard of, wait, Tunaja, have you heard of a guy named Tipu Tip? Tipu Tip was,
Oh my
he
God.
was a slave trader. In
He
fact,
was a Bantu. He
yeah,
was
he was
African Bantu,
employed.
bro.
He was employed.
He
Eventually,
was the same thing as Dr. K.
he worked for Leopold. Did you know this?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
he
Dr. K,
worked for
Dr.
To
K,
be fair,
Leopold.
I didn't know that, and that is irrelevant. The
No,
point I'm making is
it
that
is no, it is
slaves
here.
went
Wait,
through East
Tunaja, wait, Tunaja, this is relevant now because you brought the Somalis into this. I can't believe you accused
bro.
Somalis
They
of being
have
responsible
slavery
for the
today.
Congo.
what?
Afrodamus. They
I
have
mean,
slavery
Somalis are
as we
responsible
speak
for.
today. Right now in 2022, they have slaves in Niger. I mean Niger and in Mauritania.
Yeah.
So, bro, like Tunaji, he don't know what he's talking about, bro. Somalis is not the only Africans that that were part of the slave trade.
They
There
even
was a
have
lot of
slaves in
African
their
tribes.
country too. Why are
What?
people pretending like this
Yeah,
is
but not from
are we
Congo.
in an it no but what did I say that they came from Congo? I said they were part of the slave trade too.
No, they
They
were
were
not.
But they're
Nigerian were
not the
part
only
of
ones,
slave
though.
They
trade.
were
Hala,
not,
look,
Tunaja.
Nigeria was part of slave trade. And now
Yes,
what
Bro,
about it?
but
So
let's not
why don't
see.
you blame your own country and your own people selling
I,
their own people?
I
At
am
least Somali
blaming
did
them
not
too.
sell their own people. Stop
I
it.
am
You're
blaming
being
them too.
crazy.
I'm not saying I'm not. I'm saying that when Africans pretend as if they are not Africans, other Africans
When
But
did we say
Tunaja,
we are not
wait,
Africans? My country
Tunaja,
is not
what's your
Africa.
beef with
I never
what's
who
your
said
said they're
beef
not Africans?
with Somalis?
he's
no,
saying
not with
that we're not
Somalis.
Africans.
See, don't
Because
make
I'm
like
you
not. I'm
blame
not even
them.
saying
You
he's not
blame them. We
I
talk
don't have
about
any issue with
Congo.
this guy that came on. He heard me say certain things to only me, and he is reading this thing. I'm
No, because
saying
he
that
heard what
only
you said. He observed you attacking everything she says, you go for it. But
because
Dr.
he
K
doesn't
was the
understand
one.
where I'm
Wait,
coming.
no, Dr. K was the one that said all the things that you're supposedly mad at, but you attributed it to her. And you also saying Somalis are a part of this Congolese thing. This is crazy,
bro.
Tuna.
No,
He
let me explain.
he attacked only me for saying her people had clothes. He attacked
Yeah.
her for that. She didn't say anything
So,
about
Let me think.
Africans.
let me
She's
be
talking about her people. He already
let,
attacked her for that. Be like, oh, you think you're better than us because you had it close, bro? It's your mentality, bro. Change your
yeah.
mentality. No one is saying they're better than you, bro. If you believe that
Yeah,
people are better than you, then that's your own issue, bro.
that's it. To
So
Nigeria, I am a proud West African man, and I believe we West Africans are the
absolutely,
best, more strong,
look,
more
Africans, right?
powerful, more bigger. You understand? That's what I believe. What they say about your country,
Absolutely.
fine. That's what they
Who
talk.
cares?
That's what they say about the country. Say the same thing about your
Right.
country. That's what they believe. Do I believe that? I don't care. You should be
Exactly.
proud
And
of
for
your
me
country.
tonight,
I believe me, West Africans, we are the strongest, the biggest, more powerful in Africa. That's what I believe. So all what it
yeah,
says
Yeah.
about that history thing,
You,
that is
Tonight,
history. It's
you're
gone.
yeah.
I'm superior to
Everyone's entitled
any
to their opinion.
Somali or West African here. So it's only you with the inferiority
Aphrodimos,
complex. You have to get rid of it.
I think from today, if you don't stop what you are doing here, I'm not going to be bothered. I'm not going to be bothered coming here at all, because what I think he's doing is that he's engineering division between us, because he's tried to do that
No,
with the
he's
African
not. He's
Americans. He didn't
not, bro.
succeed.
Re-
He's come
oh,
continental now.
really? So,
Because
Tunaja.
whenever I want to shed
Wait.
light on
No,
anything, he
bro.
mutes
So,
my mic.
so wait a
Two
minute. So,
Niger got some
Tunaja,
issues, bro.
Africans were united. Giving each other cheese until Afridamos showed up. You said I try to
What do
divide
you think you were
Africans with
doing now?
African
What do you
Americans.
think you were doing now?
You see, you are accusing
You're
me.
basically calling Africans
Tunaja,
primitive
Tunaja,
online.
He
Tunaja,
didn't say
black,
that though.
Tunaja, African
That's exactly
Americans
what he
Tunaja,
have
was
no
doing.
problems with me.
Tunaja,
I don't know
everyone
what
here
you're
is
talking
African.
about.
Everyone here is
Bro,
African, including only me, Dr. Kainzo, is African. All of
Some are
all of
more
us
than
are
others. I
African.
can tell
So
you
when
that
they
right
say
now.
What
Africans,
exactly, bro.
is
did
meaning
Tunaja? You said
everyone. Yeah,
some than others. Tunaja, are you more
Some of
African
them
than
are so
only me?
brainwashed that they would
Tunaja,
rather
are you more African than only me and H
see.
block?
He's
No,
Because
not. He's not. Hell
they
no,
are
bro.
African, but they will act more non-African than Africans.
okay, what's the non-African
No.
act? Let's
Because
allow
let
him
me
to
let me
tell us.
explain. Let me explain to you. When the chips are down, they will take the side of outsiders than you, the Africans.
When you say the chips, what chips are you talking about?
Didn't you hear only me say she's Muslim first before
Okay, so
African?
when Somalia was
but
going
that's what
through it,
Muslim does to
wait a
people,
minute,
bro. That's what
When
Islam does to
Somalia,
people.
when the Americans showed up in Mogadishu, when everybody was fighting the Somalis, where was the other Africans?
Have you asked her who she would take
No,
beside?
wait,
Ask
wait,
her.
no, Tunaya, the
Whether
chips
if
were,
Saudi Arabia and their people
wait,
want to come and invade
Tunaya,
Kenya, whose side
wait,
she would take? Ask her.
Tunaya, no, let's not talk
Ask her.
hypotheticals.
It's a straight question. Ask her which side she would
No,
take.
hold
I,
on. Tunaya, let's not talk
let
hypotheticals.
me let me let me let me ask
Let's talk
Elijah a
about what
question.
happened when the Americans showed up in Mogadishu. Where were the other Africans? The chips were down for Somalis. You're saying they're Africans. This has happened to them. And they have a history of fighting against other powers invading Africa. Okay. So what proof do you have that, they will side with other people? They haven't shown that to be true. Their history doesn't prove that they would fight Africans against, they would join foreign forces against African countries. There's no proof to this.
Because they've disowned Africa over
Absolutely
and
not.
over
No,
again
but there is
online.
no proof to this ever.
They've
In fact, the
disowned
Somalis did the
Africans over and
opposite.
over again.
Somalis actually
I'm
Go
fought
go read
sided
go
us.
read the go read the
To
sultan that
Niger,
freed slaves in
Somalia, to
Zanzibar. Go
Niger,
read about him.
Somalia is a poor country now as compared to your country. I don't even
If
know
they're
why you
relative
even
that
bother.
small, yeah, that's why I'm surprised we are talking about it. They
Somalia
are
is a
just
poor
15 million
country.
on the continent. I don't know why we are even
Not even
No, no,
exercising
no.
this
50
big of
million.
a
It's about
discussion.
25 million.
Somalia is
Okay,
a poor
25 million on the
country.
continent of how many
Listen,
billion?
So it's
Somalia is a
Cameroon.
poor
Cameroon is a
country.
poor
I think that
country
the
too.
Chinese took their their fishing right. I don't know. The Chinese took their
No,
fishing
No,
right,
that's
the
no.
right to
absolutely
Kenya's
not
fish.
been
true. That's
stealing
absolutely not true.
the
In
fishing
fact, they turned
for
down money
many
from the
years.
Chinese, unlike the other
Well,
Africans. The Somalis turned down the money from the
See,
Chinese, bro.
from my
Get
point
your
of view
facts
is
right.
okay,
that
That's not
but
true.
Anyway, yeah.
get
My
your
country
house in
is
guys,
order.
small. My country is
whatever the
small.
Get your
case,
facts right.
Listen, my country is small and poor. Your country is huge and rich, and still
Rich.
you are all Nigeria, and still you cannot stand the little corner
You
That's
of
the thing
still
I
Africa.
don't
think,
understand
I
bro?
about
don't
you two,
Because
understand
Niger.
what the
Why?
heck is
Why?
wrong with
because
I
you.
don't
all you
understand.
see the reason why I say that,
You
ask
know
her
what?
now.
Come on.
You know
Who
what?
started it?
Hold on. 1 second. Hold on. Since Tunaja want to bring the Somalis into this, the First Republic, if we, Tunaja, I don't think we want to point fingers because
those black soldiers we saw, most of them are Nigerians. They brought them from
Ask
Nigeria.
her a simple
Thank
question.
No,
Let her
you.
answer
wait a
honestly.
minute,
Yeah.
Tunaya. Majority of those soldiers were brought from Nigeria to kill those 20 million Congolese. So be
Yeah.
careful pointing this finger at the
Because they were
Somalis.
defeated people. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Come on,
what?
Oh, now
Tunaja.
they
See, let's
defeated.
accept defeat and move on.
You
We
just
can be.
accept
When,
it.
What is the defeat
what
here?
is
I don't
wrong is
Just
understand
wrong.
what the defeat is
Tunaya,
here. I
just
don't.
No, what is
Tunaya.
wrong is wrong.
Leave the
Let's be
Somalis
factual.
alone.
Okay,
Let's
I'm a
talk about
I'm not
what's
defending
factual.
them.
factual.
Tunaya,
Let's just be factual. That's
leave
what
the
we're gonna do
Somalis
ahead.
alone, because if we want to point fingers about slavery, the Somalis are just a click away
You have an agenda to make
to
our
see
people
Nigeria's
Oh, hey,
job in this.
let me
just
Okay,
admit
say one
it.
thing.
don't do
Let me
this.
say one thing. Look, Afrodamus. You know when African tribe, the guy from Cameroon. You know, I don't have anything against Cameroon or its people. You know, the African people. But when he called my people lazy and weak, we don't care. We're not gonna respond to him because
Wait,
that's his opinion. But we don't care. Here,
no, it's true in
Tunaja
the UK.
is
Somalis in the
attacking.
UK. In
What?
the UK, the Somali community are really lazy.
They're
The
lazy.
men
That's
go
not
there,
freaking
have three
They're
on.
going
wives.
around.
Let me
That's
That's
finish.
your
freaking on.
opinion.
Let me
That's your
finish.
opinion.
Guys,
The
That's your
Somalis
opinion.
own half of
Listen,
guys,
Nairobi,
guys,
half
let's not,
look,
guys,
Minnesota.
you know what, guys, let's not
Oh,
switch the topic.
no, we're not
Yeah,
switching
yeah.
the topic. Yeah.
Hold on, this can be another topic for
At
another
least we're not
day. Okay,
primitive.
right.
Tunaja, what do you have to say to
At
that,
least we were
Tunaja?
never
Oh, so
primitive.
you're happy to say
Right.
that now?
Yeah,
We are primitive,
Hey,
okay?
yeah, let's
You
not,
know
guys,
what?
Tunaja,
let's
There is
she's
not,
no
just trying
point.
to
I mean,
piss
You
you
know,
off. You should
no,
understand.
no, no.
Don't
I'm not
respond.
interested in that. I'm not
let's
interested
not,
in that.
let's
That
not
is too
switch,
obvious. The
let's
one
not
I go
switch.
after are the ones that are more subtle. What she does is diabolical, and people don't understand it.
Oh
Yeah,
my
I
The
had
God.
that
point
on
is,
Niger,
see,
the last one.
you see
I
that one
agree
is
with
so
you there.
open. I can even see it coming from
Yeah.
a mile away. The way
So,
she does her things is very, very sly. I don't mind this guy that is
I
Somali.
think
He
Tunaja has a
disagrees with
crush
me.
on
I don't
only me,
mind.
bro.
Ask
I
me.
think
No,
Tunaja has a crush on only me. You have a crush on
yeah,
her, bro. Just say it.
exactly. That
no,
is true. I'm not denying it. It is true. No, no, not a
You
crush.
have
I
a
mean,
crush on
no,
her.
no, no, no. No, I thought you said I have an issue with only me. I mean, I have an issue with her. I don't have a crush on her.
hold on,
So
There's nothing wrong having a crush on her.
okay,
Maybe
Tunaja,
Yeah,
it's
there's
all
nothing
I
right.
don't
wrong
even,
with that.
I don't even know who she is.
okay,
Point is,
hold on,
Bro,
She might be a man.
Tunaja, let me ask you a question. Tunaja, let me ask you this, okay? Since, I mean, I haven't brought this up, you're the one that brought this idea about Somalis, even accusing them of partaking. They have a hand in the Congo issue.
no, I
But,
didn't say that.
well,
but,
you,
hey, let me
you
ask
pretty
one
much
question to
did. But
Tunaja, please.
hold
No,
on,
I
hold
didn't.
on, Hawia.
I
Okay,
didn't
but
say that.
Tunaja, what do
Afrodamus,
you
let
have
me
to
ask one
say?
question.
Hold on, Hawia, hold on. Tunaja, what do you have to say that majority of the First Republic soldiers, the black Africans we saw in that picture, what if I tell you they are from Nigeria? So obviously Nigerians played a role to take down the Congolese, helping King Leopold. What do you have to say to this?
Is what Nigerians do. They use Nigerians against Nigerians too. Lagos
No,
against
no,
Lagos.
no,
Lagos
no. But
against
let's
Yoruba.
talk about what they did in a foreign land in the Congo against other blacks.
They were not Nigeria then.
What?
They were
We
not
didn't
a
invent
But
them.
Nigerian
okay,
country
okay,
then.
but it's the same people from the territory called
They
Nigeria
conquered
today.
them and used them to conquer them. See, they use Lagos to conquer Yoruba land.
But
They
what
use
is it?
Yoruba
What
land to
is it
conquer
about
Igbo
them
land.
that? What is it about the Nigerians that they got conquered, and then they get used to go conquer other Africans? They use them
Play
to
the
go conquer
victimhood.
to
You
go
see, it's
conquer the.
always victimhood.
They use them to go conquer the Ghanaians too
They,
in
they
1900.
you can say whatever you like. The point is they use other people to conquer people. This is what empires do. That's how
Okay,
they that
so
is
that's
very
what I
efficient.
wanted you to talk about, King Leopold. This is why I don't want you to point the finger at saying this, like
I
you
didn't
just mad at the
I didn't
Somalis.
point
Don't make
fingers
this
at the
about,
Somalis. I said they
but
too
don't
were
make this about
involved
Somalis. Like this is
in
not about,
slavery.
yeah, this is not about the Somalis.
I
He
But
has
didn't
something personal against the Somalis, man.
no
It's
no I have something
personal.
no, it's not personal.
It's
No.
personal. It's very
When
personal.
I was growing up and I see East Africans go on TV and disassociate themselves with Africans because they are too eager to embrace
but
North
they're
Africa.
Africans, even if they say they are not. Tunaya, if I
Bro,
say
That
I'm
is
not
it. But why
African
are you not
right
holding them
now,
accountable for doing that?
Tunaya,
Just
if I
bro,
because they
tell
appear
you,
themselves from the continent
Tunaja, do you
constantly.
need them? Tunaja, do you need them?
No, I don't need them. You see,
Then
that's the
what's your
thing.
problem? So
Okay,
why even
let me
bother?
finish my point then.
Okay,
Oh my God,
that's why
my point.
Tunaja, you shouldn't be bringing
You're not listening to my
Somalia.
point. You know history. You
This is about
understand
the
why
Congo.
I'm concerned about them.
This is about Congo. We'll do Somalia another day. You can
No,
No, we're
come.
we
not
shouldn't.
doing
We should not
Somalia.
do
The problem
Somalia
is,
again, please.
no, we're not
We'll
doing
we'll
Somalia.
keep
No,
He
don't do
has
Somalia
to
out of
deal
that.
with
Somalia.
this
Don't.
problem.
I
His
don't think
own people,
I'm going to get
his,
involved in Somalia
his
discussion
own people,
anymore
his own
because
people with the
25
weapon
million
used
people.
against
I'm
the
not sure.
So
the
Niger,
Congo.
I
So
think we
only
should
me.
It
visit
was
Wait,
your
Somalia,
own
me and
people.
you. You
Two
know, we
Niger.
should visit
Two Niger.
Somalia and go to Somalia and have a
No, no,
only
no,
me.
drink some
no. I will visit
Somalian
Somalia. All
tea.
right,
Have some
I will visit
Somalian tea.
Somalia,
They've got
and
some good teas. You
I'm
know,
not. See, I will visit Somalia, and I will go and know more about them by
go to
myself. I'm not going to go
Mogadishu. You
with
know,
only me,
yeah, we need.
obviously, because
We
I
only
don't
me
need
does not
somebody
live in
patronizing me
Somalia.
that
Hold on, guys.
She
Hold
trafficking
on.
does not
people.
even live in Somalia herself, so don't
Hold on.
bother. You go to
Hold
the
on.
real Somalia and see
So
one step
only
for
me.
yourself.
I have a question for only me.
Yes,
So
yes,
only me.
yes.
Knowing that, okay, because you even pointed out, right? You pointed, you said, have you noticed in the video, most of those folks, the public are black Africans. So now that, for instance, Tunyaja come in here, hating on your history, and then you finding out that those soldiers, majority of them, are in fact from where Tunaja come from, and he's accusing you.
That's
How does that?
disappointing.
What do you think about that?
That
Wow,
is
you really want to
disappointing because
divide,
I
don't you?
missed
You really
that
want to
part.
divide.
I wait
Hmm.
to Niger. The question was for me. I did miss that part, and that's very disappointing. And the problem is when you faced him with this question, he start playing the victim. Always the
What?
victim. Oh, we were forced. Oh, we were this. Oh, we were that. When it comes to us,
No.
oh, you
Yes,
evil, you
he
this.
was
Yes,
accused by
Tell
The
me what you want
Ghanaians.
me to
yeah,
say.
Tunaja,
yeah.
let her talk. Wait.
Let me finish, Tunaja.
Because
If you talk, we're all
The
evil.
Ghanaians accused you of the same thing too that she's accusing you of. But
Yes.
Yeah.
keep going.
So yeah. So you play something very hypocritically, really, to Niger, right? When
Okay.
you blaming on Somalis selling slaves, when your shore has a freaking
Oh no.
no, you have a castles for slaves that you were shipping for your shore, and you blaming on Somalis on any African problem when your people were there and your people were there cutting the heads off of the Congo people. That's disgusting. And when he asked you about this, you start blaming the victimhood now. That is your
Okay.
problem. I don't know what's your problem with the Somalis. You have a really, really grudge, and I don't care what you have for Somalis. I could really give a shit what you think about the Somalis. You understand? That's all I need to say to you.
Okay. Thank you. See, one, I didn't play victim. I said what happened. It
You said you
was
were
they
conquered,
conquered us. They
so
conquered Nigeria.
that's
They
blaming.
use Nigeria. That's
That's
what empires
victimhood.
do. No, it's not victimhood. It is the truth
Kejo.
of history.
Okay, let's
Listen,
allow Kejo.
Nigerians didn't
But
just
that's
wake up
what Kejo
overnight.
did.
Oh, can you let me talk?
No,
Nigerians
wait.
didn't.
No, but
No, you won't let.
Tunaja, let's be honest though. You are not being honest here because you're doing exactly what she said.
But you're not letting me answer.
Hold on,
How can you do that?
wait a minute. When it came to Somalis, you just accuse them and you say all these things, okay? But when it comes to Nigeria, oh, we were conquered. But
No,
you said this is what history is. Only me, what she said about her people in Somalia is the history of what happened. What Dr.
no,
Kezo is saying, what Dr. Kezo is saying is the history of what happened.
no.
So
That's not what you're saying.
you invalidated everything they're saying, but now
Which is inaccurate.
you want people to accept what you are saying, the excuse. The truth is,
My
like
God.
all the countries on the coast there got conquered.
Wow. People
They
are
got
really thinking
conquered.
I hate Somalis now. See,
They
you
got conquered. So
you
you're
are
making
coming at
excuses.
me. I'm telling you that it's like you have a child in a family, and one child says, I'm not part of this family, I'm related to a different family, and I'm calling it out, and you are having a go at me that I hate
Maybe
that child.
Somalis don't want to go
I'm not
to
hating that
Tunaja.
child. I'm
Tunaja.
saying that this child tomorrow will join the other family and come and destroy you.
No.
That's what
But
I'm saying, telling you.
Tunaja. My point is, what you're accusing them of,
Bad
you are the
analogy.
one.
Bad analogy, man.
People from the territory called Nigeria have a history of already doing this. This very topic we're talking about, most of the first public came from that territory. The people that were chopping off people's hands and killing them. They came from there. So you know, the people from that region have already proven it. The Somalis, maybe they don't want to be friends with people or going to the Congo chopping off people's hands. Maybe they don't want to do that. Have you ever thought about that?
Yeah,
But now
maybe
here
tomorrow they
you are
will do to
accused.
me.
You're
Tomorrow they could have
accusing
done
them.
to me.
Yeah,
Tomorrow
you're
they could come
accusing
and
them.
do it to me on
Wow.
my shore. Just
Yeah.
saying, if you could do your neighbor like
That's
that,
what
maybe
you're
you can
saying.
come and do it to me
It
too.
doesn't even make sense.
It
Especially when you
does.
see me
There is a big
non-African.
difference. Okay, let me
Especially when you see me
see.
non-African. How easy is it
You
for you
see?
to come and chop my
So
heads off?
yeah,
See,
she has a point here, and
see,
she already,
let me.
Tunaja, she
If you
already
let
can
me
read.
talk for
Wait,
1
she
minute,
can already read in books and see that most of the first public came from a place called Nigeria, and she's seen what they've done there. Now you're trying to accuse them of being people that would betray Africa when you know if
if they are not
according,
careful,
but by your logic, Nigerians already betrayed fellow
no,
Africans in the Congo,
there's a difference.
And in
You are
Ghana.
not letting me talk now,
But
right?
they helped the British conquer the Ashantis. Let's not forget that too.
Okay, now the point is that one side was conquered. I'm telling you that the other
The
side
Somalis
doesn't have
saw
to be
all this.
persuaded.
They can
Oh
read
my
these
God.
things.
Can I talk? The other side doesn't have to be persuaded. Let me give you an example. The other side was conquered and they were used as soldiers to go and defeat the other groups. Even their own tribes in their own country, they used them. Then, but the point I'm making is that the Somalis may not have to be conquered because their mindset is already like that. That is a different thing.
No,
See,
Tunaja, the Somalis were chilling. They don't have a history of being carried
oh
by
my God.
Europeans.
Do you even know the
No, what I'm
difference?
saying, when
Do
they
you
when
understand the
look
difference?
when the British wanted to conquer Kenya, Somalia is right there. They did not go bring Somalis to fight
Oh my
in their army to conquer
In fact, we
the
freed the slaves
Kenyans.
in
They did
Kenya.
not
We
do
freed
this.
them. In fact, we freed them from the Portuguese colonization. And the thing is, to Niger, this is the fact, right?
You
If
free
you're
them from
doing this to your neighbor,
the Portuguese.
yes, we
Yes.
did free
If it
them from
wasn't
the
for
Portuguese.
Yes,
Somalis,
they
they'd be
did.
speaking Portuguese
Yes,
right
we
now.
did. Go read that history.
They
We,
would
in
not be
fact,
speaking
and we
Swahili right now if it wasn't for Somalis. They'd be speaking
exactly
Portuguese.
But
The
for
whole
what
east coast of
purpose? Was it for
Africa.
and the
Islam or
slaves in
for the people? Or was it for Islam?
Somalis. We
Somalis,
freed
yeah.
the Swahilis from the Portuguese invasion.
But
We did
the
free them, and
Somalis, the
slaves too.
Portuguese fight on your behalf to
Yeah, no,
against
we
any people
fought
that
the
invaded
Portuguese.
you.
We
But
fought against the Portuguese. We fought against the Portuguese for
Everybody
Tunaja,
a
was fighting
very
against
long
the
time.
Portuguese
Tunaja,
at that time.
Tunaja, you understand that
What
if
did
the
you say?
Somalis, right, Tunaja,
Mhm.
if the Somalis had shown up, you know, in the Congo, let's say in 1890s, to fight to free the Congolese people, you do realize the force that they are gonna go be fighting against, the soldiers, a majority gonna be Nigerians fighting to stop the Somalis from freeing the Congolese. You do realize this,
But
right?
I'm not. I don't have that facts. If
No,
that
because
have the facts, then I would be able.
because
See,
they're
I'm
the
not going
ones
to
in
admit to
the
something I'm not aware of. I'm not aware
well, the
of
records show
Nigerians being
majority. No,
that
they were
many
in
of
the
them
army.
there.
They were
I'm
in
not
the
aware of
army.
it.
But
I'm not aware
Show
of it,
Tunaja,
them
and
the
this is the first
video.
time I'm
Why?
hearing of
Tunaja,
that.
you can
So
look this up. You can literally look this up. They tell you,
I will look it up.
yeah, they
That's
tell you
accurate.
what territory these people come from. You know, they kidnapped some people even from Sierra Leone. The people from Nigeria, they were Muslim missionaries. They paid them to be part of this army. Yes, they did kidnap
Mm.
some of them, but majority they went there.
And
Those,
the Portuguese,
let me show you
I'll
the
be quite
pictures.
surprised if they were the majority of the forces in
Well,
Congo. I'll be
look
quite
it up.
surprised about that.
If you don't believe me, look it up.
Because one, Congo is not the people colonizing
Well,
Congo.
go look it
Is
up.
not the people that are
Okay,
colonizing
let me show you.
Nigeria.
Let me
So
show
I
a
don't
picture
understand
here.
how they
This
are linked.
person, by
So
looking at him clearly, you would know
Refuse
he's
to
from
comply
Nigeria.
would be
Hold on.
subject to
Watch. Hold on.
everybody looks Nigerian.
No. Wait. Let's clear this here because Tunaja, you are in denial because you are accusing a group of people of something they've never done when you have a history of doing it.
Do you know that Morocco came down from the north and they destroyed the Songhai Empire?
Yeah, they fought.
They are
They
both
fought a war.
Islamic nations. They were not at war,
No,
and
they were at
oh
war.
God. Why do you think they
Tunaja.
chose to do that? They sided with Europeans against
Yeah, but
these
Tunaja,
Africans.
Moroccans are not Somalis.
Yeah. Keep thinking that.
But
And you know what's funny?
Keep thinking that.
Somali and
Keep
Moroccan
thinking
are
that.
not the same people.
When people are telling you that they are more aligned with foreign people, non-Africans, and you keep there, if
Look at
I'm
the
just
picture of
calling
the
it as
guy
so they
holding
would
the gun.
also know what they are coming across as. They are telling you
Hey,
that
Yeah,
their
hey,
those
face
are
is
Nigerians.
burnt. They are
two
telling you that
Niger,
their
what's
face
your
is
tribe?
burnt.
Two Niger, what's your tribe? What's your tribe? Are you Igbo? Two Niger, what?
I
He's
have
a
Igbo in
small
me.
tribe.
I have
He's a
Igbo in
Huh?
me.
small tribe.
You
He's a
what?
small unknown tribe in
Okay,
Nigeria.
guys, hold on. Watch this, right?
Bro,
Guys,
two
watch
two
this.
Niger.
Hold on,
Eh?
Wait,
guys,
wait.
hold on. Tunaya, are you seeing the screen? Are you guys seeing the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so you see these soldiers here. This is, Force the Public in Leopold's army. Majority are not Congolese people. They could not use the Congolese to
They
kill
look like
their
Hausa
own
to me.
people. They could not. Majority of these people here are from a territory called Nigeria.
Yeah,
Mm.
because they were probably big and strong.
See,
What
so
the hell that
do
got to
you
do with
mean
anything?
no? To
Bro,
be fair, that
hey,
doesn't have anything to
African
do with
traveler,
anything.
you retarded,
But I
bro.
just told you that they use Nigerians to defeat Nigerians. So I don't
Yeah.
understand
So
what's the
so
point you are making,
well,
please.
okay. The point I'm making is you cannot accuse the Somalis of what you're accusing them of because they haven't done
No,
this.
I'm
But
not
you
accusing them of anything. I'm
look.
saying,
Wait.
oh
If
my
you
God,
wait a
you
minute.
are not
Why?
letting me make the
Wait.
point clearly.
Tunaya.
And so
Why
far, you
would
have succeeded.
somebody wait? As far as history goes, why would you put your money on something that you find to be bad, but you've done it? You're accusing somebody of
No,
it
it's not the same
hypothetically,
thing.
but they've never done this. They don't have a history of doing this
Two
said
Niger
thing.
doesn't know what he's talking about, bro.
They
It's
don't
not
After
the
have
you
a
don't
same
have to
thing.
explain it to him. You don't have to explain it to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just attacking East Africans for no reason because he has a personal issues with East
You
Africans.
see
You
here,
know,
there's more
let's be honest.
soldiers. You see these soldiers? These people don't look Congolese. You
No,
see these soldiers here? These are not even East
these are
Africans.
people from Port
You see the
Harcourt.
way they are built. These are not East Africans.
They Nigerians.
These are not Somalis, that's for
The
sure.
They
real, the
sellouts,
only
bro.
people
They
are
Nigerian sellouts that help the white
Wait,
people.
only me. I think.
They all have the same mentality
I
as
Yes.
two
think.
Niger
Only
sellouts.
me. I think these two front rows here. I think these are Somalis. Maybe help me here. You know what your
No,
people.
they're not Somalis,
They're
definitely.
not
And
Somalis,
do you
bro.
know
Tunaya, do you think they are Somalis?
Afridamos,
Huh?
there
He
was
probably
also
does because he's slow. He thinks
Afridamos,
they're Somalis
Yeah.
there
because
was
he's super
also
slow.
Sultan Abu Yusuf, there was also a Sultan in Somalia who freed Swahilis from the slavery from the Omans. You can also go check that out.
Yeah,
Somalis have
yeah,
freed
that's true.
a lot of Bantu from,
But but
yes,
but
he did
he didn't
free
do it.
them.
He didn't do it because he loves Africans. It was a personal. He didn't do it because he cares about Africans.
What kind of
It
personal?
Well, he did not
that
free Bantu. He
decivilizing the
freed
no,
people.
some
he
Oh
he
people
my
he
in
had, he had
God.
a, he
particular
had a
area. When you say Bantu,
Wala
it
la
means
futa- laka
something.
he had
igada.
beef
I'm
with the
just telling
Omanis.
you.
He had beef with the
Yeah.
Omanis.
Yeah,
And
People that
but
were
he
doing
freed them all.
that were
He
doing
could have
Syrian station, you say they are not
continued.
civilized. They are
He
primitive
could have
people.
But
continued slaving them, but he did not. He freed them all. I'm
Seriously.
just saying. Yes. But
now to keep
while your people were chopping the head off with their neighbors. Just saying.
now to get back on topic,
See,
I
I
started
guys,
a
would say
business with
that
a
yes,
I,
it's true. Kaiser, go ahead.
yeah. So to keep everything back on track, I've started a business with the Chinese guy I've met here. I was actually drinking some coffee and then I met him. So he's starting a warehouse, like a factory for putting in radiators and selling them. Anyways, it's not relevant. What happened when I spent time with him and this other white guy is I kept hearing them both say that Africans are stupid. And I know why they said these things, but that sentiment kept going
you mean
around.
because of this
The Chinese
conversation?
guy said, this country, and considering this is Nairobi, it's not an underdeveloped place compared to other country shitholes in this continent. But he said that this country is 1960 China, and he said that that's why he's here to make money because Africans are too stupid to realize the opportunities that they have to make money.
That is a
And when
fact. I
we
don't think
hired some
anyone can
Africans,
argue with that.
That's not a
That is
fact, bro. How you gonna agree with that? That's not a fact,
I
bro. You
didn't say I agree
slow,
with
It
bro.
that.
it it
I,
Come
it
on.
is. It is. It
It's
is.
not.
It
It's
is,
not.
I
bro.
It's
didn't,
not. Look,
It
look.
is.
That's not. That's not. Look, like if we're talking about science, we talk about science.
I'm talking about common
There's no
sense, bro.
evidence that they're more intelligent than
No,
us.
forget
It's
about
just the
science.
no,
circumstances,
they
bro.
are not. Obviously,
Common
they are
They're
not.
not.
sense.
They're
I
not
think
intelligent than us, bro.
that is what
brother.
Okay,
Congolese guy is
hold on,
implying. That's what
hold
I
on,
didn't like.
hold
Like
on.
they are
Let's
more
allow
intelligent.
Dr. Kezo. So
Yeah,
finish what you were saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that yeah. So after spending time with this white guy and this Chinese guy, I did notice that them saying a lot of things. And from my own experience, we hired some people to do a basic job, putting a couch to the 10th floor. Guess what? We paid them a lot good money, $30 to do this job, very good money. And guess what? The Africans failed. It took the white guy to go and force another group of Africans to do it, and they couldn't follow instructions. We're telling them, okay, keep it straight, move it up like this, like this. They keep changing the order. They want to be disorganized. We did manage to do it, but when we let the Africans do it by themselves, the job didn't get done. When we took control is when the job got done. Now, I know this is just one example.
Dr. K,
sorry,
Dr. K, let me ask.
When you say we, what are you? What are you? I don't get it. When you say when we took control, what are we? What are you?
Talk about Kenyans.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me say we.
Dr. K, let me ask one question to Dr. K. Dr. K, you're from Nairobi, right? You live in Nairobi. You're from Nairobi, right?
I'm not from here, but I live here. Yes.
Okay, why do you Kenyans are so weak when it comes to like white people and the Chinese? And I give you an example. There's a barbershops in Nairobi that own Chinese, and they don't cut black people hair. And they also got a Chinese restaurants that are black people are not allowed in your own country. Why do you let that happen? I don't understand.
Okay, so the restaurant got closed down. The haircut, that's just the legal constitution. It allows you to serve who you want to serve. And not
but it's not. That's just a small example, bro. You guys, that's just because I lived in Mombasa for 6 years. You guys, when it comes to white people, you guys feel like
that's
the
a
way
fact.
you treat them. That's a fact,
Well,
bro.
most Africans, not only Kenyans, bro. Like,
but I can't speak most Africans. I can speak only Kenyans. When it comes to like Indians or whites, anybody who's
Indians
not
are a tribe
in
Kenya.
They treat them different.
Yeah,
We Somalis, we don't do that, bro. We don't think white man is better than us. Like
white
the
people
opposite.
are scared of Somalia because of your religion and Al-Shabaab. It's not just because they don't want to come to your country.
So
they're scared about
everything
the religion,
you mentioned there
like
about
that.
Kenya was true a few years back. Right now, the biggest companies is run by Kenyans. Some of them are Somalis. The Indians companies are failing. Actually, Nakumat closed down. Airtel is not doing well. So that's an old mentality. And that's to do with more of the uneducated people. The educated class, people like me.
Man, I think what you are saying is not very accurate, actually. And I don't know why you are saying these things you are saying. But
so Tunaja, do you think they worship the white man in Kenya?
I don't know, man. Our
person.
people have a long way to go. If somebody that is a doctor still thinks like this.
No, but Tunaja, he's telling us what he's seen. He's over there.
Yeah.
He's Kenyan. He's telling us facts.
He's telling me what he's seeing, and I'm telling you that I have the same eyes in my head. I'm not seeing what he's seeing, so that's why I'm concerned.
Well, that doesn't mean just because you're concerned, that doesn't mean other people don't have to hear what he's saying. Let's hear what he has to say.
I don't even know what Dr. Kenzo is. I don't know if he's Kenyan, if he's Somalian, if he's Eritrean.
Well,
I don't
just
know.
like
He's Kenyan.
Okay.
Okay.
Dr. K is a half-breed Kenyan, half Bantu, half Cushitic. That's what he is. Even though he doesn't want to admit his Cushitic side, and the fact that he's proud.
He's Oromo.
He's Oromo, but he's always proud that they enslaved other tribes. I want to ask you, what tribe do you enslave? What tribe did you people enslave? What tribe in Kenya? I know all the tribes in Kenya.
You know what? I want to hear this. Yeah, Dr. K, what tribe did you guys enslave?
What tribe did you guys enslave? I want to know.
Okay, so we sold the Luo people.
No, that's not true. That's not true, bro. There's no record. I'm from that part of the world. I have never heard Bantus enslaving Nilites. That never happened, bro. Never happened. So I don't know which history you're talking about.
He's just making things up now.
Anyways,
he's making things up, bro.
I don't go back and forth. I'll put the documents on the private chat later.
Look,
but
the point he tried to make earlier on that they were less civilized is disproven by the fact that these people in those regions were carrying out Caesarean sessions even before the Europeans.
Tunaja, there's no proof to this. We do. Nobody is going there to. No one is going there to learn.
Europeans witnessed it, and you are telling me there's no proof.
Tunaja, I have never heard someone saying, let's practice the Buganda Caesarean. There's a reason why they said Caesarean section. So please, let's not even, I mean, it's just like when I heard a black person, somebody African.
Tunaja, Okay, explain this one question. Answer this one question for me. You keep saying that you're more African than me. Explain how you're more African than me. As East African, explain to me. I've been
Okay,
in the African
That's
Yeah,
continent
just West
longer than
African
to
you.
answer
supremacy.
Longer
you,
You're
than
Arab,
you.
man. Shut up.
Explain
You're
to me
Arab.
how you're more African than me.
yeah.
Arab Partai.
let me explain the reason
Okay,
why.
explain
Why?
to me.
Let
Explain
me
to
give
me.
you in a simple analogy. If
Okay.
somebody belongs to
No,
a
just
family,
explain it direct. We want to hear this too, Niger,
no,
please.
Yes.
you don't want me to answer it. Okay.
No, go
When
ahead.
somebody's in a family and they tell you that they are not associated with that family, they want to join, they are part of another group, then what do you think when the other members of the family are saying, yeah, we are this family, we are this clan, this is our crest, and we are here, we are not moving. And while one person or two in the family is saying we belong to the other group. So you forgive me for saying that the ones that are holding down the values and the this in their heritage that they belong in the family are more this in family in that family. You can describe them as being more in that family than the one that don't want to belong.
But
That is the
can
context I'm
you?
talking about.
That
So,
doesn't make any
that
sense.
doesn't
First of
make
all,
sense, Niger. So,
it
are you
doesn't make sense.
saying
It
that?
doesn't mean
So,
genetically they are not Africans. They still remain Africans. But I'm
so
telling you
what
that
makes one?
in their
What would be?
psychology, they don't believe, they don't see themselves as Africans.
So, Tunaja,
Yes,
if
we
I
do.
don't
What are you
see
talking about,
myself,
bro?
Tunaja, if
We're
I don't see
we're the
myself,
oldest, bro. We're
Tunaja.
the oldest African race. You guys, Nigerians, or most Africans, actually came from
No,
us.
no, no,
If
no,
we
no,
talk about
no, no,
scientifically,
Because
no,
they don't
so
no,
have
no,
clear
respect,
no.
respect
No,
your
evidence
elders,
you
bro.
are
in
not.
our
Respect
region.
your
So
elders.
You are
let's not
not.
go
You're
there.
not. You're
That's
not.
true. That's
You're
true.
not the
If
oldest
you go
African
far
race.
enough,
No,
People
bro,
move
we're
around.
the
People move
cradle
no,
of
around.
no,
civilizations,
no,
bro.
So
But
if I'm
no,
but
no, no.
Chinese,
wait,
Uh,
so
wait,
if I
wait,
say
wait,
I'm
wait.
Chinese
Hold
and
on.
I'm not African, am I Chinese then? Just because I say I'm
Yeah.
Chinese.
So
Does that make
Tunaja.
me Chinese?
It doesn't make you Chinese, but it makes you Chinese oriented. While some other person that is saying they're African is more African oriented. That's the context
So
I'm saying
Tunaja,
that some people are more
The
Tunaja.
African than
oldest,
others.
by the way, the oldest people in Africa are the Khoisan and Nilotic, not Bantu, not Niger Congo, not
it's
Kushite.
Bantu. It's
No,
Bantu. I
it's
don't
So
know where
not.
you
is
get
there
It's
your
is
not.
No,
okay
it's
It's
now?
not. It's
Bantu.
not,
Nilot.
man.
Eh,
It's
Okay now
Nilotic.
Bantu
let me
is
clarify
Adam.
something. Let me
No,
Bantu
clarify
it's
is the
something.
not.
first man on
It's
earth.
it is it
That's a
is
fact.
not.
No,
That's not a
That's
fact.
not a fact.
Which
Bantu is
You
the
don't have
history
first
any
man on earth.
scientific
Oh my
evidence
God.
to
Khoisan,
claim that,
Khoisan
bro.
Bantu
are the
is
oldest
Adam.
tribe in the world. In the
No,
world,
no,
the
Okay,
no,
Khoisan are
see,
the
no, no.
oldest.
I don't
I'm
believe
sorry
see.
to
that
burst your
bullshit.
bubble, but
It's
Okay,
Bantu are
Bantu.
definitely not
guys,
the
let's
oldest
stick.
in
Bantu
this
Let's
is
stick
space.
with
first,
the
nothing
topic,
else.
guys.
See,
Hold on, guys. I understand. Please, let's stick with the topic. Actually, looks like we're at the 4 hour mark. Guys,
the,
I'm gonna have you
let,
guys, say
let me
your
just say
last
one thing
piece.
very
Hold
quickly.
on, hold on.
The L1,
Let's
L2
please
genes are
hold on.
Bantu genes and they are older.
Okay, Tunaja.
Genetically, go online, they are older
Khoisans are
than the
even
Hold
L3
on,
Bantu.
gene.
hold on, hold on,
Khoisans are
guys,
what just called
guys,
Southern Bantu people. So if you say
guys.
Khoisan, it means a Bantu. Khoisans are just Southern
Khoisans
Bantu
and
people.
Bantus are not the same.
Okay, guys,
Khoisan
Khoisan is
hold
and
on,
Southern,
hold on,
have
Adam,
hold on,
Southern
hold on, hold
Bantu.
on,
Khoisan have a haplogroup A. They're not Bantu.
guys.
Just for your info, and they're the oldest tribe in the world. Read genetics
Yes.
for God's sake.
Okay, guys,
But
They're
let
not
L3,
Bantu.
Genet-
L3 that you are
genetics
from
is.
is
Are
younger
you a
L3
than the
come
medical
from the
doctor,
L1 and
mother.
L2.
Ole me?
L3
hold
is
on.
from the
All
mother,
right, guys,
Okay,
not
can you
the
okay,
can
you
you
father.
are the
let the
elder.
host talk, please? Hold on. I'm gonna ask Tunaja this. Tunaja, you said you gave an analogy if one family say they don't belong. So you're saying simply because if any African group, all African groups in Africa are related, they are family, and so a Nigerian and a Somali you consider them to be in the same family. So if a Somali said they are not Nigerian, therefore they are not African. Are you saying
Jesus Christ.
Nigerians are the standard for what an
What?
African is? No, I'm
I said
asking
that.
you.
I'm talking about African. I'm not saying Nigerian.
So what's the standard? What's the standard?
I said if
What's
they
the standard
say
of being
they are
an
not
African?
Africans, if they say they are not Africans, that the reason why they are dark is
But
because
where
this
did
one
you
burns
hear
their skin.
this? Where did you hear
There are
this?
videos online. You want me to give you a link so you play it here?
Okay, fine.
I said it before. I said it
I
in
don't
the
want to
room
get into
before.
that today
Anyway,
deeply.
doesn't
Maybe
even matter.
that's for
Oh, now you
another
begin
day.
to see
But
where I'm
I'm gonna
coming from.
let you
Now
guys
the light is beginning
wait.
to shine.
So I see this. Okay, it's okay. Two
Even
Niger.
genetically, L1, L2 dominate the continent, and they are older than the L3 gene that the Somalis are from. And this Somali guy just said, we are older than you. People say these things
That's
because they don't
BS. That's
understand.
BS. That's just
Okay.
Then go
BS, bro.
online
I
and
don't
check
like to
No,
it.
talk about that
I'm
Go
not
topic.
Okay,
online
sure
and
if
check
that
it.
is the
guys,
way.
I don't want to veer into this. Please, let's
Just
go
use your
with
own,
the,
your
yeah,
own.
let's go with the topic. We're towards the end, ladies and gentlemen. As you guys know, we're talking about King Leopold. We've uncovered a lot of things. We found out, like Tunaja accused the Somalis of helping King Leopold, but it turns out the
Oh God,
Nigerians
I
did.
didn't say that.
And well, you
Goodness
didn't have
gracious.
to.
What are you
But
trying to like malign me or something? I didn't
hold on,
say that.
Tunaja, can you allow the host to at least get a few things
You're
in?
maligning me.
Well, you'll have your last
I don't
piece
hate
in.
Somalis, you know. I don't know why
Okay,
you're making.
great.
I've never had one bad experience with them.
Fine. As you guys know, here at the Afridamus Report, like I said, I'm here to unite people with the truth instead of, uniting people with the lies, because it's not gonna help. See,
That's true.
if we have people, fabricating stories, and when you pull out stories for them, they say, "Oh, this happened to us." But then you don't want other people to propagate their own history. That would be another topic. But King Leopold, as we all know, some people say Belgium needs, reparation. Others in the panel here, it's divided. Some believe in survival of the fittest. Some believe that the Congo was conquered, so therefore they just need to take this L. So I'm confused. Maybe the 20 million souls, that was just the price to pay for civilization. I don't know. I might be wrong. Feel free to leave your comments. Don't get in your feelings. It's just I want to hear what you have to say.
Wow, 20
Okay?
million and they are still
Yeah,
standing.
that's just what I
Unbelievable.
want to. You see, Tunaja, can you let the host talk?
Sorry.
So, so pretty much that's what it is. I mean, like all these answers are welcome. But as far as me myself, I'm concerned, people, as far as I'm concerned, I think it's an act of war. Sure, they said there's survival of the fittest whatsoever, but the Congolese were not part, they didn't sign on to this war. Or maybe when they got tricked and signed the land over, maybe that's the treaty for the war. Who knows? But either way, however you slice this, is still a messed up situation. 20 million is too many lives to pay for civilizing a group of Congolese. So I'm going to let the panel here give their last take on this before we leave. And please, people, take it easy. Leave the Somalis out of this. We've proven the Somalis did not go to the Congo and chop off people's heads or hands. That's
That's
been established.
that's
In
a tr-
fact,
that's a
so
fact.
so so we know that to be true. We know that a Bantu, a well-known Bantu named Tiputip, a slave master, 35 wives, and many more concubines. The
Yeah,
man
I
with the
wish to be like him.
yes, the man with the concubines. That's happened as well. But believe this, I am not taking this. I'm not. I know, we're laughing. It's edutainment, but let's be serious though. 20 million is quite a lot of people. And so the reason, what I've learned here is, did Africans learn about this? Did they learn anything? Did Africans even care? Africans don't care about this. That's what I'm getting.
Mm, that's
So,
true.
it's unfortunate. But maybe, just maybe someday, Africans would wake up and be conscious of their own humanity. So, guys, I'm going to give you guys the last word. We would start with, let's go with Two Niger. Two Niger, you go. I know
All
you're
right.
dying to say something.
No, I'm not dying to say something.
Oh, do you want to
Um,
wait and go later?
okay, let them go. Let them go first then. Let them go
Okay.
first.
All right. Let's have a Howie go here. Where's Howie? Howie, go for it.
Yeah, I'm right here. I mean, this was a good discussion again. Afrodama, you're always doing a great job, man. I don't know why some people always accusing you of otherwise. I don't believe that, but I just want to give quick response to Dr. Kate for calling some Africans primitive. When you say that, you're justifying the brutality that Europeans did to
Africans because that's the same attitude they had. These people are primitive, therefore they should be exploited. So if we talk about science, there's not any human beings that are more intelligent than other human beings. It's all about where you from, the environment, and the way you live. So I don't believe that word primitive, because we all humans. No one is more primitive than anybody. So I just wanted to give the quick response to Dr. K. And I know your Bantu people never enslaved Luos. I have a lot of Luos friends, and they disagree with you on that. You know, and anyways, only me. Don't take to Niger personal. It sounds like he likes you or something. I don't know. He has something personal against you. But that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. All right, we have Tribal African. Go for it.
Well, thank you. This was once again another great conversation. Yeah, with the case of King Leopold and the Congo, my worry is this: these people may have not learned still. Kaizo may be right; he may just have a different harsh tone, But what King Leopold did to the Congo was wrong. But there's something we say in my language: if you make yourself a banana, you're going to be eaten by a monkey. I think these
Oh, I like
people,
that saying. Okay.
these people made themselves and proved themselves that they were these bananas for these monkeys to be eaten, and it has not yet changed. So we can say they were wrong, they were right, but we should be able to look at these mistakes and see what went wrong. How do we fix them? Or how can we do to make our life better? And again, only me was trying to say something about they were not less civilized and things like that. It may sound harsh, but this is how I say it. Some people have an advantage in life. Maybe they had this advantage because they were exposed to these Arabs, and these Arabs brought a lot of civilization to them before these other interior Africans could have. So because of that, they were saved by the religion, by Islam. It was not because they were like really better. And as she clearly said, they had allies that could help them to fight all these Portuguese, give them weapons and things like that. So that is a valid point. And so I just want to say, as we come and make all these arguments, we should learn. I believe in facts, so I like history. We should clearly see what went wrong. How can we fix these things? What are we lacking? What are we not doing right? So we should always learn and try to learn from history so that we don't do the same mistakes again. Yeah.
That's Tribal African. Thank you for coming again. All right, we have Dr. Kazo here. Dr. Kazo, go for it.
Yeah. So I think it was a great discussion. I don't want to repeat what Tribal African said. I agree with him 100%. What I'll add on is that in Africa, I do believe that different races in Africa have advantages. For example, I would say some of the Bantus have slightly higher IQ, hence why countries like, I don't know the country, is it Burundi? No, the other one is doing really well. And some
Burundi?
other countries are not. No, not Burundi. What's the name of that country? The one in
Rwanda?
no. It's in, I think, Southeast Africa. Botswana. That's it. Botswana is doing really well,
So you think it's
etc.
because they are Bantus?
No, not because they're Bantus, but I do believe Bantus have a slightly higher IQ than some of the other races, and
Then,
I believe that
then,
some of
then
the
like
other
West
races.
Africans?
No. Than, let's say, Somalis and Ethiopians and stuff. So
Really?
yes,
Okay, okay.
100%.
Sorry, it's your
I'll give
last
you an
one.
example.
Yeah, go for
Yeah,
it.
if you go to Kenya, you're gonna see Bantus doing best in when it comes to intellectual stuff, doctors, lawyers. But then the Somalis are actually doing better in business, and they're better warriors. So they're actually not technically in the intellectual space, but they're very good at getting things done and business. So I believe if we all come together and we learn from each other, we might actually be able to go far and actually understand the differences. All I can say is, Africans, if we don't wake up and just keep repeating the same thing, forget Congo. We're all going to be the next Congo. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. K, people. That's Dr. K. All right, we have two Niger. Two Niger, go for it.
Yeah. To start with, the region where Somalia is from and this thing equator region of the world, where Egypt and Greece, Turkey, and all the other nations, they've been running the world for a reason. because when you're at a crossroad, you have an advantage over the other parts because you have contact and exchange a lot of information. Because the shape of Africa changed, and that is the advantage they enjoyed. And sometimes we give too much credit to people just because of their location. When you get credit, if you live next to a gold mine and you become rich, that doesn't mean you are special. It's because you live next to a gold mine. Until today, it turned into a curse for the Somalis because their location is so strategic that so many parts of the world want control of that region. Hence why they had so many problems. Sometimes what is a blessing can turn into a curse. So we have to understand things in context before we start calling the people uncivilized, because it's a very, very wrong statement too. If they were so uncivilized, how is it that they managed to dominate the continent for this long? This group of people have endured and they've remained. If the one side, look at what the Europeans did in Europe and they did in the Middle East, did in America, did in Australia. So they showed what being superior to another group is like in those areas. They came into Africa, they did what they did. Yes, 20 million people were slaughtered in that DC, which is crazy that those people are still standing to today. I don't even know how we survived it. And Nigerians were used against Nigerians, used against Ghanaians, used against Congolese. That's what empires do. The Persian Empire was not made of only people in Persia. They used other people. The Arabs used this thing. We just talked about it just now. They use the Berbers. Everybody uses everyone to conquer every other groups. So that is not new. The real debate for me is, okay, when we talk about only me, like I'm picking on her. Yeah, to an extent, maybe I am. I'm not going to pretend I'm not, because the things that she's saying are coming across as a little bit patronizing. And when you are gifted certain things and the thing turns into a cause, sometimes you need to also understand the context that things are happening. And when you say that, we are Africans and the other Africans are a little bit, but while your people go about talking about how you're, even till now, she's still saying how she's aligned to non-Africans, you have to admit that you are not as African as the ones that are 100% saying we are Africans, we don't have any other home, this is who we are. We are already given an analogy that even Afro-Demos agreed to. I never said, too, that Somalia was responsible for what happened with Congo. I never said that. I just said they were also involved in slavery. And that is a fact. The truth is, I've never had one negative experience with any Somali.
Okay,
And
well,
I've been in the UK where I've met so many of them. The only groups I've had any problem with are the Hindu Indians. I specify it, Hindu Indians, not the Muslim Indians.
that would be another topic.
I don't want to open another can of worms.
Don't worry, we'll
So,
bring the Hindus here. But thank you for your last words tonight. Yeah.
I've not finished.
No, you are finished. You are finished. You've already said what you have to say.
No,
you
are
want
five.
you want to
five.
waste.
I am one. I need to speak 5. I need to speak 5 times the length, because you are 5. You all have one opinion about our people.
Wait. What do you mean opinion? People are sticking with facts.
I hear
You
people
don't
calling
like
our
you
people
don't like
primitive.
facts tonight. Yeah.
No. I like facts. You remember the first thing I said when I came on was agree with the fact that it was about survival of the fittest and they defeated.
But it turned out you were
That is a fact.
pretending.
No, I wasn't. It's a fact, and I still
Then
agree.
what's your beef with the Somalis?
Is to call them primitive and to say, because these things I've heard it.
But
since
Dr.
I was growing
Kenzo
up.
did that. It wasn't any
But she
Somali
was
person.
supporting it in a sly way.
No,
That's my point.
she was against it.
Openly.
She was against it.
See, you have to understand that sometimes some people will tell you that they are on your side, but the way they say it is not true. You have to know the difference.
Okay,
when somebody is telling you that, you have to know the difference. And I'm saying that she too should be aware. Maybe she's not aware of it, because our people do these things to where our people say, our hair is not good. It's the other people's hair that is good. Our people do it too. It's not only her that is doing it. We have to be conscious of what we do to our people, just because we have this complex where we think other people are better than us.
So you think Somalis are better than you?
No, but they are thinking that other people are better than them.
Do you know what's in their head? What they're thinking? Did they tell you?
Because she says it all the time. She's more aligned to foreigners than Africans.
No, she didn't say this. But anyways, thank you guys. This is to Niger. Now we have
And
all.
to call people that have carried out Caesarean this secession that formed a kingdom, to call them primitive,
Yes, yeah,
that is just
it's a
it's below,
travesty.
below the belt.
Yes, we thank you very much to Niger.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, now we have only me. Only me. You're the last
Yeah,
one standing.
thank
Tuna,
you.
go for it.
Oh my God, where should I start? Okay, one thing he said was if a person lives in close to the mine, he's not smart because he's rich because he lives in next to the mine.
Mhm.
And I don't agree with that because you could live right next to the mine and you don't know how to utilize that mine, right?
Mhm.
Like many African countries, we have like diamonds underneath our earth, and we never knew how to utilize until somebody came and utilized that for us.
Right.
The thing is, the Swahili coast had also trading with the Arabs. You understand? But it turned out differently for them. The Arabs start slaving them and torturing them. Do you understand? It's all about how you yourself conduct yourself, how to go away. You have to know what to do. The problem here is to Niger has some sort of I feel inferiority complex when it comes to the Somalis. He interprets everything I said the way he thinks it comes to his head, and that is actually sad. Even though I never said they were primitive, the other people will say loud and clear that these people were even animals. He start to bashing me and saying, "Well, you said because you were having affairs with this, whatever." It's so crazy with this guy. It's just he has a Islamophobic problem. He's very Islamophobic first of all, and he hates Somalis for some crazy reason. I'm not even going to go into that. The other thing is with this Congo problem, right? If Congo actually, a lot of people in the comments are saying actually Nigeria and Ghanaians supposed to pay Congolese people because they also made problem for these people.
Oh,
They
wait,
start
wait,
killing
wait,
these
wait. So you said Nigeria too should pay reparation?
exactly. Nigeria
This is
should pay
interesting.
reparation.
Okay, okay, go
This is
ahead.
exactly because these were the soldiers that were used. They were killing them. They were eating them. They were slaughtering them. These people has to pay for Congolese, not only the Belgian,
Okay.
and also the Nigerians and anybody else who were involved in this atrocity. Right? They have to also pay. That's the one thing.
Well,
And the
okay.
other
Only
thing,
me. This is interesting.
yes, of course,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
but
I
I
mean,
know, I
because
know.
yeah, it's something to
I know
look at. But keep going.
they're gonna start
Yeah.
being the victimhood, like oh they forced us and stuff like that. But when you have the gun in your hand, when you have the gun in your hand and killing, why you kill that black person, not kill the white person right standing next to you? So yes,
Because
they
I'm
should
looking at
pay.
it here. Look at all these Nigerian soldiers with
Exactly,
their guns. Only me. This
exactly.
is interesting.
This is it. And look how many white people there are. You can count them with your hands.
Yes.
Anyways,
Hmm.
I'm saying they're supposed to pay for these people to reparation. That's the first thing they need to do, the Nigerians and anybody else on the Ghanaians. I don't know if the Ghanaians were there, but anyway, they should pay. The second thing
No,
I
no,
want to
the
say,
Nigerians were in Ghana too, fighting them.
oh,
Help.
Nigerians were killing everybody.
They were helping the British conquer
So
the
Nigerians are
Ashantis.
traitors. They are traitors then. They were killing all their neighbors with the white man. And he has the audacity to come here and talk about other nations. That's disgusting. When you are the Nigerian, when you selling your people, first of all, to ship them to Americas, you killing your neighbors with the white man, that's disgusting. You are a traitor and you should be paid for what you have done, Nigerians. That's all I need to say for the Nigerian part. And the thing is, when people look, just because you're the majority of a nation of a place doesn't mean you are the first person, okay? I have heard this many times. Oh, we Bantu, we the first people, which is a lie. The oldest tribe in the world is the Khoisan, and they carry haplogroup A, and the women carry LO. Bantu are not the original Africans. We have to put that to rest. Simple. Whether Bantu or Niger Congo or Kushite, all of them, we are not the first. Khoisan are, and you have to just go and take a sleep with that shit. That's so crazy when these people boasting, oh, I'm the first man. No, you're not. You simply not. Genetics shows otherwise, right? So this is what I want to say to Nigerians. pay these people their reparations and apologize to what you have done, and apologize to the people that you sold to the Americas, apologize to your neighbors that you've been killing and you've been working with. That's treacherous, and you have done treacherous
Hold
things.
on,
You
me.
guys have to pay.
Hold on. I was gonna end this quick, but Teenager looks like he wants to talk about how they're gonna pay the reparation. I think that's why he called. I
All
think he
right.
believes it's a good idea for
You
Nigeria
should. You should
to pay
start.
reparation. So let's hear him real quick. I think he
All
wants to
right.
come and agree with you. Teenager, I'm guessing you're here to agree with only me.
To
Just
pay
1 minute. What?
reparations. We are going to be paying reparations to Nigerians too at this rate. Then, see, if it comes to reparation, I don't even mind. If Nigerians have money to pay, they should pay. If they went and
No.
offended people,
Only me
see,
already raised this. He said there's no excuse here. Whether we have money or we were forced, she already cleared this part. So,
And how dare you to call people traitors when you were killing your own people next door to you? You are the number
oh
one
my
traitors,
God.
the Nigerian.
Okay.
Seriously,
See,
you've been
don't get
killing
triggered.
you've been killing
You've gotten
everybody
triggered
close
on
to
this
you,
now.
selling everybody close to you.
Please,
Who?
I
How
wanted to
dare
have a
you say
clean
to people they're
conversation with
traitors?
you. I wanted to have a clean conversation with you. What I am saying is that there is a difference between people that were forced to join a military because there is a power in that country, from a people that willingly go online and say they are not associated with people on the continent. That is what I'm saying. What do you say to that?
well,
Okay,
No,
I
I'm
do you
tell you
asking
have
what
a
I
very
proof?
say to
simple
that.
question.
Listen to
I'm
me.
asking a
Listen
simple
to me.
question.
I will
Okay.
tell you. I will tell you. I will tell you. If I say I am not from Somalia, doesn't make me not Somali, okay? But did Somalis did all these horrible things that you Nigerian did to your neighbors? How dare you even open to your mind? No other African country have done this.
Okay, hold
Nigeria has
on.
done
See,
horrible things,
Nigeria was not a nation. Nigeria was. See, okay, let me give you.
but the
You just
people
said
still live in
you
Nigeria.
just
You
no,
are the ancestor.
you
That was
just
your
pivoted
ancestor.
into a different topic. You said if you said you were not Somali, does that make you not Somali? What do you think Somalis would think when you
And
say that?
this,
They will
I will
say
tell you, Somalis.
you are
Listen,
not as
Somalis did
Somali
not
as
take an
other
arm.
Somalis.
Somalis didn't take an arm against their neighbors and
See,
start
but I
chopping
want to
their
have a
heads off.
clean
You
conversation
did
with you.
not.
Teenager.
See, she's not
You
allowing
did
me to
not.
have a clean
No,
conversation with her.
Teenager. She already cleared this. She said no excuses. So since we all know there was Nigerian
Oh
soldiers, even though you
no.
said this,
She is not answering the
wait,
question. You are
hold on.
saying that.
No, wait. You said Nigeria was in there, but
Mm.
no, the place, the land was there. These people came from that place, so the name doesn't matter whether they called it nigger land or whatever, But it was there. Okay,
But they
that's all
are
she
a
is saying.
conquered people. What are you talking about? They use them to conquer Nigerians. So how can
Well,
that not get through your head?
well, since now Nigeria is a nation, got money, I think she's right.
They are
They
not responsible for it. They use Nigerians to conquer Nigerians. Did you just hear me say that? So Nigerians should be paying Nigerians reparation too.
well, we're
Oh
more
yeah.
worried
See,
about Congo. We're more
okay,
worried about
only
Congo
only
and
me,
and
only
paying the
me,
Whatever
Ashantis.
Nigerian
You
did to
guys should be
themselves, they
paying the
did.
Ashantis too in Ghana.
only me. Let me just
Teenager,
I
you
see
guys should be paying.
I want to have a
In
very
fact,
clean discussion with only me
teenager, you
about
guys
this.
should be paying the Ashantis too.
See, so that only
Yeah.
me understands where I'm coming from because she just thinks I'm just
Okay,
ranting
you
right
got
now.
1 minute, and then she got
Okay.
1 minute, and we are done. Go for
Okay,
it,
so
teenager.
only me. You said if you said you are not Somali, are you not still Somali? What a Somali will hear when you say that, if you tell them that you are not Somali, and then they will hear you, don't you think they have a right to say that if you say you are not Somali, you are not as Somali as they are? Because they will say that you are associating yourself with people that are not actually Somali. Would that be fair to say that that's what Somalis will also say?
First of all, Somalis don't associate with any. You think we associate with Arabs, even though we talk about this 100 million times. We don't associate with Arabs. We have nothing to do with Arabs. Somali associate with their own Cushitic tribes who live in the Horn of Africa. That's what we associate with. Those are our people. We don't say we are Arabs or Moroccans or Algerians or whatever. We say we are Cushitic people. You understand?
But I'm
So
going with your analogy. What would if you had said that to a Somali that you
mm,
are not a Somali
I will say
and
you.
they know
I will
you are
say you're
Somali,
dreaming.
what would you say then? If they say that you are acting as if you are not Somali, so that makes you less Somali, You'll be
So
surprised he said
No,
that.
I would just say to that person, you are delusional. You are Somali, period. You are delusional. Chinese does not make you Chinese. You say you Chinese, it doesn't make you
you know what?
Chinese. You're
But
just
then
delusional.
people
Only
will
That's what I would
accuse
say
you
to
of.
that
Then
person.
people will accuse you of not allowing people to
no.
self-identify.
Tunaja, wait, Tunaja, you're not being fair here. Tunaja, you've been watching my show. You've been coming here. Okay, you've heard me call myself American how many times with my American flag? You've never come and said, "Oh, Afridamus, you're not real African. You're not real Gambian." So how come? But you've heard me
Because
say,
you disown your people. When you
no,
disown your
no.
people,
Wait. How
that's
come
what
you've never?
happens.
Wait. How? So me saying I'm American means I disown my people?
No, because you said that when we were having that conversation, you said you are more Americans because that's the reason. There's a reason why you left your tribe. That you are now the American tribe. You said it yourself. Then I
Yes.
said you are. So
But my
why are
point
you
is,
surprised that I'm
no.
saying
What
that?
I'm saying, you've heard me say this, but you've never come here and say Afridamos is not as African as me, or I'm not as Gambian. You've never
Because
made
the
the claim.
conversation has
But
not come up. If the
but you
conversation
ma-
comes up, I'm going to
but you
tell you the same
accuse.
thing.
Wait, you accuse Somalis. See, no, the whole thing I'm saying, you've never said. You just ignore it when I say it, or other African says it, you ignore it. But the Somalis,
But
they're Africans
I
too.
think I've
But
accused you of
you
that
keep.
too. I've accused you of that
Bias,
No,
actually
you didn't
bias,
of not being
accuse me.
African.
No, you.
That you
bias.
said you were American, so you are not African. That why should you be having conversation? We had a discussion about this when I said this to you too. So I'm not here to try to just pick on people. I'm just here to highlight certain things people do, even when they don't think they know they are doing it. I
Okay.
just asked, this is only me just now. Even from my own analogy, even a Somali guy will call her and say, you are not a Somalia, or because you don't even believe you are Somali."
Well,
So
I would say, listen, I would say that person is delusional. I would say, you crazy, you delusional, you Somali, I can see you. If you say you're not Somali, well, I will call you a crazy person. But I will not call you, well, if you're not Somali, I'm more Somali than you. I see he's a Somali person. No matter whatever he says he is, I know he is a Somali. And he's a crazy person. That's what I would call him. But yeah,
so
anyway.
But if I
okay.
call, so you want me to call East Africans that say that their face are burnt crazy?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah, yeah,
God.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Call them crazy, whatever you like.
Why
I
would I
don't
call them
care.
crazy? Why would I call
Okay.
them crazy? That's not what I would
Oh
call them.
man.
Okay.
I would say
Tunaja.
this. So
Tunaja.
you
I
prefer that
thought.
I call
What do
them
Wait.
you call
crazy?
Hebrew Israelites? What do you call Hebrew
Okay.
Israelites?
I don't know anything about them, so I can't
No,
Oh.
but
comment on
what do
them. I'm
you
I
sorry.
call
think
them?
you
They say
know.
they're
Tunaja,
Hebrew
you know
Israelites.
it. Answer the
What do
question.
you
You
No,
call
know
what
it.
I
them?
don't know. You think I know
Yes, you do.
everything? What is
They
wrong with
say
you?
they came from
You know,
Israel.
Tunaja, you
They
know
from
Hebrew
they
Israelites.
listen.
You are
Yeah, they
Hotep.
have
You know this.
I'm
listen.
not going
The
to put
black
my
Hebrew
mouth where I don't
Israelites.
have any idea what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
but
No.
you don't have any idea what you're talking about when it comes to the Somalis either.
I
So
think I do to
there
a
you
point,
go.
but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not
Hebrew
saying I'm
Israelites
entirely
are
correct.
from Nigerian slaves that went to America. These Hebrew
Did you
Israelites,
guys
and they
hear?
say
Do
they
you guys
came
see
from.
Tunaja pretending not to know Hebrew
Yeah, Hebrew
Israelites
Israelites.
today?
That's
I've heard
crazy.
of them. I don't know about their story. What am I? You want me to comment on something
So
I don't know about?
so
I'm
what
Tunaja,
do
giving
you
you.
think
you
of?
Tunaja, you are a Hotep and a Pan
See,
African. How
see.
do you not know? You know Hebrew Israelites.
No,
Come on,
actually,
Tunaja.
you see, you keep calling me Pan African. If you ask me the story of Kwame Nkrumah, I barely know about it. If you ask me the story of Marcus Garvey,
Okay.
I barely
Well,
know about it.
okay.
So
Well,
when you keep
Tunaja,
calling me
I
Pan
thought.
African, I don't understand.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave. I thought you came
Anyway,
here to
pay Congolese.
accept paying reparation, like Olimi suggested. So this is a topic
By
I
the way,
might
I'm
See,
not
bring.
done.
Okay, go ahead, Olimi.
No, I'm not done my session because he came in, so he can
yeah, no,
continue.
she will have her turn. But the thing is, it has been established that because what she said was that you will tell the person, in other words, you force self-identification on some other person that said they are not your group because then you say that they are stupid. That's what she said. You can't do that. If somebody's telling you that this is where they are from, that's what you have to accept. And when I tell you that some people are doing this, you say I should call them crazy. Why should I call them crazy? You
Why
see,
didn't you
Well,
why
well,
didn't you accept me
this is
as a
how
Blackfoot
ridiculous the
Indian?
conversation
Tunaja.
goes
Tunaja.
this is why it's good I came back. This is how ridiculous the conversation goes when we try to rationalize the
Hold
way
on.
where she's coming from.
How come
If I say
Tunaja?
something, people say I hate them. I don't hate them. I'm calling out some of the things that they are doing
but
that
why
makes
don't
them
you
come
call out
across
the
like that.
Israelite? Why don't you call out the Hebrew Israelite that are from Nigerian DNA? and they say they're not Nigerian, they're from Israel.
Oh no,
Why
oh no,
don't
the
you
Igbo
call
ones, I
them
call
out?
them out actually. The Igbo ones, I do call them out. I do call those
You
ones
do
out.
call them
Believe
out.
me,
Oh,
I
so
do
I
you
call
did.
know
Igbo
about
out.
You did not
Hebrew
know about that.
Israelites?
No, I don't know.
You
I
did
don't.
not
I
know
see when
about
you
that.
use that term, I don't understand it. When you say Igbos, saying that they are from, they are associated with Israel, we had a massive conversation and a massive argument about it. I keep telling them, you can't be doing this. I have an Igbo blood in my veins. You can't be pretending
I'm
as
not
if you are
talking
from
about
somewhere
Igbo.
Tunaja,
else
are you
when you're in
denying your
Nigeria.
Israeli
Hebrew
background
Israel,
too?
American,
See,
Black
I'm a
American.
Tunaja,
black man. I'm a Nigerian. I'm not Israeli. I'm not Jewish. So like, why are we
are you
pretending as if we are something else?
are you denying your Israeli roots?
See, I am not Israeli. What is wrong with you? I'm not Israeli. Israelis are in Israel. Even
Okay.
from the ancient kingdom of Cush, the kingdom of Cush allies with the kingdom of Canaan against Egypt. We already know
Okay, well, Tunaja,
Africans
wait,
were in the
fine,
Bible for crying
fine.
out loud.
Tunaja, you're taking me into another show. So only me have given her statement. So next topic we'll explore to see if Nigeria needs to pay, even the blacks over here for their
You
reparation.
know what? You know what? Maybe there's an argument for that. I've actually said it that these countries where Africans were taken as slaves, they have to think about some form of compensation if they have the resources to do it, because it's
No,
a violation. It's a
see,
violation. No, it's true. It's a fact.
so why didn't you accept what only me said, knowing that you fighting tooth and nail, saying, "Oh, Nigeria didn't exist back then,
No,
but
but
the
that was,
land
oh
was
come
there."
on, that was not Nigeria. Come on, you have to admit that that is not Nigeria. That's different. I'm talking about people that were taken from Africa as enslaved. Maybe they
So
actually deserve compensation.
So Tunaja, the black people here that said they are Indians. How come you don't you don't say, okay, they are not black, now you accept that they are not, but you fight tooth and nail and say they are black. But Somalis, you heard one Somali say something you don't like, you disqualify them
Oh my God, it's not
from.
one. I wish it was one. I tell
And
you,
we
I
are
really wish
30
it was
million
one. It's
people,
not
yeah.
only
You
one.
know what? You know what? After Damas, we are 30 million people. He watched, maybe there's a video that was like, how YouTube is,
Mhm.
hot topics, views, paying, right? So they people stage videos, just to make it the hot topic. So he watched one video where people going around and he's making like money out of this, and he's telling people to say whatever is hot topic. He thinks that 29 million Somalis are just like that. That is the problem here.
I think
He,
maybe I'm making a mistake there. I agree
And
with you on that one. But
okay,
what the
Tunaja.
things that you are saying, when I link into what other people are saying, the other videos that I've seen, it seems to tie with them. That is why sometimes when I say this, I'm not saying it to be mean to you. I'm saying it so that you are also aware how it comes across. Even with the analogy you gave me, it still led to that point that your solutions were even worse than anything I've said.
Okay, Tunaja, I'm glad you
Thank
came
you.
back. We're just gonna establish people from now on. Niger cut the check to Congo. Okay.
thank you. Can I finish my point because
Yeah,
you just
finish your
jumped in?
point. And
So
and and
yeah,
also, what do before you finish, quick second,
yes, yes.
since Tunaja think I'm biased, others think you haven't told me what you think about the Afridamus report from the Somali shows and all. So you ended with that, and we'll close out. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I think you're doing excellent job. As you say always, I unite people the truth,
Mhm.
and that is the truth. Because also when Prophet came, they were telling the truth, and a lot of people were not hearing for it, and they
Yeah.
just walked away. You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Instead of uniting people lies and kumbaya, it's best that we tell the truth. It hurts, but we have
Hmm.
to deal with the truth. We have to deal
Exactly.
with it. And I seriously love your channel. It is not biased. It hurts us sometimes, when we talk about our
Hmm.
people,
Hmm.
but it is what it is. We have to get through that, and then we have to like work on it. So you're doing great job. I want to just one last thing I want to say was Dr. Keizo said that Bantu have a higher IQ.
Yes.
That is so crazy to me. It is banned to have been the most marginalized people in Africa. No other tribe have been dragged everywhere in this earth. It's like crazy how he says this, right? History, and we know it. We know it. Just because you have this couple of years and decades that you were in peace doesn't mean anything. right?
Mhm.
Saying that Ethiopians who've been writing for 3,000 years ago had 3,000-year-old kingdoms are less IQ is crazy. Somalis who've
Do
been
you think
mentioning
he
their
was
own.
trolling? Do you think he was
He is
trolling?
trolling. He is trolling. Bantu is definitely one of the least advanced people in history. You understand? Listen, we are in America. Look, we have the people that we have here in Europe, in America. They go into to the politics. We are doing something. You understand what I'm saying? He just close us into business. Yes, we are very business minded people, but we are also academic people. We have all kind of people. Because my country is in a war, have been suffering a war for a long time, people can just shit on it, but that is not who we are. And to say we have a least is disgusting, man. Your history is the worst. I mean, the worst in Africa. No other tribe have been dragged like Bantu people have been dragged. Not even the Khoisan have been dragged, or the Luo that he's calling the Nilots. Nilots are freaking warriors. I don't think that he could enslave Nilots. It's crazy. Anyways, I have to just rest that case. But brother, keep going. I love your channel. There's a lot of people who's gonna hate. Haters will hate, but I support you on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful one. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to bring us to the end of this beautiful show. As you guys know, it got heated a bit. Two Niger came, Dr. Kaiser came, only me, Hawir, Tribal African, several other people came too. And I want to thank all of you for taking the time, sticking here, listening to what went on in the Congo. You guys know over here the topics, takes different turns, as you know, goes through different corners. People talk about things that they themselves see as real or not real for many, or you're programmed to see certain histories, a certain way. But when you bring the discussion, it helps open our minds. As we just found out, Nigeria might end up owing reparation to the Congo since some of their people helped King Leopold to conquer the place. So I don't want to get into that. Um, that's for another topic. I want to thank you all for coming, and I hope you having a blessed weekend.